Hello, Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can you believe I just said that? August 2026. It is a collective general reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Also in the description box is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for bonus additional content. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Aries collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Aries need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Sun. In the top row, we have the Nine of Cups, we have the Four of Wands, and we have the Ace of Wands. Flanking the Sun is the Six of Wands and Temperance. And in the bottom row, we have the Eight of Pentacles, we have the Nine of Swords, and we have the Four of Pentacles. Sneak peek now into September. I can't believe how fast this year's going by. September, Knight of Wands, Two of Cups, and the Emperor. And that leaves the Four of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, let's begin to clarify this now. I'm using the After Tarot deck, and if you're not familiar with that deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026, we are clarifying Nine of Cups, Four of Wands, Ace of Wands, Six of Wands, the Sun, Temperance, Eight of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, and the Four of Pentacles for the Aries collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Cups is clarified by the Death card. The Four of Wands is clarified by the Star. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Wands. Wow, look at you. Six of Wands is clarified by Five of Pentacles. The Sun clarified by the King of Cups. Temperance is clarified by the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Queen of Wands. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Fool. And the Four of Pentacles is clarified by the King of Pentacles. Sneak peek again now into September. Three of Cups, the Moon, and the Page of Wands. And that leaves the Nine of Cups and the Tower here at the bottom of the deck. I'm going to clarify some of these a little bit more for you, but in the heart of your spread is the King of Cups to the Sun. Now, the King of Cups is very different in the After Tarot deck. The King actually knows what he needs or wants. I say he, there's a man on the card. He could certainly be a feminine watching. But the King here knows exactly what it is that he needs or wants in respect to emotional contentment. And in the After Tarot deck, we see the King holding one cup in his left hand and dumping out another cup with his right. So I feel like this message is very specific for those of you where maybe you have been struggling or grappling with making a decision, choosing either or scenario. This could be between jobs, partnerships, living situations with that Four of Wands. But there's definitely here a decision to leave something behind in order to move towards something that you believe will make you emotionally content, maybe even financially abundant. Because for me, the Sun card is the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. So this is specifically geared towards those of you where you've had a choice to stay in a comfort zone or move out of a comfort zone. And it looks like your launching point, if you will, or the launching pad to move out of the comfort zone into something that is a little different for you, yet entices you at the same time. It looks like that is all occurring for you in the month of August. When we see the Nine of Cups to the Death card, this is you. And again, I believe it's because what you're currently going through and what you will be going through in the month of August is like redefining what emotional contentment means for you. So Death to the nine of Cups. There's something here where, again, you've made this decision. This no longer suits me. I want to move in this direction. I have firmly identified what would make me very happy. Star to the Four of Wands. This is in regards to structure, stability. For others of you, it could be in regards to career and finance. And then for others of you, this could be in respect to a partnership. But that Ace of Wands to the Ace of Wands tells me you're ready. You're ready on an emotional level. You're ready on an intellectual level. You're ready on a spiritual level. The Six of Wands to the Five of Pentacles, when you're weighing out the pros and cons of getting out of the comfort zone, you seem to be of the belief here that stepping out of the comfort zone is better for you than staying in the comfort zone. In the After Tarot deck, the Five of Pentacles, the individual is actually not in lack. They're coming out of this structure with a big old sack of coin. And so it's almost like you're realizing if I move in this direction, it would benefit me. Six of Wands, I would be victorious. And again, it could be emotional, could be financial, could be both. Temperance to the Eight of Swords, whatever was keeping you stuck, particularly for those of you where this was being stuck due to anxiety or fears or insecurities, that is being healed for you, because in the After Tarot deck, the individual is free in the Eight of Swords, or becoming, I should say, becoming free in the Eight of Swords. And then in the bottom row here, we see you with that Queen of Wands to the Eight of Pentacles, deciding to pour some real pentacle effort in this new direction. Nine of Swords to the Fool. Still a little nervous about it, but not allowing any anxieties to hold you back. And the King of Pentacles to the Four of Pentacles. There's almost a feeling here of, even if I were to shift in this new direction, I'm still secure within myself. So I do see you here leaving a comfort zone, realizing that your comfort zone is wherever you're at, and you're choosing to move in a new direction. So let me clarify this a bit more. Let's clarify that Sun for you. Okay. We have the High Priestess, which came out on the side, so I'm going to take it like that. Clarify the Sun more. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by the High Priestess on the side, the Page of Wands, which we see here in September, and then we have the Strength card. Bottom of the deck, we have the Tower. So there's this realization here on your part in the month of August that you have not been listening to your intuition. I think your intuition has been trying to pull you out of that comfort zone and shift you onto the new path for a while. And it's almost like you have this breakthrough moment with the Sun. It's like, oh, now I know the direction that I'm supposed to be heading in. And now I see where maybe doubts, fears, and anxieties have been holding me back, Strength card, from making that decision or moving in that direction. King of Cups. Tell me more about the King of Cups here. Okay. They came out quick. They're face up, so we're going to take them. King of Cups is clarified by the Six of Wands. That's where you saw your victory. Eight of Wands, moving forward, and the Death card. So you are now very clear-minded that there's something here in your life, and I'm just going to continue to call it the comfort zone, whether that's your job, your living situation, social status, your affiliation with a political group, a religious organization, like whatever this is here for you, in whatever context it applies to you individually. You are committed now to the new path. I don't know if you're fully on the new path in August. I want to clarify a couple of more cards, but this is definitely someone who's saying, I'm going to move forward in that direction. It might be a little uncomfortable. I'm not going to allow doubts, fears, or anxieties to get in my way. I was almost going to say get in my way this time. So maybe for some of you, this is something that you have been thinking about for a while, and maybe you've been a yes and then a no and a yes and then a no. So it's like this time I'm not allowing doubts, fears, and anxieties to hold me back. And this is you deciding to put an end to the current structure or the current path or the current comfort zone in order to pivot and move in a new direction. Curious to see how you are now classifying your Nine of Cups. Clarify that Nine of Cups, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Cups is clarified by the Six of Swords, moving forward. Star, okay, towards your wish fulfillment. And the Three of Swords, bottom of the deck, Four of Swords. So are you excited for the new path? Yes. Are you excited to get out of your comfort zone? Yes. Did you hate the comfort zone? No. This is like parting with sweet sorrow, leaving this company for this company, leaving singlehood to become partnered, leaving a partnership to become single. You know, however this resonates for you, leaving your current place of residence for a new one. However this manifests for you, there seems to be, my Nine of Cups is defined in that direction, but I do acknowledge I'm a little sad, speaking like you, a little sad to leave where I'm currently at. The Death card. Clarify that Death card. In the After Tarot deck, death is not a rebirth, the Death card. This is a, we're done and we're doing this instead. So it is it transformative in nature? It is, but it's not a return. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. Ah, look at that. The Wheel of Fortune is in the reverse. And then we have the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Wands. Okay. So the idea here, and I do read reversals. I don't intentionally put them in the deck, but came out in the reverse, so we're going to take it. So the Death card here for you is, I have decided to get out of my comfort zone because I've redefined what my happiness is. It's no longer here, even though I don't hate it here, but it's over there. However, I can't be over there right now today in the month of August. I'll get there in time, but not right now. So you know the direction you're going in. So to put this in a very, very basic example, this would be like, let's say you're selling your home, Four of Wands, and you've purchased a new home. You know that the current place where you live, you're not going to be living there for much longer. You have already identified the new comfort zone, if you will. You're leaving the existing comfort zone. You didn't hate it, but maybe the house no longer fit you, but you can't move in today. You have to go through a closing process. You have to finish wrapping up the sale of your home. You know, you literally have to like pack up all your stuff and get them in the truck and move over to the new place. So there's a delay, and you are aware of the delay. You're cognizant of the delay. Let's do that double Ace of Wands there. Clarify the first Ace of Wands, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands is clarified by Page of Swords, Five of Cups, and the Three of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Chariot. The delay here seems to be, I still have to wrap something up here in the comfort zone. I either have to notify someone of my departure, like give 2 weeks notice, you know, to work, or maybe you need to wrap up paperwork here in regards to the acquisition or sale of a home. There's something like that here. I have to communicate that I'm departing from here before I can proceed forward. So there's something here that either needs to be wrapped up or you need to communicate this to someone. Clarify that second Ace of Wands, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. And same thing if this is like work related. This is like, I don't hate ABC Corporation, but I no longer want to work here. I now have a job opportunity to go to XYZ Corporation, but I can't start tomorrow. I have to give this place notice. That second Ace of Wands is clarified by the King of Swords, the Two of Pentacles, and the Four of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Judgment. So your decision here is I still need to wrap some things up here. I want to make sure that I leave this on a, I want to make sure that I leave this fairly, that I don't just abruptly depart. So it's not like you're immediately quitting the job or you're vacating the house without packing your belongings. You know, you're certainly not walking away if this is a partnership without telling the person. So it's not like you're going to ghost the individual. So there's something here, I still need to do some stuff in order to wrap up this cycle, but your intention here is to let go of the cycle, is to let go of the comfort zone, because the Four of Pentacles, which typically is a comfort zone in tarot, in the After Tarot deck, look what's standing next to our Four of Pentacle Miser. We have scorpionic energy here of the Death card. We've got the Grim Reaper here showing up twice for you. So this is, I know that I still need to wrap up a few things here, and I intend on doing that in a very balanced and fair way before completely departing. I'm not going to clarify that Six of Wands to the Five of Pentacles. I feel like that's a redundant message. Clearly, you're seeing more abundance elsewhere. But I would like to see, and maybe because this will help some of you if you're not there yet, how you were able to become free of the whatever mentally was holding you back, like the anxieties and the fears and the doubts. So let's clarify Temperance, because some way, somehow, if you haven't done it yet in the month of August, you will be calming your mind, healing all of this worry. One more shuffle. Thank you. Temperance is clarified by the Chariot, the Moon, and a Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Two of Swords. Clarify that Eight of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Swords is clarified by Nine of Cups, the Empress, and a Seven of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Two of Wands. So there's another individual here now. Okay, this is not your energy. So what ends up resolving the doubts, fears, and anxieties you have is a conversation, Knight of Swords, that you have with another individual. This is not something you see at the time of this reading. So at some point in August, most likely around the new moon in Leo, is when you are having a conversation here with an individual about proceeding forward. And it's through that conversation that this person makes you realize several things here. They're making you realize that your happiness is important. This person is helping you. This is almost like a guide for you. So it could be your partner. It could be a very close friend. It could be a parental figure. But there's definitely this conveyance of this person telling you like you only have one life to live that you know of. You have to make yourself happy. It's time to leave the nest. It's time to leave the comfort zone. You deserve more. This person is encouraging you to move towards the new. In the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Cups, the person is leaving Six Cups, the past or the past comfort zone, and moving towards the Ace of Cups, the new beginning or the new comfort zone. So you do have someone here that you're having this conversation with in the energy of the new moon in Leo, and they're encouraging you to move towards your happiness, or they are telling you basically like, if you were to do this, I believe that you would be very happy, or you would be much happier than staying where you're currently at. And again, the current relationship or job, community, you know, something like that. This person is encouraging you to move forward. Eight of Pentacles to the Queen of Wands. I'm not going to clarify, but I do want to clarify the Nine of Swords to the Fool card here for you. Clarify that Nine of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Seven of Wands, the Ten of Cups, and the Magician. Bottom of the deck, we have Knight of Cups. I do believe this is hand in hand with this conversation because the Magician is Mercury. Mercury rules Gemini, communication, as well as Virgo, healing. So I do believe that you're having a conversation with this individual, and it's a very healing conversation. And this person is basically saying, like, I want you to be happy, or you need to chase your happiness. And you shouldn't allow doubts, fears, and anxieties to block you. Seven of Wands to that Nine of Swords. You shouldn't allow those doubts, fears, and anxieties to block you from the Ten of Cups. Something that you truly want or that you truly desire. Fool card. Tell me about the Fool card energy here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Fool card is clarified by Judgment, the Six of Swords, which we see you moving forward with, and then that Three of Pentacles, bottom of that Queen of Cups. So I do believe, and Queen of Cups to Temperance. So I do believe this is a conversation here you're having with this individual. It's very nurturing, loving conversation where they're encouraging you to move towards the new. This person is very instrumental with you getting out of the comfort zone and into the new comfort zone. So maybe it's the new boss, maybe it's a realtor, maybe it's your spouse, maybe it's a friend, like I said, a family member. It's someone who you trust, and it's someone who you look up to, even if they're not older than you. You really value this person because they're coming through here in your energy as an Empress, and you've shown up in King energy, whether you're masculine or feminine. So there's something here of like, you really value this person's opinion. Four of Pentacles to the King of Pentacles. Clarify that Four of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Pentacles is clarified by the Devil, the Seven of Pentacles, and there's that Queen of Cups person again. So this is the person you're communicating with. Could be a water sign, or they just have high water placements, like their sun, moon, or rising. This person seems to be telling you that your comfort zone is toxic. And maybe that's an opinion you share, maybe it's not. But the way that they're conveying it to you is they're not telling you like where you're at is bad, or that the comfort zone itself is negative. What they seem to be conveying to you through this conversation is the comfort zone can't expand. You can't change it. Like, it's this job or this community or this relationship, whatever this is for you, it's gone as far as it can go in that Seven of Pentacles. You've been in it for a while and nothing has changed. So in order for you to be truly content, Nine of Cups and Nine of Cups, you would need to leave the comfort zone, because the comfort zone has grown stagnant and there's no comfort in stagnancy. That seems to be what this person is telling you. There's also a feeling here of this individual saying to you, your security is within you, not the comfort zone. You create your security. So you can move from the comfort zone to the new comfort zone, and you're still going to be you, and you'll still have all that you have. And you still have the ability to create and maintain security. You don't have to stay stuck and locked in fear in order to have security or in order to feel stable. So this could play out again with that Four of Wands. Let's say it's a house. This is your partner or a friend, or again, just someone that you look up to, saying, hey, a house becomes a home because you live in it, not the other way around. You create your home environment. So home is wherever you are. So there's something like that here at play, where I really feel like this person is encouraging you to get out of the comfort zone. And I'd be curious for some of you if this has, if you are personally impacted by the node shifting from Pisces to Aquarius and Virgo to Leo. That might be something as well that is aiding you out of the south node, if you will, and into your north node. King of Pentacles. Clarify the King of Pentacles here. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles is clarified by the Chariot, moving forward, Seven of Swords and the Two of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. I love this because in the After Tarot deck, the Chariot is on the move. Now, most tarot decks I have, and I have about 150, 152. Most of the times, the Sphinx that we see here, they're not moving. They're usually on the ground, which I always find it so ironic when I hear so many tarot readers say, it's the fastest card in the deck. It is and it isn't. It's fast in the sense that the Chariot is ruled by the moon, right? The moon rules the Chariot card, and the moon is constantly changing, right? Constantly going through different phases and cycles and lunations. So I can see in that respect why it's considered the fastest card, but typically they're not on the move here, but in the After Tarot deck they are. So again, this is a very transformative conversation that you're having with this individual, because here's the Chariot that, again, sort of on the move, not really, and then now we see it really moving forward, and that's further clarified. The Seven of Swords in the After Tarot deck, we're not making a mistake. We don't want to trip up. So there's something here about proceeding forward, but doing it cautiously, and again, I think it has something to do with Two of Swords. You made your decision to move forward, but there's still like either loose ends you have to tie up, or someone, or maybe even like a group of people that you need to inform. I think that's your whole message. You are on the move. You're absolutely, without a doubt, on the move here because of a very healing, transformative conversation, although the complete move seems to be slightly delayed, and you are aware of that. Can we get any insight here into September? We have the Knight of Wands, which is your energy, the Two of Cups, and the Emperor. Clarify the Knight of Wands, the Two of Cups, and the Emperor. One more shuffle. Thank you. And the Emperor is your energy. We have the World card. Okay. The World card, the Nine of Pentacles, and the Hanged Man. So after this pause or this delay, Ace of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. After this pause and this delay, you're wrapping this up in September. So again, you're relocating, you're starting the new job, maybe you're entering a connection, maybe you're exiting a connection. You seem to be wrapping it up here in September. Clarify the Three of Cups, the Moon, and the Page of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. And in the After Tarot deck, in the Page of Wands, the individual is actually leaving someone behind back here. Clarified by the Five of Cups. That's exactly what you're doing. So you're going towards the new. The Emperor is going towards the new Two of Cups. Two of Cups could be the new community, right? The new soul bonds you're going to meet at the new community, the new boss, the new business partner, the new romantic partner. And in the After Tarot deck, typically we see the Five of Cups, the individual's like crying over the Three Cups that are spilled. That's not what you're doing. In the After Tarot deck, you're looking at the new Two of Cups. So you're firmly moving towards the new in September. The Devil card and the Four of Cups. I can't tell you how much I love this for you. Three of Wands, that is your card. That's the Sun in Aries. And I say I love that Devil card because in the After Tarot deck, the fears, doubts, anxieties, insecurities, right? Eight of Swords, Nine of Swords, sort of like lower octave of the Devil. You're free. Instead of being chained to the podium or chained to the devil that the podium presides over, in the After Tarot deck, you're free. So I feel like you, by the time you get to September or in the month of September, you are without a doubt on the new path. Four of Cups, look at that. Dumping out the old and embracing the new, the Three Cups. And here you are celebrating that transfer, if you will, or that transformation. And the cup you're dumping out here is the one you considered dumping out in August. It's like firmly dumped out. So you're in the new job, in the new relationship, in the new living situation in September. And you seem to be very happy about it. Let's get you some advice, and we'll close it off with Oracle cards and some kippers. You know, I think your 6-month reading, if I remember correctly, was something like, it was something like you were changing your life. There was something here about like you were radically going to change your life. You were on the new path by the end of the year. So I do think that that is what's happening for you. Like you're embracing new possibilities. Can we get 3 cards of advice here, please, for Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August? One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice. 9 of Swords, those doubts, fears, and anxieties. The Lovers, make the choice. 2 cards came out. 8 of Swords, the Justice. Make the choice, make the decision to not allow them to hold you back. Justice is Libra, Libra energy. And Libra, 3 weeks of it anyway, is in the month of September. So your advice here, Queen of Cups. This person is very prevalent in your readings. They came up in 3 different decks, even the advice deck. So there's something here about making the choice to not allow fears, doubts, and anxieties to delay your karmic path, because you're moving on to a new path. Queen of Cups, Five of Swords, and the Ten of Swords. Ace of Swords. See, I think this person helps to ease your mind of whatever conflict you had about ending or getting out of the comfort zone, if you will, and into the new comfort zone, or creating a new comfort zone for yourself. And if you don't have this person in your life, if you're watching this, you're like, Jen, I have no friends, I have no one, then this is someone new who comes on your path, and you seem to really value this person in August, and they appear to be very instrumental with your transition into the new comfort zone. Let's get you some oracle cards. 3 oracle cards here, please, for Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August. One more shuffle. Thank you. Leap, healing, deep connection, bottom of the deck, anchor in self. Leap. Leap forward, overcome obstacles along the way. That's what we see you doing. Then we have healing. Heal by confronting and addressing the past. I also think it's a very healing conversation you have with this individual. And there you go, deep connection. Find bonds of support and love in intimate relationships, family and friends. So again, you definitely have someone here in your corner. And if you don't, I believe that you're meeting them in August. But if I had to put a percentage on it, 90% of you already have this person in your life. And then you have anchor in self. Find your center within, remaining steadfast despite external storms. And that external storm might be some, putting the finishing touches, wrapping up some loose ends, and possibly even having to notify someone that you're departing. Let's close it out now with some kippers. Let's get 2 kipper cards, please, for each row. Okay, you had 3 come out. Thoughts came out on the side. Sudden wealth came out on the side. And then we have unexpected income. So you go from thinking about this, and that was that feeling I got, that push and pull, that tug of war within you. Should I, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I, shouldn't I? I think you've been doing this for a while now, probably for the better part of 2026. Should I, shouldn't I? Should I, shouldn't I? I don't know. Maybe it's the best thing that has ever happened to me. Maybe it's not. Sudden wealth is on the side. And then unexpectedly, I think because of this conversation, you decide to go for it. Let's get 2 cards here for the middle row. Courtship is on the side. And you have mature woman. So there is someone here, mature woman, mature man, man, take it how it resonates to you. But there is someone here that you are talking to. Why is courtship on the side? Okay, courtship is on the side because of main female and main male. So the message I get here is you are leaving someone behind. And it could be friends. It could be family members. It could be for some of you, you're leaving one lover for another. But the courtship card is on the side because you still need to fully sever the tie with the comfort zone, the current comfort zone, before you move on to the new path. And let's get 2 cards here for the bottom row. House is on the side. And false person is on the side. So remember what I was saying about that 7 of Swords. You don't want to make any mistakes here. And so I think you're being very careful with leaving the comfort zone, the house, and creating the new comfort zone. So I don't think that this is wrapped up for you in August, to be quite honest, but I do believe that it is wrapped up for you in September. At the bottom of the deck, we have lovers. Of course, it's a choice for you. It's always your choice, but I do believe that you're moving forward. Right behind lovers, we have official person, and that would be for me like the Emperor in this deck. So at the end of the day, you are making the decision to leave a comfort zone and to move towards a new comfort zone, if you will. So I like this for you a lot. You are definitely on the move in August. That is what I have for you. Aries, if you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to join us over on Patreon. Until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can't believe I just said that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, Take what fits and leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Also in the description box is information on how you can become a member over on Patreon to receive other exclusive and bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Taurus collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Taurus need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, Taurus, we have the Queen of Swords. In the top row, we have the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Eight of Cups. And we have Justice. Flanking the Queen of Swords is the Death card. And on the other side, we have the Queen of Cups. In the bottom row, we have the Page of Cups. We have the Seven of Pentacles. And we have the Three of Cups. At the bottom of the deck is a little sneak peek now into September. We have the Magician. We have Temperance. And we have King of Pentacles, you and your highest vibration, whether you are masculine or feminine. And that leaves the Hanged Man here at the bottom of the deck. All right, Taurus, let's clarify this. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through it as necessary in your reading today. This is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We're clarifying August 2026. We are clarifying Wheel of Fortune, Eight of Cups, Justice, Death, Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups, Page of Cups, Seven of Pentacles, and the Three of Cups for the Taurus collective. Get one more shuffle here for you, Taurus. Thank you. The Wheel of Fortune is clarified by the King of Pentacles. Again, you and your highest vibration, whether you're masculine or feminine. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Strength card. Justice is clarified by the Five of Pentacles. The Death card is clarified by the Five of Wands. The Queen of Swords is clarified by the Star. The Queen of Cups is clarified by the Six of Wands. The Page of Cups is clarified by the Knight of Wands. The Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Three of Wands. And the Three of Cups is clarified by the Lovers. Sneak peek now again into September. Queen of Swords, there we go again, to the King of Cups, to the Four of Swords. And that leaves the Page of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Well, Taurus, there's a situation, environment, or connection here in your life that in the month of August, and I don't think that this is anything new, you've sort of been going back and forth about whether or not you want to continue whatever this is. Again, this situation, it could be a living environment, it could be an association with a person, whether that's a friend, a family member, a lover. It could be an investment for some of you with the pentacles that we have here. Whatever it is for you, you've been going back and forth for a while about whether or not to continue it or move on from it. And it looks like in August, at least, you're choosing to continue it, although you are second-guessing that decision and revisiting it in September. So at the heart of your spread, we have the Queen of Swords to the Star card. It's like you're seeing this very clearly. There's a vision here that you have. And your vision for, again, whatever this is, because it's a general collective reading, this situation, environment, connection, you have a vision that this is part of your wish fulfillment, or that you would be very happy if this ended up working out for you. And so you're saying, I'm very laser focused in that Queen of Swords energy on my star, on my wish fulfillment. And whatever this is, it is part of my wish fulfillment. In the top row, you have the Wheel of Fortune to the King of Pentacles. Whatever situation, environment, or connection this is, with that Wheel of Fortune, King of Pentacles, Eight of Cups to Strength, and Justice to the Five of Pentacles. There's a feeling here of, I'm strongly leaning towards abandoning this or moving on from this. But for the time being, I'm going to hold myself back from doing that. I'm going to continue to move forward with this and that Wheel of Fortune energy, because Justice to the Five of Pentacles, I feel like I can turn this around. Or I feel like if I just stick with it a little bit longer, it may prove to be beneficial, or it may prove to have a positive outcome. And I see that because in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Pentacles is not in lack. The individual is actually coming out of this facility with a big old bag of coin, a pentacle on their shoulder. So there's a feeling here of Death to the Five of Wands. I was thinking of ending this, but then I'm not going to end this after all. Queen of Cups to the Six of Wands. It would please me emotionally if this worked out in my favor. So it's sort of like making a decision to continue sticking with something here, and then like crossing your fingers and toes and saying, I hope that I'm making the right decision. Page of Cups to the Knight of Wands. I'm going to move forward with this. And then Seven of Pentacles to the Three of Wands Time will tell if I'm making the right decision. And then we have the Three of Cups to the Lovers here. I feel like this is the choice here. Like, I'm not quite sure yet if I'm happy with the decision I made, but I'm going to have to roll with it and see what happens in the future. In September, you're sort of like wishing upon a star here, hoping that you made the right choice, although you're starting to feel that you didn't. So let's clarify this more for you. Let's clarify the Queen of Swords energy here. This is your energy, whether you're masculine or feminine. This is trying to see something very clearly. Clarify that Queen of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Swords is clarified by the Empress. That is your major arcana card now, whether you're masculine or feminine. The Empress, the Queen of Pentacles, that's you again, whether you're masculine or feminine. And the Ace of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, there's that Strength card. So whatever this is for you, you are choosing to continue investing in it. You're going to continue staying at the job, in the relationship, in the friendship, in the housing situation, in whatever investment you have going on here. The Star. Clarify the Star here. This is a feeling of, it would be in my best interest if I continue doing this. I'm not quite yet ready to give up on whatever or whomever this is. Clarify that Star, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Star is clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Seven of Swords, and the Death card. Bottom of the deck, we have Six of Pentacles. So that's that feeling that I was talking about. Like, I'm wounded and weary because it hasn't quite yet yielded the result that I wanted. And I'm really hoping I'm not making a mistake here, because in the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Swords is not what we typically know of the Seven of Swords. This is someone who's moving forward, but hoping that they're not making a mistake, hoping that they're not, you know, about to step into a trap. And I feel like that's what that Death card was, because whatever this is here for you, if you chose to move on from it, there would be no coming back. Like, once you get the ball in motion, once you list the house for sale, you know, once you tell your landlord you're out, once you get that new job or you give the current job your notice, once you file for divorce, maybe you're married here, King to the Queen of Pentacles to Justice. It's like, once I get the ball rolling, it's dead, done, and over with in the After Tarot deck. There is no coming back. It's just, it's now a transformative phase and we're moving on to the next cycle. And so the feeling here is, I'm not quite yet ready to do that. So I'm going to hang in here, and I really hope that I'm not making a mistake or squandering my time or my love or my money again on whatever or whomever this is. So I don't want to clarify the Wheel of Fortune to the King of Pentacles. I feel like that would be wasting your time. It's a redundant message. I am curious about the Eight of Cups to the Strength card, about what changed your mind here, or what moved you in the direction to continue investing in this, because I see you very close to withdrawing from it, and then the Strength card saying, hold on, let me give this a little bit more time. Eight of Cups. Why is the Eight of Cups here? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Lovers. There's that choice here that you have to make. The Six of Cups and the King of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Pentacles. So there's something here like, I'm not happy with this, right? Eight of Cups would be, I'm not emotionally happy with where this is going or where it's currently at. However, because there's nostalgia here, because I have a plan in place, because I've been here a long time, or I've been with this person a long time, or I've been in this community for a long time, there's an emotional attachment here. And the feeling is, although I'm not pleased with the results, I'm also not displeased enough to move on from it or to change anything here. So I kind of see you white knuckling, you know, like white knuckle gripping the steering wheel here and saying, this isn't easy, but I'm going to continue on this path again for now. Strength card. Clarify the Strength card. Because the Lion here and the Strength card wants to move forward, and the individual's holding it back. So there's a part of you who's like, I would really just like to be done with this. And there's another part saying, I think I'm going to stay here a little bit longer and just see if things turn around. I'm not quite yet ready to abandon this. Clarify that Strength card. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Strength is clarified by the Nine of Swords, the Sun card, and the Five of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Two of Pentacles. I have to be honest with you. I think you appreciate my Gemini, New Jersey honesty here. The feeling here seems to be, I have to make this a success. This has to be successful. Like, quitting is not an option. Walking away is not an option. Although I want to, I'm going to stop myself from doing that, because it's like quitters never win mentality. It's a little bit bordering on toxicity, because you're almost like manipulating yourself here. You're trying to convince yourself that staying in whatever this is best for you, because losing is not an option. What you're failing to realize is you're not winning. Like this is not a success. And it's almost like you don't want to admit it, that this job or this relationship or maybe the community you live in, again, I don't know what this is for you. You're not happy here at all. But you're sort of telling yourself, but if I hang in here long enough, then I will eventually be happy with it. Justice. Clarify justice, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Justice is clarified by the star. There you go. That's what you're hoping, wishing for. We have the Tower and we have the High Priestess. Bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles. So again, that realization here is I'm not quite yet ready to give up on this, because once I get the ball rolling here, Tower moment comes and everything's done and over with, right? The situation, the environment, the connection, it comes to an end, and I'm just not ready for it to end. Five of Pentacles. Clarify that Five of Pentacles. So you're writing this out in the month of August on a hope and a prayer that this ends up working out in your favor. One more shuffle. Thank you, because losing is not an option for you, or giving up is not an option. Five of Pentacles, clarified by the Four of Pentacles. You could let this go, because Four of Pentacles for me is like the Miser card. In the After Tower deck, it's met with Scorpionic energy here of the Grim Reaper. So you could release this, but you're choosing not to. Four of Pentacles, there we go with that Page of Cups. And the Four of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Two of Pentacles. We see that Two of Pentacles a lot here. You know damn well that you could release it, and intuitively, if you were to listen to your intuition is telling you to release it, to walk away from this, to find another job, to find another place to live. Again, I don't know exactly what it is for you. You know, to end this friendship, to move on from this romantic partner, but you're choosing not to. It's almost like you're choosing to stay in something that's very uncomfortable and emotionally displeasing to you. Or maybe like not even financially, like it's not even offering you the financial reward or incentive to stay, but yet it's like you're choosing to suffer. So I'm not going to clarify death to the Five of Wands. I feel like that would be a redundant message there, but I'm curious to see what this Queen of Cups to the Six of Wands here is for you. Clarify the Queen of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Cups is clarified by the Sun. It shows itself again. The Knight of Pentacles and Judgment. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords. So energetically here, what you're saying is, if I stay in this, even if it does not produce a successful outcome, I can still consider myself a success because I'm enduring it and I'm suffering through it. So I would rather stay in this and be miserable or be in financial lack than admit to myself it's time to move on. So you're finding victory in making yourself suffer, which is very distorted. I have to be honest with you. I love you, Taurus. The Six of Wands is clarified by the King of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles, and Temperance. Bottom of the deck, the Eight of Pentacles. It's almost like you're saying, I have to continue investing in this. I have too much invested. I can't just find another job. I can't just move on from this friendship or this romantic partnership. I have to make it work. But you're not making it work. You're not making it work because you're at the heart of you, you're completely unsatisfied. And your intuition is like, Taurus, it's time to move on. It's time to sell that investment property. You know, it's time to end this friendship. It's time to walk away from this partnership. It's time maybe to stop overspending on something. You're refusing to hear the call. Yeah, you're refusing the call in the month of August. So Page of Cups and Knight of Wands, again, I feel like that just goes back to this. But Seven of Pentacles to the Three of Wands, you're saying, in time, I hope I'm making the right decision, but your intuition is already telling you you're making the wrong decision. Seven of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles clarified by Five of Wands, King of Wands, and the Fool. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Swords. Who's this? Let me clarify this a little bit more for you, Taurus. Clarify the Three of Wands. That is not your energy there in the King of Wands energy. Clarify the Three of Wands here for Taurus, please, for August. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands is clarified by Knight of Cups, Knight of Swords, and Judgment. Bottom of the deck, Two of Cups. There's that Justice. And the Six of Pentacles. Taurus, I want you to see something here in the Six of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck. The person's walking away. Are you aware, maybe you're not, that who's ever on the end of this is not as committed to this as you are? The boss, the friend, the landlord, the romantic partner, the spouse. I don't know who's on the other end here. But let's put this in the context of work. You're saying, I'm not happy with my job environment. I know I could move on and find another job, but I've been here too long and I'm too comfortable here. I know everyone here. I know the procedure. I know the process. So I'm not going to look for another job. My intuition is telling me to find another source of income, but I'm not going to do that because I feel like if I just stick it out a little bit longer, eventually things will turn around. And I don't want to look like a quitter, like that I'm quitting a job that I don't like. So I'm going to continue going to a job, which is causing me a lot of stress. And I sort of have to gaslight myself to go into every day. But I'm going to continue doing that because there's victory in that. It's a very distorted way of looking at it, but I'm telling you the energy that's here. But your boss here is not as committed to you as you are to them. If this is a friend or a family member or a lover, this is not shared commitment. Whoever's on the other end here, while you're waiting to see if things turn around, this individual is waiting to move in another direction. Five of Wands. There's a mismatch here. There's a misalignment here. To the King of Wands, to the Fool card. This person's waiting to move forward, move on. It's a judgment call that they made. They just haven't said anything to you yet. In the After Tarot deck, the Knight of Cups is drinking the cup. So they haven't quite yet said anything to you. They haven't, told you that they're, eliminating your position or not renewing your lease or that they're distancing themselves from you if this is a friend or a family member or a lover. This person has not communicated this yet to you. So in essence, you're choosing to remain loyal to a situation, environment, or connection that is not remaining loyal to you. Three of Cups. Tell me why the Three of Cups is here. They fell face down, so we're not going to take them. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Three of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Wands, the Four of Wands, and there's that darn Two of Pentacles again. The Seven of Wands is blocking the Three of Cups, which is happiness. You're saying, even if I'm not happy, I have to continue to stay here because it's part of my structure or my stability. And I'm just going to make the best of it in that Two of Pentacles. But you're clearly telling me here, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. It's not yielding the result that I want. But if I walk away, then I look like a failure. I don't want to look like a failure, so I'm going to have to suffer in silence. But you have an option. You have an option to move on. You're just choosing not to. You're choosing to stay in a comfort zone. Clarify that, Lovers. One more shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. Lovers, clarified by the Eight of Wands, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Hierophant. You're being extraordinarily stubborn here, Taurus. And you're choosing to suffer. It's almost like I have to be the martyr here or something like that. I don't know who or what this is to you, but you're willing to stay in there and to continue moving forward. And who's ever on the other end of this is already strategizing an exit. So you're not aligned with whoever this other, group or energy or entity, whoever this is here. Now in September, I see you second guessing this. And I say that because when we looked at that Eight of Cups, it was clarified by the Lovers, the Six of Cups, and the King of Cups. And you're saying, I have to stay here because of whomever, whatever this is. I love this person, or I love this job, or I like this job. I think it's more nostalgia. I think you're mistaking nostalgia for what's presently occurring. But I digress on that. But that King of Cups in the After Tarot deck is pouring out the cup. So again, I feel like you're sacrificing yourself for someone here who would easily replace you at work or end the friendship with you or something like that. So you seem to be recontemplating here your decision in July, or I'm sorry, your decision in August. You're recontemplating it in September. Like, maybe I didn't make the best decision. Clarify Magician, Temperance, and the King of Pentacles. Because Temperance was tied to this. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Three of Swords, and the Two of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Cups. You're sort of back to the drawing board here in September, because you've given whatever this is another month and there have been no improvements. And you're quite disappointed. You feel like whatever it is that you're manifesting here is not happening for you. Clarify the Queen of Swords. That's how you started off here. King of Cups and the Four of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is clarified by the Hanged Man, the Ten of Cups, and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Wands. And there's that King of Wands energy here. I think you're starting to see this from, I think this is a perspective shift for you in September, Taurus. I think what you're realizing is nothing is changing here despite your best efforts and despite your relentless ability to suffer for whomever, whatever this is. What you're starting to realize is the reason why nothing is improving is because the other person isn't happy. They're either not happy at the job, at the company, with your work, with you in that position, with you as a friend. You're starting to realize that the reason why and this will happen in September, the reason why your manifestation here is not working is because it's not meant to work. Because you can't manifest someone else to do what you want them to do. Individuals have the divine gift of free will, and you're trying to energetically bend someone's free will by hoping and praying that they become what you need them to be. Like, just because you're willing to suffer for them, they're supposed to want to make things work with you or keep you at the job, and that would distort their ability to have free will. And so it's almost like you're coming to the slow conclusion in September. Nothing is changing here because whoever this King of Wands is, they're not changing. And they're not changing because they don't want this to work, or they're not as invested in this as you are. You're realizing that their happiness is somewhere else. I don't want to leave you on that cliffhanger, Taurus. I feel like I have to get 3 cards on this King of Wands. Clarify the King of Wands further here in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Like, if the boss, if you're sacrificing here for a company, let's say, if the boss truly valued you, they would take it upon themselves to show you that they value you. So your realization here is, I can hope and pray and sacrifice all I want for this company, but they're not treating me better because they're choosing not to treat me better, or they're choosing not to acknowledge, you know, the time and talent and experience that I bring to the job. And same thing if it's a, like I said, friend, family member, lover, or any other type of situation. You're realizing you could hope and pray all you want and sacrifice all you want, but that person has free will and they're choosing not to meet you halfway here. Ace of Wands, and that's the truth. If you've seen my readings before, I assume you have. Whenever I say something and it's directly or immediately followed by an ace, that tells me that I conveyed that message properly to you. So you have the Ace of Wands, you have the Four of Swords again, and you have the Page of Wands, bottom of the deck, the Eight of Swords. So there's a lot of contemplation over this individual, again, whoever they are, friend, family member, lover, boss, etc. And you're realizing during this contemplation state that if they wanted this to change, they could have, as the Emperor, whether they're masculine or feminine. Like, they have it within their ability to meet you halfway or to treat you better, and they're specifically choosing not to. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We're still clarifying that King of Wands, High Priestess, and that's what your intuition has been trying to tell you all along. Tower and the Fool. Bottom of the deck, the Six of Pentacles. Your realization in September is, I can stay here or whatever, you know, situation, environment, or connection for the next 10 years and nothing's going to change. Despite my best effort to sacrifice, to continue to give, to show up in best form, to keep hoping and praying and manifesting, because who's ever on the other end of this, they're not as invested in this as you are. In fact, they're strategizing to move on. And your intuition has been telling you this for a long time. The reason why you're being breadcrumbed or not being treated fairly or accurately is because whoever this is, they're not as invested in you as you are in them. Things could certainly change here if they were, but you're realizing nothing's going to change here because they're not. Tough read here for you, Taurus. Remember, this is just an energetic snapshot. You can certainly change all of this by making the decision to move on from it. You don't have to endure another 30 or 60 days of heartache or sadness with whatever this is. You can choose to then look for a new job, or, you know what I mean, whatever this is here for you. But if you don't do anything, this is basically how the month will play out for you in regards to this one thing. Let's get you 3 cards of advice, and we'll close it off with some oracle cards and some kippers. 3 cards of advice here, please, for Taurus. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice. The Devil, the Knight of Swords, and the 4 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the 2 of Cups. At some point, you have to ask yourself, Taurus, why are you addicted to whomever or whatever this is? It's either like you, there's either a toxic codependency here. So it could be some type of like, again, like a toxic addiction. Is there self-deception here at play? Are you obsessed with success in an unsuccessful situation, environment, or connection? But is your ego too much at play here where you're refusing to see that this is a lose-lose situation? You have to ask yourself why you're continuing to endure this. Because if this was structured and this was stable and this was meant to be, why are you being treated this way? Or why do you feel this way over it? If this was meant to be a success, it would have been a success by now. And I think that's what your intuition has been trying to tell you. Let's get you 3 oracle cards. 3 oracle cards. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have step-by-step, healing, and potential. Bottom of deck, innovation. Step-by-step. Follow the natural pace and gradually achieve your goals. I think you have to ask yourself, although you're continuing to endure this, how much closer are you to the goal? Because the goal here seems to be satisfaction, success, right? Happiness, victory, everything we see in that 6 of Wands card. But you're nowhere near that. So how long are you willing to endure this path? Healing. Heal by confronting and addressing a past wound. I think there is a past wound here. And it could go back to childhood, your adolescence, I don't know. But there's definitely a wound here of, I have to endure this, even if it breaks me financially, even if it depletes me energetically, even if it breaks my heart. There's something here of like, I don't know, it's an unhealthy coping mechanism or an unhealthy way of viewing this, like I have to win or something like that. And not that winning should be easy, but winning doesn't mean sacrificing yourself at the altar either. I have a very sad Taurus collective here. And I don't think you're sad with everything in your life, don't get me wrong, but with this one situation, environment, or connection, you're not emotionally fulfilled at all. And I think there is some type of toxic codependency here at play, or a refusal to just, it's like you're afraid to say this didn't work out. Like you think like that would be, I don't know, like something you should be ashamed of. Like, oh, I can't give up this investment property before it's done because it would look poorly on me. People would see me as a failure. I can't walk away from a marriage. People would see me as a failure. But, you know, I can't, whatever this is, I can't blank because people might see me negatively. So you're enduring all of this hardship for other people's opinions. It's just opinions. I actually think you would be very bold, and if you were to be bold and brave and move on from this, I think you would be respected. People would be like, wow, Taurus, step by step, didn't endure hardship. They pivoted and went in another direction towards real, true success. You have a distorted view here, my love, that enduring this is somehow valiant, and I don't believe it is. Potential. Unleash your inner potential and transcend self-limiting limitations and beliefs. I think you have a real opportunity here in August to pivot and move in a new direction and plant a new seed, but it's going to require you to leave a comfort zone that for whatever reason you feel like moving on from this, it would make other people look like you're a failure or something like that, and I don't think that's the case at all. At the bottom of the deck, you have innovation. Boldly experiment and be open. Be open to new possibilities. We are in the age of Aquarius. Be open to new possibilities. You don't have to continue doing this or doing this way. Let's close it out now with some Kipper cards. 2 cards here for the top row, please, for Taurus. Thank you. You have marriage and you have adjudication. It could be a marriage for some of you. It doesn't have to be. But there is a soulmate connection here. Okay, again, it could be professional, platonic, or romantic. There is a soulmate connection here. And you feel like contractually obligated. Like, I have to continue enduring this because of blank. And I feel like this is a karmic lesson for you. I think that's what, I think you are married or tied. And I don't mean married like, you know, married. I think you're married or tied to this karmic lesson, and you're refusing to see the lesson. I think you're refusing to hear the call or to take the call. Let's get 2 cards here for the middle row. We have poverty, which is 5 of Pentacles. And on the side, we have high honor. So again, we have that 5 of Pentacles energy where it's like, you know that you're not being treated well, or there's not a return on investment, or you're an emotional lack. But that high honor is on the side. It's almost like there's a self-value wound here. Like, you don't think that you deserve better, or you think this is just the way it has to be. We have great fortune. I'm going to leave this here, but can I get 2 cards, please, for the bottom row? I think you think there's great fortune here. We have thief, which is the 7 of Swords card. And on the side, we have wealthy man. Bottom of the deck, we have occupation. For some of you, it could be your job, or just someone that you are working with, that you collaborate with. Think of like kind of 3 of Pentacles type of energy. But there's a feeling here, you know this isn't working out. But at this point, not only is the situation, environment, or connection 7 of sorting you, you're also seven of sorting yourself. Because you're continuing to manipulate yourself and convince yourself that you have to continue enduring this. Because if you stay in this and suffer, it's great. Very like martyr, it's martyr syndrome here. And to do right by you and to walk away would actually be foolish. Or you would look like a failure. It would not be great. That's what I have for you, Taurus. This was a tough read. If it's not your message, don't take it. Just check another placement. If it is your message, please give this a little bit more thought and give yourself the chance to be truly happy. Because with whatever or whomever this is, you're not truly happy at this time. And considering that you're ruled by Venus, that beautiful Venusian energy deserves to receive back what it gives. And this is sadly a situation, environment, or connection that is not reciprocal in nature. At least not the way you deserve it to be. That's what I have for you, Taurus, for August 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check us out on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can't believe I'm saying that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading. So as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't. Because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. You can take the parts of those readings that you either know currently align with what you're going through, or you just intuitively feel like that's your message. Take the parts from those Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placement readings, and then you can craft your own unique message. And if you don't know what those placements are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Also, in the pinned comment below is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Gemini collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I just saw the 4 Pentacles. What does Gemini need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, you have the 6 of Wands. In the top row, you have Temperance. You have the Devil. And you have the 5 of Wands. Flanking the 6 of Wands is the 6 of Swords, as well as the Star card. In the bottom row, you have the 8 of Cups, you have the 7 of Wands, and you have the 10 of Wands. Let's take a sneak peek now into September. We have the Queen of Swords, that's you whether you're masculine or feminine, King of Swords, and the Ace of Wands to the lovers, Gemini. Okay? We'll clarify that more for you. You could be coming together with a fire sign, another Gemini, or an air sign. in September, but let's focus on August right now. I'm using the After Tarot deck to clarify. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through that as necessary in your reading today. My nose is itching. Typically when that happens in the in readings, it means like, I don't know, I usually feel like very connected to the collective. I know that might sound odd to some of you, so I think this message will resonate with a lot of you. So let's see where we go with this for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For August 2026, we are clarifying Temperance, the Devil, Five of Wands, Six of Swords, Six of Wands, the Star, Eight of Cups, Seven of Wands, and the Ten of Wands for the Gemini collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Temperance is being clarified by the Tower. The Devil is being clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. The Five of Wands is clarified by the Star. The Six of Swords is clarified by the Fool. The Six of Wands is clarified by the Two of Swords. The Star is clarified by the Four of Wands. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Six of Swords. The Seven of Wands is clarified by the Nine of Swords. And the Ten of Wands is clarified by the Three of Wands. Sneak peek now again into September. King of Wands, Five of Cups, and the King of Swords. And that leaves the Page of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Really interesting reading here. You have the ability to overcome a shadow side. I'm going to clarify that more for you. There's a shadow aspect here within the Gemini collective. It's different for each of you, but it looks like you're overcoming it. So your overall energy here, there's something here that you want to do in August 2026. You have been undecided about whether or not you want to move forward with blank. Blank's going to be different for each of you. Situation, environment, connection, relocation, learning something, launching a business, you name it. And then suddenly, in the month of August, your decision is clear. And I say that because in the After Tarot deck, the decision has been made. And you're feeling really good. There's a feeling here of vindication, success. You're feeling like, I don't know, there's like this feeling of like vitality increasing. There's happiness. There's a surge. Okay, there's a surge of energy here in the Gemini collective. Like once you make this decision regarding something here, and if you're watching this and you're like, I don't have any big life decisions, this most likely is not your reading. This seems to be a pretty significant decision. I think it's been plaguing you for a while, and it looks like you're crystal clear on that decision. And with that comes this wave of, I feel really good now that I've made the decision and I know the direction that I'm moving in. So Temperance to the Tower. There's something here that you've been wanting to do, and you've been very slow at it. Temperance is fire energy. If you're a Gemini sun, that is Sagittarius, it's your opposite sign. There's something here, again, you've been mulling it over, wanting to do, and then all of a sudden, boom, the Tower, it like, I don't know, there's a surge, there's like a launch here. Five of Wands to the Star. Whatever was this internal conflict for you, it looks like you're overcoming it. I think it has something to do with the shadow side. Six of Swords to the Fool, you're moving forward. Star to the Four of Wands, there's a feeling here of contentment. House and home, you could be contemplating relocation or physically relocating in the month of August. If not, you are sprucing up your home. You could be just cleaning it up and rearranging furniture or throwing stuff out or redecorating. There could even be discussions here about expansion. But you are moving on from being in a state of indecision or feeling emotional lack. You seem to be heading into the month of August sort of on pause with something here in your life, and then everything starts to speed up very quickly. So let's begin to clarify. And if you're in a romantic partnership, things already look great in September. If you're not, it looks like there's someone new here that you're at least talking to, and you are highly physically attracted to this person as well. Let's clarify that Six of Wands. What's making Gemini feel this way? Clarify the Six of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands is clarified by Knight of Wands. Four of Wands has something to do with house, home, structure, and stability. And then we have the Page of Pentacles. So there's something here with structure and stability. Your house, relocation. Again, could be decorating, spending money on this is about spending money. There's something here you've been wanting to spend money on or just invest in. Okay, invest time in. And suddenly now you've made your decision that you're going to move forward with this. Clarify that Two of Swords. Tell me more about the decision. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Two of Swords is clarified. There you go. Temperance. The Seven of Swords and the Death card. Bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. I think you have been procrastinating something here. Procrastinating, or you've been in indecision about something, about whether or not to invest pentacle resources, time, love, money, talent, commitment, energy into something. And all of a sudden, you decide to, I've made my decision and I'm firm on this. You've made your decision. What is this decision? I'm so curious now as a Gemini sun sign. Temperance. Tell me about temperance. Something here you've been sitting on. Mulling it over, I heard. Mulling it over. One more shuffle. Thank you. Temperance. Clarified by that. There's that Seven of Swords again. Ace of Swords. And the Knight of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the World card. I think what you're realizing is that there's something here that you've been wanting to do. And I think what you're realizing is I've been sabotaging myself by not making a decision, or I have been sabotaging myself by not moving forward. Tower. Clarify the Tower. I think what you're realizing here is I think you're identifying a shadow aspect within yourself that has been a block or a challenge or an obstacle to you making a fairly significant decision here in your life. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Tower is clarified by Justice. That's exactly what's happening here. Ten of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords. Gemini, I think you're discovering a shadow aspect here of yourself. You're realizing where you have been sabotaging yourself, and it has something to do with a decision here or procrastination. And again, that could be on anything. Maybe you've been wanting to learn something you put on the back burner. You've been contemplating fixing up the house or the apartment, but you put it on the back burner. You know, you want to launch a business, you put it on the back burner. There's something here like, I'm always putting it on the back burner because I'm not sure if I should move forward with it. And even if you're single, it's like, oh, I want to get out there and meet someone, but you don't really put yourself out there. You kind of, but you don't. You know what I mean? There's something like that here happening. And I think it's dawning on you that the only person who's been getting in your way of, one, making a decision, and then two, moving forward is you. So the Devil, tell me more about the shadow. Tell me more about the shadow here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by the Two of Pentacles. Indecision, procrastination, the World card, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups. I think you're identifying a shadow aspect here within yourself that has kept you stuck, either emotionally, financially, or in regards to like structure, house, and home. Nine of Pentacles. I feel like you're claiming your power back from the shadow side of you. Clarify that Nine of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Wheel of Fortune. Going to do things differently this time. Seven of Wands and the Devil. This is big. Ace of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. So I want to rewind this a bit because I want to show you all of these cards. Six of Wands. It's like, okay, they're telling me to go back one more level, okay? There's a decision here that you've been needing to make and you've been procrastinating on it. I don't know why. It's different for all of you. But you've been procrastinating on making the decision, or if you made the decision, you haven't done anything about it. And then you decide, I've been sitting on this too long in Temperance. I have this burning fire desire to do blank, and I haven't been doing blank. And I realize that if I'm unhappy with a certain aspect of my life, I have no one to blame here but myself. I have been sabotaging myself because I've been sitting in indecision. Or again, I made the decision, but I'm sitting in procrastination station. And suddenly, once you realize that, you start feeling really good. Six of Wands, and you start moving towards whatever this is. The Knight of Wands, the Four of Wands, and the Page of Pentacles. It's like, I'm going to get real now. I'm going to get serious with blank. Again, I hate to use the term blank, but I hope that's resonating for someone watching. And then that Temperance, whatever it is here you've been sitting on, again, that realization that the Knight of Cups, the Ace of Swords, and the Seven of Swords, you're realizing where you've been sabotaging yourself. You're identifying a shadow aspect of yourself that's been holding you back. The Tower sort of blows it apart. Justice to the Ten of Pentacles to the Eight of Cups. Whatever it was, because in the Eight of Cups in the After Tower deck, the person's returning. So again, it's something here that you wanted to do. Like I said, you put on the back burner. You're now going back to it. You're like, now I can move forward with it. The devil, the shadow side here of you, is being clarified by the Two of Pentacles. You're realizing, oh my God, it's been me this whole time. The World card, I have to put an end to that. And you're healing, again, a wound within yourself that has kept you stuck and stagnant. The Nine of Pentacles, you're deciding, Wheel of Fortune, I'm moving forward. I'm claiming my autonomy or my independence from the shadow side of me. Seven of Wands, it's almost like you're fighting back on yourself here. You're fighting back on yourself here, and you're detaching yourself from a toxic habit or trait that you've had, because in the After Tower deck, the people are free. They're not shackled to one another, not shackled to the podium, not shackled to the podium that the devil presides over. And so you're releasing yourself or healing yourself from a shadow aspect within yourself that has kept you stuck. Five of Wands. Tell me about that Five of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Wands is clarified by Eight of Pentacles, the Empress, and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, the Hangman. You can take this a multitude of ways. You could currently be in a connection, and you're realizing where you have been sabotaging the connection. Now, I'm not saying you're 100% wrong for what's been going on here, but there is something here that you are realizing your part in sabotaging a connection in your life if this is with a romantic partner. If this is not with a romantic partner, you could be recognizing on how you have in the past or maybe currently sabotaging a relationship with your parents. Parents, grandparents, elders, something of that nature. If that's not it for some of you and you're single and you want to meet your counterpart, you're realizing that although you claim to put yourself out there or you've been manifesting for a person, you really haven't been putting your best effort into meeting that person. So you're healing a wound here within yourself. And if it's none of those things, you are extraordinarily well balanced between your masculine and feminine energy as a result of you finally conquering this shadow aspect of yourself. So again, either healing a connection or healing a wound here within yourself, or healing a wound within yourself that has prevented you from finding the type of connection that you want. This is big stuff here. The Star. Tell me about the Star. That is Aquarian energy. So maybe for some of you, the ball here actually started rolling with the full moon in Aquarius on July 29th. Where you're starting to realize your part in something. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Star is clarified by the Six of Cups. Ace of Swords shows itself again. And the Queen of Wands. Yeah, because you've been assessing here. If you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, welcome. Please click subscribe. For me, queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. And this is you looking at something here in your life and saying, that hasn't happened yet, or this isn't where it's supposed to be, because I played an intricate role in things falling apart or things not progressing or whatever procrastination here has been occurring. So once you figure out your role in it and you're able to see it and heal it, things start to speed up in your life very quickly. Ace of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. So where are you off to, Gemini? Clarify that Six of Swords here for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Swords, there's that tower. That's that same tower that's here. The Eight of Swords and the King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Seven of Cups. So now you're ready to take action. Remember, Queens process, Kings take action. And it's not masculine or feminine or hierarchical. It's just how I see a suit of cards. So now you realize where you have been holding yourself back, and you move forward. Some of you are launching a business that you've sat on for a long time. Others of you are expanding a business you've sat on for a long time. Some of you are healing a wound with a particular connection in your life with your parents or your grandparents or a person like maybe your significant other. And if not, you're healing a wound within yourself that has prevented you from meeting your significant other. The Fool. Tell me about the new beginning. This is big. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Fool is clarified by the King of Pentacles, Queen of Swords again, and the Queen of Pentacles. What an interesting spread right here. So you're moving forward very boldly and very confidently, now investing in something that you previously wanted, but you really didn't put your all into it. And now you're deciding to put your all into it. Clarify the Star. I feel like as a result of this, you feel more in control of your life. It's like, I finally see where I've been sabotaging myself. One more shuffle. Thank you. The star is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Queen of Wands, and the Two of Wands to the Strength card. You, Chariot here, you realize where you've been sabotaging yourself from moving forward. Four of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Wands is clarified by the Knight of Wands, the Knight of Swords. I told you things are going to move fast. Ace of Pentacles. This is the launch of the business, the expansion of the business, the new job, the relationship that you're currently in, maybe strengthening and becoming more solidified, or like deepening the connection in some way, or making some long-term plans with this individual, maybe to move in together, maybe to relocate, maybe to get married. This is you meeting a new person. This is screaming new. This is realizing, if, pardon my French, where you've been fucking up, where we have been fucking up, holding ourselves back from something, and now full throttle going towards it, and like, boom, it appears. Eight of Cups, getting out of that. Now Six of Swords, moving forward. I'm not going to clarify that. I feel like it's redundant. The Seven of Wands to the Nine of Swords. Remember I said where you're like, you're pushing back on yourself? That's exactly what you're doing. Doubts, fears, anxieties, the lower octave of the devil, the shadow side of you, totally pushing back on that. The Ten of Wands. Suddenly now you go from Ten of Wands, this burden, something here you've been carrying, and suddenly Three of Wands, you're moving forward. Clarify that Seven of Wands. So I want to say you're getting out of procrastination station. You're realizing a shadow side within you that has prevented you from moving forward on something. And now you wholeheartedly move forward. And man, does it come in fast. One more shuffle. Thank you. And you're sort of Two Swords there. Oh, that was that indecision. Okay. The Six of Pentacles. And we go right back to the Nine of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups. This is screaming new here, or renewed. Like if you're currently in a connection, like I said, a romantic partnership, you're realizing your role in some toxic pattern or trait that has been occurring within the connection. And you're pushing back on yourself saying, I don't want to be that person anymore, or I don't want to show up that way anymore. And if you're looking for someone new, this is someone new now. Because now you're realizing where you've been holding yourself back from meeting someone new. And like I said, if this is work, you're deciding you're moving forward. It looks like you're finding another job, or another financial opportunity. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Page of Swords, the Ten of Wands that you dropped, and the Page of Cups. I told you, you got new. So you claim this how you want. You are, by the end of the month, you are talking to someone here about a new financial prospect, relocation, your relationship deepening, the next steps, launching the business, expanding the business. You're definitely talking here to someone else, a new romantic partner. Clarify this Ten of Wands to the Three of Wands, because now you're moving forward with it. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Death card, go right back. The High Priestess and the Ace of Cups. Gemini. Three of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. What are you moving towards? Six of Pentacles, Page of Wands, and the Page. I'm telling you, you're talking to someone here. You are talking to someone here. I almost want to say that the old you is dead. And please, I'm not saying you're going to die. Okay, I'm a Gemini sun. That's not what's in this reading. The part of you that was sabotaging your ability to move forward here with something is done. September looks quite interesting. Queen of Swords, King of Swords. Again, whatever is coming together here, you're now actively communicating with this person. And again, maybe this is you and a business partner, you and the new boss. You're talking about some new creative project or job or hobby. You're launching your business. This is you and your person. They don't have to be an air sign, but this is active communication. And it's either around a creative endeavor that you've been stalling on, or something here to do with romance. But it's exciting. Clarify this further for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. September. There's that King of Pentacles. There's the Chariot and the Fool. You're going to continue to move forward with this person. You claim that, you claim them how you want, professional, platonic, or romantic. But once you get out of your own way, sky's the limit here, Gemini. So you claim this how you want. Clarify this further. The King of Wands, the King of Swords, and that Five of Cups in the After Tarot deck. The Five of Cups, you're moving towards a new. Again, either a renewed connection, because now you're different, so you're showing up different, or it's an actual new connection. But I have two people here in King energy. You could be a feminine. You could be a feminine into feminine. I don't read body parts if you've seen me before. But this is two people deciding to move forward with one another. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Cups. Told you. Five of Swords, not fighting. There's that Ace of Wands again. Bottom of the deck, Three of Swords. It's like you have healed. In the After Tarot deck, the wound is healed. And because you've healed this wound, you're able to move forward with this individual. And in the After Tarot deck, we're not fighting. In the Five of Swords, it's not like a winner take all, or it's a very nice energy. It's a very healed energy because you're realizing an aspect of yourself that was holding you back. And again, either in career and finance, love and romance, or having to do with house and home. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. You're definitely, there's no doubt about it, you're on the new path here. And you have someone in your life that you're moving forward with. Like I said, professional, platonic, or romantic. And it's exciting. By the time you get to September, this is like absolute excitement here. I'm going to throw this out there for one of you watching, literally one of you. If you and your person have been talking about, and when I say your person, I don't know who this person, maybe they're a romantic partner, maybe they're your kid, maybe they're your parent, I don't know. But if you've been talking to another individual about launching your own business, it looks like you realize where maybe you were doing something here that was like delaying the business from being launched. And once you realize that it's been you, maybe you've been too focused on like the tiny details, or you're getting lost in stuff, or maybe you haven't been that well organized, or you've been procrastinating on getting some things done. If you and another person are launching a business, you're launching it in August, and you're very pleased with the results by the time you get to September. Again, that's probably for only one of you watching. But there's a launch here. One more shuffle. Thank you. After a long period of like stagnation. Your advice, Five of Pentacles. Get out of that lack mentality, procrastination station, Two of Wands. And at the bottom of, we have the Moon, and at the bottom of the deck, we have the Emperor. I think you are uncovering something here in your life that has kept you in this state of the Five of Pentacles. And now you'll be able to move forward from a place of authority. Yep, that's the truth. Ace of Swords, Nine of Wands. This is the wounded warrior. Chiron is now in Taurus. You may want to look at your birth chart and see where Taurus is, because that might give you an idea of the wound, what the wound is connected to. Like, is this a wound when it comes to your self-identity, or is this a wound that comes to relationships, right? If like Taurus is like your 7th house, or so you can go to the timelinetarot.com, click on toolbox. The first thing that comes up says like, what are your big 3 or something like that. Click on that. It's free. Halfway down the page is the birth chart. I would do your birth chart. Use the true node instead of the other one. I always use true. And I would see what house, I would see where Chiron is in your chart. Yeah, instead of looking where Taurus is, I would look to see where's Chiron in your chart. And that's going to give you an idea here of the wound that you're healing. But man, once you heal it, you're off like a rocket. So your advice here is to do the hard work, which looks like it's taking place like within maybe the first week of the month. And it might feel a little uncomfortable when you uncover this secret, if you will, right? This part of yourself where you're like, oh, that's what I've been doing. So be gentle with yourself in that process. But yeah, after the 10th of the month, I think things will take off for you quite quickly. Let's get you 3 oracle cards, and then we'll close it out with some kippers. 3 oracle cards here, please, for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. Some of you are healing a father wound. Some of you are healing a big, big father wound. Whether your father's in your life or alive or not. You're healing a wound that you had to father or to mother. Okay, it's a parental wound. And you might realize where that has held you back in finances or in confidence to launch your own business, you know, or in romantic partnerships. You're definitely seeing it and you're healing it. Inspiration, I love that. It's Aquarian energy. Vision and heritage. I'm telling you, you're healing some kind of parental wound here. Inspiration. Gain insight and wisdom from your life. This is like, the light bulb is kind of like the lantern and the hermit. It's like, oh, now I get it. Vision. Look to the future with foresight and make wise choices. That's what you're doing. You're literally, this is like Three of Wands. You're literally off running once you figure this out. And then heritage. Cherish the wisdom and experiences of the past and pass them to the future. This is like the third Ace of Wands here on the table for you. It's like now you can move forward. Circle of care at the bottom of the deck. Grow with the support of love and compassion, connecting to the strength of others. I'm telling you, you're strengthening a bond, healing a relationship, or healing a connection, or healing a wound within yourself that has maybe somehow negatively impacted connections in your life. But this is big. If you're looking for love, this is the month. But I don't think you find the person, the one, until you heal that wound. And most of you are doing it. Let's close it out now with some kippers. 2 cards here for the top row. We have mature woman. And we have pathway. You're on a new path, whether you're masculine or feminine. And again, there's a maturity here. There's something here where, please don't take this the wrong way. There's something here where you thought you were mature, regardless of how old you are. And I think what you're realizing was there was a childhood wound here that was impacting you some way. Lack mentality, something like that. Your confidence. And you're healing it. And now because you heal it, you're on the new path. 2 cards here for that center. Change. And poverty. You can't make it up. You are literally, whatever this lack mindset is, or again, that procrastination station, or feeling helpless, or feeling like you always have bad luck, there's a change in attitude. Wealthy man here at the bottom of the deck. There's a change in attitude. 2 cards here for the bottom row. High honor and mature man. And look, now you've got a match. So I'm telling you, you're either healing a connection with a person in your life, regardless of who they are. If you're looking for love, this is a match here. And whatever this connection is for you that you're healing, and again, it could be business related. Like I could be speaking to a Gemini where you've been at a job, you've been putting your all in, but they don't pay you fairly. And suddenly you realize, oh my God, I keep sitting here at this job and I keep blaming these people for not seeing my value or worth. And why aren't they paying me more? But it's me. I could have left here at any time and found another job. I've been keeping myself stuck. Because why? Because I thought I didn't deserve more. Oh, why is that? Oh, because once upon a time my mother said blank or my father said blank or someone said blank to me and it's stuck. And this whole time I've been judging my self-worth and my self-value based on that. And that's prevented me from getting a better job. So I'm telling you, you're discovering the wound here within yourself and how it has impacted professional, platonic, and romantic connections in your life. And you're deciding to move forward. Your connections are strengthening as a result. And new connections that are coming online are now on the right vibration. Sun and wealth, jackpot. You figured it out, Gemini. You figured out what's been holding you back. And there's something here with, like I said, that lack mindset or something like that, or some type of wound. And for some of you, it goes back to childhood or with a parental figure. Can I get 2 cards for whatever spiciness or creativity is occurring here? We have main female for September. And we have distant horizons. Bottom of the deck, you have wealthy male. I'm telling you, there's a partnership here. Professional, platonic, or romantic. Claim it how you want. But it would not have been possible to strengthen, deepen, come together, or connect with this new person had you not healed that wound. And it looks like that's exactly what you're doing. Procrastination station doesn't exist anymore. You know your value and worth.
You've healed a wound and you're moving forward. And you're looking really fucking good while doing it. That's what I have for you, Gemini, for August 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to join us over on Patreon if you want to do that as well. Until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can't believe I'm saying that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And also in the pinned comment section, you'll find a link on where you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Cancer collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Cancer need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for the month of August? Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have Judgment. In the top row, we have the Nine of Pentacles, we have the Seven of Pentacles, and we have the Seven of Swords. Flanking the Judgment card is the Page of Wands and the King of Pentacles. And in the bottom row, we have the Queen of Pentacles, we have the Ace of Wands, and we have the High Priestess. Sneak peek now into September. Five of Pentacles, Queen of Cups, Ace of Swords, and that leaves the Tower here at the bottom of the deck. Let's clarify these cards for you. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026. We are clarifying Nine of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, Page of Wands, Judgment, King of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles, Ace of Wands, and the High Priestess. Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Thank you. The Nine of Pentacles is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Devil. The Seven of Swords is clarified by the Eight of Wands. The Page of Wands is clarified by the Four of Pentacles. Judgment is clarified by the Ten of Wands. The King of Pentacles is clarified by the Seven of Wands. The Queen of Pentacles is clarified by Justice. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the Five of Swords. And the High Priestess is clarified by the Three of Swords. Sneak peek now into September. Two of Wands, the Tower, and the Four of Swords. And that leaves the Nine of Pentacles, your first card here, at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Your overall energy for the month of August 2026 is Judgment to the Ten of Wands. Now, the Ten of Wands in the After Tarot deck is a bit different. The individual has dropped 9 wands, and they are holding the Ace of Wands, which is also here in your spread. So you seem here to be making a judgment call, or let me backtrack that a second. There's a portion here of the month of August where you're going back and forth about whether or not you want to pursue the Ace of Wands, a creative endeavor, a relationship, a passion project, a new job. It could be something around house and home, like, again, some type of like a renovation or remodeling project. Take it how it resonates to you, because at the time of this reading, you already know what this is because you've sort of been procrastinating on it, or at least that's the energy feedback that I'm receiving here. So there's this back and forth energy here of, do I want to move towards the Ace of Wands? And then at some point in time in the month of August, you make the judgment call to do just that. In the top row, we have Nine of Pentacles to Queen of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles to the Devil, and the Seven of Swords to the Eight of Wands. I'm not quite sure what was holding you back, but you seem to be releasing it. So the Nine of Pentacles, this has something to do with house and home, structure, family, stability. Okay, it could be career and finance. Whatever this has been for you, I feel like you've been in Pentacle energy here. And Pentacle energy is the slowest.
So suddenly we're going from this very slow crawl with this to making the judgment call and going right into the wands. So we're going from slow to fast. We're going from holding ourselves back, Seven of Swords, to Eight of Wands, propelling you forward. I feel like you're getting out of this place of complacency or feeling stuck or feeling stagnant. And it appears here that it's taken you a long time to get to this point. However, by the time you get to the end of the month, you seem to be very satisfied here with yourself that you finally made the decision to get up and do whatever this Ace of Wands is, or to pursue whatever this Ace of Wands here is for you. So let's clarify this a bit more. Clarify the Judgment card here. I also notice how your cards are shuffling. They're very jumpy. They're very hoppy, very hoppy in my hands. So I feel like August is the month where you're getting up and you're literally moving forward on this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Judgment is clarified by the Knight of Wands, the Four of Pentacles, moving on from being stuck and stagnant. Ten of Swords, bottom of the deck, Justice. I had that feeling when I saw the Three of Swords, because in the After Tarot deck, the Three of Swords is healed. So there was something here that's been holding you back. Whatever that Ten of Swords has been to you. Heartache, loss, not feeling good enough. It could be for some of you some type of ending has occurred here, or a particular chapter in your life has come to a close. So I feel like whatever occurred here in the Ten of Swords is what kept you stuck and stagnant in this place of like maybe complacency or not quite sure what you want to do next, because I feel like you were, this feels like very processy to me. Four of Pentacles to the Ten of Swords, like processing an ending or processing a radical shift or change, or like I said, maybe even a disappointment, loss, or heartache. But you're coming out of your shell in the month of August. Tell me about that Ten of Wands, which is actually the Ace of Wands in this deck. And even though the individual in the card is holding the Ace of Wands, we can see that they're quite tired. So there's a feeling here of, I really want to move on to the next, but boy, am I really exhausted from what I've just gone through. Because the Nine Wands is the wounded warrior, and we have Nine Wands on the ground. So it's almost like that was a really difficult chapter, but it's time that I now move forward from it. But you're exhausted. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ten of Wands is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the King of Swords. Bottom of the deck, there's that Nine of Wands that you're dropping. So take the message how it resonates to you. This is either you deciding, I can't keep doing this. This Ten of Swords event has already occurred in the past. There's nothing I can do about it. And languishing in it is not helping me propel my life forward. There are things, particularly one thing here, that I am desiring to do or to move forward on. And I don't want to be stuck in complacency or be stuck in like a procrastination station, because that's kind of how I see the Seven of Pentacles. So this is either you being very clear-minded and saying, I'm going to move on from this and move towards the new, or others of you very well could have an air sign here, or someone who's just being very honest and direct with you and basically saying, listen, I know that this was a difficult time in your life, or a difficult chapter, or a difficult ending, but it's time to get back to living. It's time to pursue your dreams. It's time to move forward with this project. So for some of you, this is coming from inside the house, like your higher self is saying, okay, come on, Cancer, time to get up, right? And for others of you, this is an individual who's already in your life, who's providing you with encouragement. Whether it's internal or external, I see you finally picking yourself up by the bootstraps and moving forward with the Ace of Wands. I'm not going to clarify Nine of Pentacles to Queen of Pentacles. I feel like that's a very redundant message here, and I don't want to waste your time. I would like to see the Seven of Pentacles to the Devil, because the Seven of Pentacles here, it kind of is the juice worth the squeeze. It kind of is procrastination station, especially with the energies I'm picking up. And in the After Tarot deck, the Devil, the individual, is unshackled or unchained, where typically we see them shackled or chained to like the podium, or the podium that the Devil presides over. So I feel like you're breaking free out of stagnation or procrastination. Tell me about that Seven of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Seven of Pentacles is clear. There's that Eight of Wands. It's the next card. The King of Cups, that's you, whether you're masculine or feminine, in your highest vibration.
and Temperance. Bottom of the deck, the Two of Swords. So I don't think you quite yet see this coming, that there is a moment here in the month of August that either through conversation with this individual or just an internal conversation you're having with yourself, you're realizing, I can't sit in this anymore, that Ten of Swords, or I just can't sit back and not pursue this Ace of Wands. I feel you are freeing yourself from procrastination. And this could be like, I really want to get out there into the community and, you know, maybe join a community group or meet new friends, but you've been procrastinating on it. Maybe the last time you interacted with a person or people, it broke your heart. It left you feeling devastated or used. And although you want to connect with like-minded individuals, you've been holding yourself back from doing that. And again, either an internal conversation or an external conversation you're having with another, it could even be a tarot reading that you're watching, suddenly says, you know what? It's time for me to be bold and brave, get out of procrastination station and do what I want to do, which is connecting with individuals on like a fun project or finding people to go out and like go to concerts with and be able to enjoy life again. So it could be something like that for some of you. Or maybe you relocated to a new community and you very much desire to meet your neighbors and meet, you know, the new people. You've also been holding yourself back. And in that respect, I think August is the month you actually decide to do it. We don't have the Four of Wands on the table yet, but we still have more to clarify. It could be relocation for some of you. And again, maybe you've just been sort of sitting on your hands on it. It's a dream or idea you have, but you haven't been pursuing it because of other emotions that you have been processing. Again, remember, I had said that felt very processy to me. So clarify the Devil. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by Judgment. Well, there was your card right there. So whether you're having a conversation with someone else or not, like whether it's external or internal, you're making the judgment call. We have two judgment cards here from two different decks. You're deciding it's time for me to get up and do this, whatever this is. And look, it could be organizing your linen closet. I don't know. I know you've been putting it off, and this is the month you decide, I'm not going to do that anymore. The Hangman and the After Tarot deck were done being in suspense mode. Two of Cups. So for some of you, it could be single and getting out there and meeting a romantic partner. It certainly could be for those of you who are partnered, but the relationship has grown maybe stuck or stagnant. This could be you coming up with some new creative ideas on how to bring the spice or spark back into the relationship. And it very well could be getting out into the community, whether you have recently relocated to it or not, but deciding I want to get out there and I want to meet some like-minded soulmates. Seven of Swords to the Eight of Wands, I feel like would be redundant and a waste of your time, because I just see you breaking free of a self-sabotaging behavior or pattern where you've been holding yourself back from pursuing the Eight of Wands. Page of Wands to the Four of Pentacles. This was the Four of Pentacles that you were holding on to here. In the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles is met with scorpionic energy here. We've got the Grim Reaper, like from the Death card. So I feel like, again, you're putting an end to procrastination station. And Page of Wands, you're starting to become interested in pursuing that Ace of Wands. I would like to see what the King of Pentacles to the Seven of Wands is, because the Seven of Wands in the After Tarot deck is very different. These are individuals where, or I should say it's the energy of an individual where they have drawn a line in the sand. They have a hard boundary, whether they're just, you know, having that boundary with themselves in an effort to hold themselves accountable, or they're drawing a line in the sand with other people in order to hold other people accountable, like to protect their peace. But in the After Tarot deck, the line in the sand, if you will, has been breached. So I'm curious to see what is occurring here once you make this decision. King of Pentacles. Clarify the King of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles is clarified by King of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Six of Wands. So you have the Six of Wands card here. You have the Four of Swords. And even though this is the Three of Swords, it is healed. So I often see it as the Four of Swords in this deck. So there is something here about you deciding, I'm now going to pour real pentacle resources, time, love, money, commitment, talent, whatever it is, into this Ace of Wands. And you're taking action to do that. I don't think everyone is pleased, though, that you're doing this. Clarify that Seven of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Seven of Wands is clarified. There's that Seven of Pentacles.
the Queen of Cups, who have an entirely new energy now on the table. And we have the Lovers. Bottom of the deck, you have the Three of Wands. So there's someone here within your energy. You are familiar with this person. It's not someone new. If you're watching this and you're like, but Jen, I have no lover, I have no partner, I have no friends, I have no family, I have no co-workers, I have no neighbors, I have absolutely no one in my life, then this portion of the reading just isn't for you. But this is for those of you where you have at least one person in your life. This person was part of the reason why you were stuck back here. Seven of Pentacles to the Seven of Pentacles. This could be an ex who really doesn't want to see you move on. This could be the ex-friend who doesn't want to see you move on. It could be a family member that you have disengaged from because of that Ten of Swords, and they certainly don't want to see you connect with other family members. It could be for some of you, your spouse or your partner, where I don't really know the dynamic of your relationship, but I have King to the Queen of Pentacles. So it could be just a very solid, steady, sturdy, basic, if you will, type of relationship, even if it is a marriage. And there's no fun or creativity here. And suddenly now you're either wanting to introduce, Ace of Wands, some new exciting ideas and weekend getaways and adventures, and this person is opposed to that. Or you want to get out of the house more and they don't, and so you're deciding to connect with people in the community to make some friends or to meet some like-minded people, and they don't like that. Either way, there's the energy here of someone who does not like the choice that you're making. And so there is a little pushback from this individual. Okay, I just got this other message. This will probably be for one of you watching, so don't immediately click off of the video if it's not your message. It's possible for some of you, you had a significant other, whether they're a spouse or not, pass away. And you are now this month deciding to get out there and explore dating again. Maybe you're being encouraged by a friend. Maybe it's just a calling you feel from within that you don't want to spend the rest of your life alone. You can honor the loss of that other relationship by also opening yourself up to a new relationship. This could be family on your side or the person who passed away, like their family. It could be children. It certainly could be your parents. So if something like that has occurred where you had a spouse or significant other pass, this could be the month. And maybe at the time watching this reading, you're like, no, Jen, I'm not ready. But, you know, it could 2 or 3 weeks from now, you might be like, you know what? I'm kind of ready. I'd like to see what else is out there. I would like to meet another soulmate. I would like to meet someone compatible. It's possible you might get some pushback from, like I said, the person who passed, their family side or your family side. There's definitely someone here who's not liking that you're moving forward. And look, maybe this is you and your person broke up. Maybe they didn't pass. Maybe they broke up. And you feel inclined now to get back out there. And you could have someone within your inner circle go, don't you think it's too soon? I want to get more on this. There's a feeling of here, like, I don't think you should do that. Or I don't want to do that with you. Or I don't think it's a good idea you do that. Like, I think it's too soon. That's the feeling that I'm getting here. Let me clarify this a little bit more. Clarify that Queen of Pentacles, since that appeared here twice in your energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Pentacles is clarified by the Eight of Cups, the Five of Wands, and the Two of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Six of Cups. So you are the Queen of Pentacles energy, whether you're masculine or feminine. So you have someone here who's opposed to you moving forward. And again, for all the reasons that I stated before, one of them is the reason why, because it's a general collective reading, one of them is the reason why this person doesn't want you to move forward. Like I said, an ex, ex's family, your family, children. Tell me about justice, because I see you here saying, no, this is the right thing for me to do. I want to move forward with the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Justice is clarified. There's that Nine of Pentacles. I knew it. You are the Queen and the Nine of Pentacles in this reading. I know you're a water sign, but this is how you're showing up. Very grounded, very stable, very steady, very much knowing your worth, very much knowing what it is that you want in your life. That's why you're pursuing this. You're not being erratic. You're not being emotional. You know, sometimes water signs are accused, and I know this, I'm a Scorpio moon. You're too sensitive. You're too emotional. That's not what you're being with this particular decision. You're like, this is the right, just, fair thing for me to do for myself, for me moving forward. Nine of Pentacles, there's that King of Pentacles. And the Knight of Swords. And in the After Tarot deck, the Knight of Swords, they're slaying, they're fighting. So I would expect pushback from one person because you're deciding to get out of procrastination station, which they kind of enjoyed you being in. And you're deciding now to move forward towards the Ace of Wands. Tell me about the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands is clarified by the Emperor, the Two of Pentacles, and the Nine of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Cups. You are pursuing your happiness, whatever that means to you. Because again, that Ace of Wands is going to be different. It could be as simple as moving around some furniture and redecorating the house, okay? It could be going out there and wanting to learn something new or taking courses. It's creative, I'll tell you that much. It's creative, it's passionate, it's planting the seed for a new beginning. And it's one that you've sat on for a while, but now you're deciding to move forward with. Five of Swords. Now, in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Swords, there isn't any fighting. So I feel like for you, look, there's no argument. This is what I want to do. I'm rearranging the house. Look, there's no argument. I'm putting the house up for sale. I mean, it could be something like that. Maybe you have an ex's family who doesn't want you to sell the house. You want to do this and you have no reservations within you that you want to do it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Swords is clarified by Eight of Cups. Strength. And the Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit. I think your feeling here is, I've sat on this long. I've waited long enough to do this. I don't want to wait anymore. Again, whatever it is. I don't want to wait. I don't want to hold off on this anymore. I procrastinated long enough. I've processed everything long enough. Regardless of why you haven't moved forward, August is a month where you decide to move forward. High Priestess to the Three of Swords. You're like, I'm ready. I feel healed and ready, and I feel called to pursue that Ace of Wands. I'm not going to clarify this. It would be redundant. I do want to clarify, what is the issue with this person? Why don't they want you moving forward? Why don't they want Cancer to move forward towards the Ace of Wands? One more shuffle. Thank you. Why don't they want you to move forward? Knight of Pentacles. This person might be an earth sign. Three of Swords and the Empress. Bottom of the deck, Four of Cups. This person feels like you need to take your time. You're rushing. You're rushing to do the Ace of Wands. You're rushing to fix up the house, sell the house. You're rushing to get a new job or just a job. You're rushing to learn something new. You're rushing to launch a business. This person feels like you're rushing. You're rushing to get into a new relationship. They feel like you're rushing. They feel like you're not ready. I'm not telling you that you're not ready. They're energetically saying you're not ready. You're not as healed or as ready as you think you are to start on the new, to create the new, to nurture the new. And you're like, no, I'm very clear-minded. I am absolutely ready to do this. Tell me more about this person's energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Cups. Eight of Pentacles. Look at that, stagnancy. Three of Wands, bottom of the deck. Again, Knight of Pentacles. They want you to go a lot slower with moving forward. This person thinks you're making a mistake to pursue the Ace of Wands in the month of August. September, this continues to play out with this person. Five of Pentacles, Queen of Cups, Ace of Swords, Two of Wands, the Tower, and the Four of Swords. I see you pursuing the Ace of Wands. Again, whatever that is for you. Tell me more about this energy here in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Chariot. I told you, you're going to move forward with it. Seven of Wands, out of procrastination station, despite this person's interference or objection. Ten of Wands, bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. And even in your deck, the Ten of Wands, the person is leaving behind a row of Nine Wands and only holding the Ace of Wands. And look how much happier you are now that you're actually like in it. You're actually like pursuing it. Because look at this Ten of Wands. This Ten of Wands is, Oh my God, I'm so exhausted after what I've gone through. And this 10 of Wands is, yep, I'm still wounded, but man, am I really happy that I decided to get up and move. I decided to get up and move and pursue this Wheel of Fortune. You're feeling fortunate. You're feeling lucky. You're feeling happy that you did this, despite the reservations, possibly block from this person. Tell me more about this here, please. One more shuffle here. Thank you. September. Further clarification. 7 of Swords, 10 of Swords, and the Sun. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit shows itself again. So, 7 of Swords, procrastination station. Not doing that anymore. You're going to continue to move forward. Procrastination station is done. Like once you get the ball rolling on this Ace of Wands, there's no stopping you come September. It doesn't matter what this person or these people say. You're full steam ahead, and you are loving the fact that you went within, that you were your own consultant, if you will, and you decided to move forward with this. Anything else from this person? Because I see the pushback, telling you you're not ready, you need to go slower. Anything else Cancer needs to know about this person? One more shuffle. Thank you. And when I do this spread, the cards are usually very neat on the table. I try to keep them as neat as I can. Notice how this got very messy. So I feel like, and I was like digging for cards. I take everything I do in a reading as a sign. This might get a little messy with this person. I also feel like this person is like digging, like looking for any reason or excuse to try to get you to stay stuck. Anything else you need to know about this person? The Moon, the Star, and the Tower. Bottom of the deck, the Strength card. All 4 major arcana cards. You deciding to get up and pursue this was not something this person saw coming. They thought that you would sit back and wait just a little bit more. They didn't realize that you would move towards this, and that once you move towards it, you would just keep moving towards it. It's like a car going downhill without brakes, but in a good way, in a good way. They didn't see that coming. Anything else? One more shuffle. Thank you. High Priestess, Ace of Swords. Interesting, we had the Ace of Swords here as well. And the Hierophant. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles shows themselves again. This person must be an earth sign. Or they just, that's their response here. As you start to pursue this, and you start to feel really good again, and really good in your skin, and really proud of yourself, that you pulled yourself up by the bootstraps, out of whatever pain or difficulty you've been going through, out of procrastination station, and you actually decide to move forward, there is a conversation here between you and this individual in September. They're keeping it very logistics. You know, they're asking you maybe how you're doing or what the progress is like. There's no real show of emotion. This person is not going to tell you that they're proud of you, or that they're going to keep to themselves. Are they proud of you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are proud. They are proud that you have moved on, or you're moving forward with your life. You're getting out there and you're meeting people and you're pursuing your own creative endeavors, but that they're not going to tell you. There's conversation. This person's not out of your life forever. I get the feeling here it's family. I don't think this is your partner, although it could be an ex or a soon-to-be ex. Only take that if you know that for sure. But there is a conversation here. But again, they're keeping it very earth energy, very logistical in nature with that Knight of Pentacles. This seems to be more of an inquiry of like, how are you doing? But are they going to tell you that they're really proud of you and you did the right thing? Unfortunately not. Do they feel that? Yes. Let's get you some advice, and we'll close it out with oracle cards and some kippers. Okay, I just got another message. This has nothing to do with the cards on the table. Some of you are going to a reunion, or event. Now this could be like, this would be a harmonious event. So I'm not talking about like going to a wake or a funeral or anything sad. This seems to be pleasant in nature. So, and some of you know about it now, some of you don't. So there's an invitation in the month of August. There's either like It could be like a school reunion, a job reunion, and that school could be anything. It could be elementary, high school, college, university, you name it. It could be like a barbecue, a wedding. Again, it's a fun, harmonious event. If you receive any type of invitation like that in the month of August, you may want to go to it. I would, the energy I get here is you should go to it. You should go to it. Why is that? Sorry. Why should they go to the event if they are invited to? If someone invites you to go out, even if it's friends, like, hey, you want to go to movies Friday night? There's something like, yes, go. Why is that? Or again, no one likes going to school reunions, but go. Why is that? One more shuffle. Thank you. Why is that? The Magician, the Knight of Swords, and the Nine of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups. Well, one, there's communication here between you and another individual. You get to reconnect or deepen a connection with someone by going. So it could be like cousins you haven't seen in a while, or maybe siblings. It could be friends you don't connect with regularly. It certainly could be someone from your past, like if it's a school reunion. But you seem to be very pleased and very happy here with the connection that you're making with this person or these people. So go, go, go is what I was getting there. Anything else on that? We have the Star. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Star, the World card, and the Page of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit again. I would get out of your comfort zone and I would go. Again, this is not like a job interview. This is something pleasant. This is, I'm getting a very like, I don't know, like a community vibe, or there's some type of event. And it could even be like a community event in your town. I would go. I think you connect with a person or people that you haven't seen in a while. And this seems to be like, I don't know, it's like the reconnection here. These people now come into your next chapter with you. And if it's not past people, it's like you're meeting new people here. But they are part of your next chapter. So if you are invited to anything in the month of August, I would go. Whether you're connecting with new people or reconnecting with past people, this seems to be very positive for you for the next chapter. Particularly whatever wish fulfillment you have here. It's like this person or these people will be instrumental in helping you make it a reality. Three cards of advice here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice. Three of Swords. That heartbreak that you're recovering from. Strength. And the Devil. Bottom of the deck, the Emperor. Very interesting, because the Devil was something that you were disconnecting yourself from. There's something here about healing is not linear. And you can heal from disappointment or loss or heartbreak. But at the same time, you don't have to allow it to keep you stuck. Because when you do that, you are falling into this toxic energy here. We can't change the Three of Swords. We can't change the Ten of Swords. We can learn from it, the Hermit energy. We can use it to fuel our lives, to move forward onto a new path, to pursue our dreams. And yes, it takes courage and it takes strength to do that. But the alternative is staying stuck and never seeing this dream of yours or this goal of yours materialize. And so in the face of hardship, your advice here in the month of August is to stand strong like the Emperor of your life and to move forward. Knight of Wands, valiantly move forward towards this Ace of Wands, whatever this creative endeavor, project, relationship is, and to not allow the heartache of the past to keep you stuck and complacent in a cycle of unhappiness. Let's get you some oracle cards and we'll close it out with some kippers. If you are a single Cancer and you are ready for love, going to that event, you end up meeting, I can't even just call them a soulmate. This would be an incredibly strong soulmate for you. I don't know why I'm picking that up. That's what I'm picking up. It starts off very small, light communication, flirty communication, and then it flourishes. So if you're single and you're invited anywhere, I would go, because I do think that you meet your next person. And I think it starts slow, and I think that's okay. Because if you're starting over again, slow is a good place to be. Let's get you 3 cards here. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have dreams, vision, flow. Bottom of the deck, freedom. Go for that Ace of Wands, whatever that is for you. Dreams. Keep pursuing your innermost dreams and ideals. Don't allow anyone to hold you back or any past event to hold you back. Vision, very much like the Three of Wands in this deck. Look to the future with foresight. Make wise choices and be expansive. And again, get out of your comfort zone. It's okay. Flow. Move freely like water. Stay flexible and embrace the newness, new keyword, in every moment. In the bottom of the deck, you have freedom. Release your shackles, devil, and pursue your personal freedom. And then you have the leap card here, like taking a leap of faith. And right behind that, you have move forward. So it is time for you to move forward. Let's close it out now with some kippers. Can we get 2 kippers, please, for that top row? High honor on the side. False person in the reverse. I'm going to take it the way it came out. Toil and labor. That Ace of Wands is something you've been wanting to work on. You've been wanting to pour some real, again, pentacle resource into it, and you have it. And I think the feeling here in August is you're starting to look at yourself like, I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to have a hope and a dream or a wish or a goal and not pursue it, not pursue it. I want to be able to look in the mirror and see myself in high honor or hold myself in high honor. I don't want to be 7 of sorting this dream or this goal. 2 cards here for the middle row. Message of concern. I told you, either when you tell this person or they hear about it some way, somehow that you're pursuing this is of a concern to this person. In the reverse, we got courthouse in the reverse. Bottom of the deck, the pathway. You are now on the path, okay, to create some new soul contracts. There's someone here currently in your life who does not want to see you move forward. They don't want to see you move forward. And again, it could be an ex, it could be an ex's family, it could be your children, it could be your parents. There's someone here that you have a soul contract with that they feel that if you move forward or you move on or you learn something new or you relocate or you get out of the house and meet people, that you may very well leave them behind. It's a very selfish energy to keep you stuck, to keep you from flourishing, to keep you from growing. I'll say this, with all the pentacles on the table, this could be a boss. Maybe you tell the boss, or maybe they catch wind of it through the rumor mill at work that you want to take some extra courses or classes. And suddenly they see that as a threat, because the more you know, the more likely you are to Ace of Wands pursue another job avenue. And they would rather keep you stuck and stagnant at their company. Either way, whoever this is, I don't see you allowing them to hold you back. 2 cards here for the final row. Thank you. Expectations in the reverse, and you have main male. Bottom of the deck, pathway shows itself again. Main male, main female, it doesn't matter. You go from being a false person in your life and holding yourself back to clearly moving forward. I don't think this person expected you to do this. Maybe they thought they had more influence on you, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You are on a new path, adjudication, coffin. I think you are ending a very difficult chapter here in your life by pursuing something new. And I think after everything that you've been through, you damn well deserve it. So do it and be happy while you're doing it. And the people meant to be in your life are going to cheer you on the whole fucking way, Cancer. They're not going to hold you back. Remember that. That is what I have for you for August 2026. I'll be cheering you on. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to check out Patreon for some bonus additional content. And as always, until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August 2026. Can't believe I'm saying that, but here we are, more than halfway through the year. It is a general collective reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the pinned comment section below this video is a link where you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said now, let's begin. Let me get a little comfy here now. Tapping into the Leo collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Leo need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Knight of Cups. In the top row, we have the Ten of Swords. We have the Eight of Cups. And we have the Queen of Pentacles. Flanking the Knight of Cups is Justice and the Sun. In the bottom row, Three of Swords, the Hermit, and the Nine of Cups. Sneak peek now into September. Two of Pentacles, Nine of Wands, Six of Cups. That leaves a Page of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. Don't click off. I know that you have some of the most difficult cards in tarot on the table, but let's clarify them first, okay? This is for Leo. Oh, I should tell you, this is the After Tarot deck if you're not familiar with it. The images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. Right now, let's just get these on the table. For Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026, we are clarifying Ten of Swords, Eight of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, Justice, Knight of Cups, the Sun, Three of Swords, the Hermit, and the Nine of Cups. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by the Page of Swords. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Cups. Queen of Pentacles is clarified by the King of Wands. Justice is clarified by the Two of Swords. Knight of Cups is clarified by the Hangman. The Sun is clarified by Justice. The Three of Swords is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. The Hermit is clarified by the Ten of Swords. The Nine of Cups is clarified by the Sun. Sneak peek now into September. Eight of Cups, Nine of Wands, King of Cups, and that leaves the World card at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Your overall energy here for the month of August is surrounding a conversation that you're having here with someone from your past. It could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be a lover, it could be someone that you used to work for or work with. But this person is reaching out to you for discussion, conversation. I'm going to clarify more to actually see if it's like full reconnection. And your energy is Knight of Cups to the Hangman. When you receive this offer, because look in the After Tarot deck, the Hangman is receiving. So, receiving a cup. So when you receive this cup, you're almost like a little frozen in your tracks there for a second. Like you're not sure whether or not you want to pursue this connection again with this individual. This is someone that you walked away from or they walked away from you. It's possible with the two Justice cards, this is someone you divorced. For others of you, maybe there was a legal reason why this person couldn't be around. Like maybe they were incarcerated or something. Let's begin to clarify. I see them coming in with communication. I see you contemplating it. I see you moving forward with it. Clarify the Knight of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Cups clarified by Page of Wands. There's that communication. Five of Wands from someone that you've had some discord with. Wheel of Fortune. Bottom of the deck, the Lovers. Doesn't have to be a lover, but it's a choice you have to do another cycle with this person. Another cycle of engagement. Clarify the Hanged Man. Clarify the Hanged Man, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hangman is clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Chariot, and the Queen of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Two of Cups. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you energetically what is here. Don't ever allow me or another tarot reader to tell you what to do. It seems here that you are assessing, because for me, queens exist in the present. They process the present, they process the past. Kings take action. So when this communication comes in or opportunity arrives, you seem to be processing what occurred here between you and this person. And you're doing that because you're trying to determine whether or not you want to reconnect and move forward with that reconnection. Ten of Swords. What the heck happened here? One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by Eight of Wands. So the ending came in quick. Seven of Swords and the Nine of Swords. Bottom of that, Queen of Swords. They could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. They don't have to be. And it doesn't have to be a feminine. But the feeling of betrayal, the feeling of being left behind or being isolated or being neglected or being hurt came in very quickly at whatever point in time this Ten of Swords experience occurred for you, and left you very much up in your head trying to rationalize why this person would have done this to you, either spoke to you this way or treated you this way. Because this is someone you held in high regard. Page of Swords. Tell me about the communication. We have the Ten of Wands, but in the After Tarot deck, the person is dropping nine wands and holding the Ace of Wands. So I feel like the communication is kind of like, can we bury the hatchet? Can we start again? Can we rebuild? One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Wands. Two of Pentacles. Can we turn our back to the past and move forward? In the After Tarot deck, that's exactly what is happening. Turning the back to the past, moving forward. And the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Temperance. So it is a conversation you're having here with this individual. They want to know if the two of you can rebuild your connection. Can we leave the past in the past and can we start anew? I'm not going to clarify Eight of Cups to the Seven of Cups because, again, I feel like that's just a return with this person and you're confused because we have Six Cups and then we have an Ace of Cups that, you have the contents of the Ace of Cups in your hands. So there's that feeling here of, I don't know if I want to reconnect with this Six of Cups past person or Ace of Cups. Maybe I just want to continue to move forward without them in my life. Queen of Pentacles to the King of Wands. You are the King of Wands, whether you're masculine or feminine. I do see you here taking action. Like this is processing and this is action. So clarify the Queen of Pentacles. Could be a mother for some of you, like mother, father, a parent. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Pentacles, clarified by Knight of Pentacles, the Star, and there's that Ten of Wands again. Bottom of the deck is the Death card. So this is someone who's conveying to you that they're acknowledging. I don't know if they're acknowledging everything that they did. I don't see like full out apology yet. What I do see is I would like to try it again. I know that it was difficult. And this could be like, I know that you carried the brunt of the relationship financially or emotionally or physically. This could be, I know that I left you holding the bag. I know I left you with this big burden. I know I left you with unanswered questions. But they are conveying to you a desire to want to heal the connection. Just be mindful that so far, energetically here on the table, their way of healing the connection is to not acknowledge that Ten of Swords or Seven of Swords. It's like, can we just leave it in the past and move forward? King of Wands. Tell me about the King of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. This person could also be a Libra with the two Justice cards on the table. Magician, your response back now because that's Mercury. The Empress. And the King of Swords, bottom of deck, Judgment. I think you make the judgment call here to want to give this person a chance to nurture the connection again with them and to give them the opportunity to nurture the connection with you. Justice to the Two of Swords, I'm not going to clarify because, again, I feel like that was you going back and forth. And the After Tarot deck, the Two of Swords, the decision is made. So I think your decision here seems to be reconnection. The Sun to the Justice card. Tell me about the Sun here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by the Six of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, and the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck is the Emperor. So you do choose here to rebuild with this individual. However, you're telling them that they can't come in and out of your life. Something like that. They can't come in and out of your life like they used to. You're looking for a consistency. If they're serious about this, they need to like see you more, or talk to you more, or give more to the connection. You're willing to restructure or reconcile this relationship, but not under the past rules. It's like you have new terms of engagement, new rules of engagement here. If you want to rebuild this, you need to make an effort. I need to see a consistent effort from you to rebuild this. Justice. Like you need to do right by me, or need to do right by our relationship. One more shuffle, thank you. Whatever the context of that relationship is. You have the Star, you have the Eight of Pentacles, and you have the Queen of Swords. You're being very direct with this person. Do you desire a relationship with them again and to heal it? Yes. But you're also telling them the terms of which you will accept this reconciliation. I also think you're putting them on notice that if the past repeats itself, you're done with them for good. I don't know if you truly will do that in the future, but in the moment that you're telling them that, you do truly believe it. Like it is authentic to you. You do believe that. I want to heal this, but we both have to put the effort in. But if I see, whatever happened last time happens again, I'm done with you. And again, maybe in the moment you believe that. I'm not quite sure if you'll actually hold to that for the rest of your life, because this is just a 1 month reading. But Three of Swords to the Page of Pentacles, small incremental progress when this person's offering you this apology or opportunity to fix something that they broke. Your heart, your trust, your love. Okay, they are making an effort here. Hermit to the Ten of Swords. In the After Tarot deck, the Ten of Swords is we're not coming back from this. I kind of feel like that's what you're telling this person. Like if this happens again, I can't, there's no coming back. I can't continue to excuse poor behavior. The Hermit. Tell me about the Hermit here. Whoever this is, you value this person, or at least you value the connection or relationship you have with them. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Tower, Judgment, and the Hangman. Bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles, and that's what they're offering you. I think you even surprise yourself here. I think at the time of this reading, you're probably saying, no fucking way. No fucking way, Jen. They come anywhere near me. Block, 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 block. Okay, it's a predictive reading. Most of you will give this person the benefit of the doubt to at least have a conversation with them. And I do think that you're changing the rules of engagement here. And I do think you're telling them that if that ever happens again, you're done. Tell me about the Ten of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by the Seven of Wands. This is you saying, here's the line in the sand. If we're going to try this again, even if we're just going to be friends, or we're going to take it slow, or, this could be you wanting to reconnect with a parental figure or a family member. But again, it's like, I have a line in the sand. Don't cross it. I really think, look at that Seven of Wands. Like you're ready to, you're prepared to defend your boundary here. And I think that's what you're telling this person. Strength card, that's you and your power, and the Five of Swords. Ten of Cups. I need to protect my peace. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, at least to have a conversation. Then it looks like you're giving them some new rules of engagement, however that pertains to your particular relationship with them. But you are putting them on notice. If this happens again, I just go silent and I leave your life, and you never ever hear from me again. And there's never any second, third, 10th attempt at reconciliation. Nine of Cups to the Sun. I feel like you are protecting your peace at all costs here. And that's what you're telling them. I can't have you keep doing this to me, or this inconsistency. I'm not tolerating it anymore. Nine of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Cups clarified by the Five of Cups. If I have to love you from afar, I will. But I would rather do that than have you destroy my peace again. Five of Cups. The Lovers. That's a choice you're making. And Judgment. Or, I'm sorry, Temperance. Bottom of the deck, the Moon. This could be happening in the energy of the new moon in your sign. And that might be why you're not, even at the time of this reading, you're not seeing this coming, because new moons are not bright. They're not full. They're not illuminated. So it does look like that communication comes in around that time. Sun card. And that is still in Leo season, still in your season. Oh, if you're a Leo sun sign, I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday. I'm sorry, forgot to say that in the beginning. Clarify the sun. One more shuffle. Thank you. The sun is clarified by the High Priestess, the Four of Pentacles, and the Ace of Cups. You definitely don't see any of that coming. So I would expect incoming communication from an individual that at some point in time you felt betrayed by. Seven of Swords, a sliding scale. I don't know if it was a little lie, lie by omission, full out betrayal, lying, cheating, financial deception. I don't know. But I do see this person coming in. You are giving them an opportunity to speak. Again, I'm not telling you what to do here. If you don't want to do it, fuck them, don't do it, okay? I'm going to be, there's my New Jersey Gemini for you. Like, you don't have to do it. This is just telling you energetically what is available to you if you choose to move in that direction. So you have the divine gift of free will. Don't give that up to me or any other fucking idiot on YouTube that's reading cards for you. I got to be honest, even personal readings. And I for 2 years, I did personal readings when I started the YouTube channel. And I realized that some people were really hanging on to every word. Not that just I was saying that. They would say, like, this is my 3rd tarot reading this week. Like, no, 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 no. Don't get 3 personal tarot readings in a week. You are giving up your autonomy to someone else. I'm an energy reader. I'm telling you what is here. You have the divine gift of free will to decide if you want to do this or not, how long you want to do this for, what terms and conditions you want to do this under, or if you don't want to do this at all. I just feel it's really important for me to say that to someone watching. So I don't think you see this coming. There's a conversation. It's not even a renegotiation. This is, if we're going to move forward, this is what I need from you. And if I don't get it, I will just quietly exit your life. And you'll never hear from me again. September, 2 of Pentacles, 9 of Wands, and the 6 of Cups. 8 of Cups, there's that person who's now returning, because in the After Tarot deck, they are returned. 9 of Wands, and the King of Cups. Clarify that further, please. One more shuffle. We'll take them. Thank you. You have the Moon again. You have the Ace of Wands. And you have the 2 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. So what you don't see is that in September, this person is really putting the effort in to their connection with you. Okay, even I wasn't expecting that. The new moon in Virgo. Tell me about that. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Tower. The Fool. And the Ace of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Pentacles. Wow. So the conversation here between you and this person seems to ramp up, if you will, into something more serious. And maybe that's because you're giving them this like 4, 6, 8 week window, you know what I mean, to kind of see how they do and if they're consistent. So it seems to be like by the time you get to September, they are fairly consistent. You do like seeing the progress that has been made in the connection, and it looks like then there's another conversation about how this connection will be moving forward. Ace of Pentacles, the 7 of Swords, and the After Tarot deck, there is no deception, right? The person has not yet made the same mistake they made in the past. And then we have the 3 of Cups, which is celebration. So there could be something, an acknowledgement here from you in the month of September, telling this person that you have really enjoyed reconnecting with them and that the relationship seems to be going well or going better than it has in the past. Boy, did I not see that coming for you. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. Three cards of advice here, please, for Leo. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Your advice. The 5 of Pentacles, the 4 of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, we have Judgment. If you do want to give this person another chance, there is something here about just going slow. There's also something here separate from what you're dealing with this person. I think one of the wounds that this person either created for you or triggered within you, if it was like pre-existing, was an abandonment wound. And that's something that you're going to need to work on. Whether you want to reconnect with this person or not, whether the reconnection goes well or not, like, that second judgment call is one you need to make. You need to recognize either, like I said, they created the abandonment wound or they triggered a past abandonment wound. And as much as you want to maybe reconnect with them or rebuild here, there's also a need here for you to also invest some real pentacle resource, time, energy, maybe even money into counseling if that's what you choose to do. But there's definitely something here about time needed to treat that wound within you as well, that abandonment wound. Like don't ignore that just because you're reconnecting with this person. Let's get you 3 oracle cards, and then we will close it out with some kippers. 3 oracle cards here, please, for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Self-awareness, enlightenment, and wisdom. Bottom of the deck, own your path. Self-awareness. Understand your inner needs and your true feelings. Don't say yes just to say yes. Don't say no just to say no. It's possible that this person is resurfacing, whether you want to reconnect with them or not, simply to get you to maybe look at a wound that is still there, that still needs addressing. Enlightenment. Gain deep understanding and insight, opening the door to new wisdom. It's possible for some of you there's a reason for this person returning. And like I was saying about that wound, this might be to get you to go back and look at that wound again, whether they created it or not, just to get you to realize that just your discussion or interaction with them is triggering that wound. And that's to get you to say, oh, okay, whether I want to reconnect or not, I really need to heal it. Wisdom. Some of you might need counseling, therapy, maybe self-help, okay? But again, it's gaining the knowledge through this reconnection or attempted reconnection here, that there is a little more work here to be done in terms of this wound. And this is a continual healing process here for you. You don't have to identify the wound and heal the wound all within 30 days. I think just this person resurfacing for you anyway, if you're honest with yourself, like, you know, looking in the mirror there, and you see 2 people, it's like the connection or possible reconnection here is what will trigger this for you. Should give you the enlightenment you need, that, oh, I still have to work on that just a little bit more. Let's get you 2 cards here for the top row. We have courtship is in the reverse. So this is someone who's in the outs, okay, on the outs in your life. Then you have the lovers. Again, it could be an ex-lover. It doesn't have to be, but it is a choice that you need to make about whether or not you will even talk to this person. And again, for some of you, this is a parent. Unexpected income. It's like unexpected communication, unexpected offer, unexpected opportunity. And on the side is courthouse. So you seem to be, again, unsure about whether or not you want to reopen this soul contract or renew this soul contract with this individual. And let's get 2 cards here, please, for the bottom row. We have poverty. Again, it's to get you to look at that wound. And the official person. And then you have sudden wealth. So I think this is a moment for you to step into Emperor energy, to acknowledge the wound, to finally heal the wound. I'm still getting parental figure off of this. But whether or not you connect or reconnect with this person, the fact that it triggers the wound, you can look at it and still move forward and heal it. For you, this is a 777 jackpot moment for you. Again, whether you want this person in your life moving forward or not. It's the intended purpose is to get you to heal so you could continue to move forward on your path in a more healed version than you currently are. That is what I have for you, Leo. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to check out Patreon for some additional bonus content. And as always, I'm sending you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Virgo, my mercurial cousins. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the pinned comment is a link where you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. And I do apologize, I was going to say appreciate. Well, I do appreciate the AC being on, but I apologize as well for the AC being on because it is 89 degrees up here today. So with all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Virgo collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Virgo need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. What do you need to know for August? In the heart of your spread, we have the Knight of Pentacles, which I often see as Virgo energy. In the top row, we have the World. We have the Three of Wands. And we have Temperance. Okay. Flanking the Knight of Pentacles is the Two of Swords and the Four of Wands. In the bottom row, we have the Hierophant. We have the Ten of Cups. And we have the King of Swords. Sneak peek now into September. Can't believe I'm saying September. Four of Swords, the Strength card, and the Ten of Swords. And that leaves the Five of Wands here to the Death card at the bottom of the deck. I definitely have a group of you here where something is closing up, wrapping up here in your life. Situation, environment, connection. Could be a pattern or some type of health thing that you have going on. It's not medical advice. It's not a medical prediction, but I'm talking about like a dietary or something of that nature, exercise regimen. Some of you could be starting that off in the month of August, but let's clarify this because I think this is a little bit deeper than what you eat and how many miles you walk a week. So let's get into this. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. It does alter the meaning of the cards. I just saw that Ten of Swords again, Five of Pentacles. Okay, it does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026. We are clarifying the World, Three of Wands, Temperance, Two of Swords, Knight of Pentacles, Four of Wands, the Hierophant, Ten of Cups, and the King of Swords. Just saw the Three of Pentacles. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The World is clarified by the Hierophant. The Three of Wands is clarified by the Page of Swords. Temperance is clarified by the Six of Pentacles. Two of Swords is clarified by the Eight of Swords. The Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the High Priestess. The Four of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Swords. The Hierophant is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles. The Ten of Cups is clarified by Justice. And the King of Swords is clarified by the Five of Cups. Again, now we're looking into September. Knight of Wands, Three of Cups, Five of Wands, and that leaves the Moon here at the bottom of the deck. Without a doubt, I have a group of you here where you are closing something up with a situation, environment, connection. Now that connection could be like within a group, like political group, community group, something of that nature, nonprofit group. For others of you, it could be you are severing ties with a family member or maybe like a group of people within your family. It certainly can be removing yourself from a friendship that has been in your life for a long time, or a friend circle, like a very tight, close knit group of people. And for others of you, this is a marriage or a long-term committed partnership. But there's a close here. And in the heart of your spread is your energy for the month of August, which is the Knight of Pentacles to the High Priestess. There's a feeling here of like, well, what comes next? After this chapter of my life closes out, what comes next? I think you're trying to utilize your intuition to create a plan about what does next mean for you. Now, if you're not leaving a situation or a connection of any kind, professional, platonic, or romantic, then it could be an environment. Some of you could be contemplating relocation, or now that your house is up for sale, or maybe the divorce is going through, where will you live next? But there's definitely here a feeling of, I need to go within and do what is best for me and create a path or a plan forward after this ending. Remember, this is predictive in nature, so you're either already in the thick of it at the time of this reading, which I'm doing this reading on July 31st, and I'll post it later today. So you're either experiencing the closing, or you know that you are on the precipice of closing it out, or if something
significant in your life being closed out, and then it looks like it closes out in August. So not quite sure where you are on the Virgo timeline, but the overall energy here is trying to go within to figure out what comes next. The World to the Hierophant, that Three of Wands to the Page of Swords, again, that's inquiry. That's trying to collect data, information to figure out, Three of Wands, how to move forward. Temperance to the Six of Pentacles. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is leaving a situation, environment, or connection where there was no fulfillment, whether that fulfillment was emotional or structural in nature, or financial. The Two of Swords to the Eight of Swords. Again, this is like, I don't know what I'm doing, but then there's a freeing. In the After Tarot deck, the Eight of Swords, the person is freed from that mental imprisonment of what to do next. The Four of Wands to the Queen of Swords. This is seeing very clearly about what the next steps are based upon where you currently are in your journey. And then we have the Hierophant to that Eight of Pentacles. This is like building the new structure, or building the new chapter. Ten of Cups to Justice. King of Swords to the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the individual is not looking at the Three Cups that are spilled over, at whatever it is they're walking away from. They're looking at the new Two of Cups. And that Two of Cups could be community. It could be friends. It could be a new community group. And it certainly could be the prospect of a new love interest. Let's begin to clarify. Clarify that Knight of Pentacles. And there's something here about wanting to be very smart with how this closes out and what the next steps are. So I don't believe, if this is your reading, that this is occurring because of like a quick emotional trigger and you're throwing your hands up one day and telling the boss to F off. This seems more like careful planning. I don't want to be at this company anymore, just as an example. So I'm going to do my damnedest to find another job opportunity in the month of August. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like it's erratic. It's been in the making for a while, or you're going to take your time creating that making. Clarify the Knight of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the Three of Swords. We have Justice there again. And there's that Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. For some of you, you could be going to therapy. Okay. When I used to do the private readings, unfortunately, I don't have time for them anymore. But when I used to do the private readings, often the Queen of Swords or Queen of Cups would come up as a therapist. King of Cups, King of Swords as well. But the King of Swords, I often looked at as more like the attorney, the magistrate, the lawyer, and those types of readings, right? So it's possible for some of you here, you are either inquiring with other individuals that you feel understand what you're going through and are giving you some very solid, straight to the point advice. And those other people, again, could be friends, family members. It could be your significant other, like if you're leaving a company or a community group. For others of you, this is an attorney. It could also be a realtor, Queen of Swords to the Four of Wands. If you're not talking to anyone here in the month of August about what is happening, although I find that to be highly suspect. I think you are communicating with someone else about what is happening. This is also internal to you. You're looking at what is going on, what has transpired, and what your next steps are. And again, you're trying to be very logical about this. High Priestess. So are most of you talking to someone in the month of August about what you're enduring and going through? You are, but you're also having an internal conversation as well, trying to figure out what comes next, or what do you do next about this. Clarify the High Priestess energy here, please, for Virgo. One more shuffle. Thank you. High Priestess is clarified by the Hermit, the Ten of Wands, and the Three of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Four of Wands. There's definitely something here in regards to your structure and your stability. Again, it could be house, home, like relocating, putting the house up for sale, trying to acquire information about where you're relocating to next. For others of you, there is a divorce or a separation here occurring. And then I have those of you where you have decided you are moving on from a particular career or a particular job. You've had it. You've had it with this person or these people. If it's none of those things, okay, then it could be something that you are ingesting. It could be something that you're ingesting that you're realizing is not beneficial to your overall health. You're definitely releasing something that you engaged in for quite some time, or you enjoyed for quite some time, was part of your life for quite some time. Two Hierophant cards. That's Taurus. That's fixed Taurus energy there. And that's why I keep saying, like, this is something you've been doing for a long time or engaging with for quite some time. And you're trying to figure out now what comes next. So if I quit smoking, how am I going to do that? If I'm planning to get a divorce, or my spouse has served me papers, what do I do next? So there's a very much a what do I do? What do I do next? And again, in the After Tarot deck, the Three of Swords, the heart is healed. So whatever decisions you're making here, you're not coming from an emotionally erratic place whatsoever. It's a very grounded energy. It's a very realistic energy. I want to tell you to be kind with yourself through this process, because it clearly is a big life change here for you if this is your message. And I think it's important that you go slow with figuring out what your next steps are. And I know I can see that energetically you're doing it, but sometimes what I see energetically and what people actually do, myself included, in the physical are two different things. So if you remember anything from this reading in the month of August, as you move forward with a significant life change, go slow. Even if at times you feel like I just want to, get it over with, go slow. I think you'll be happier with the outcome if you do that. What is closing out here for you in that World card? Can we get more specific on what is closing out? One more shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. The World is clarified by the Hangman. So if this is your message, this has been closing out for a while, or you've been aware that it is closing out for a while. Like the relationship, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic, it's been hanging by a string, literally like hangman hanging by a string. So like I said, you're either in the thick of it, or you know that the ending is coming. We have the Nine of Wands. You're very wounded, again, over what you're dealing with here. So we do have an ending with something that has been in your life for a while that has been chronically wounding you. And then we have you here in your highest vibration with the Magician energy, and then the Page of Cups. I'm going to say something to you that you may be saying, no, that's not true. I wouldn't want this to end. But just think about it before you rush to, no, that's not me, or that's not my message. Some of you manifested this ending, and you may not even realize you did it. You may have subconsciously done that with the High Priestess to the Hermit to the Magician. That's a lot of, to the Hierophant, that's a lot of subconscious. You may have subconsciously prayed for an ending or requested an ending because what you were experiencing was becoming depleting for you, maybe financially, maybe spiritually, maybe emotionally. I think for the majority of you, you manifested this ending because this was getting to be too difficult. This person or these people or this situation was proving to be too difficult. The Hierophant. Tell me more about the Hierophant. What is closing out here? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hierophant is clarified by the Fool. There's a new beginning. World card to the Fool card. The Empress. What you are firmly, wow, stepping into your raw. I heard raw. Your raw power. Bottom of the deck, Four of Wands shows itself again. So whatever this is here that is closing out for you, I do believe that you manifested the ending, whether you realize it or not, because it grew to be too painful. It wasn't just uncomfortable. Okay, we're not talking about mild discomfort. This is pain. This is heartache. This is betrayal. And at some point in time, you were like, oh God, please just let it stop. And that triggered the ending. I'm not trying to blame you for the ending. I'm trying to tell you that while you may be sad that this is ending, your higher self knew that it was beneficial for you for it to end, because you orchestrated the ending. You prayed for the pain to stop, and this was the only just fair way for the pain to stop. I hate to say that to you. You seem to be very resolute here with that Empress to the Seven of Wands, that you are closing this out and no one is changing your mind about it. In the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Wands, a person has drawn the line in the sand, and if anyone chooses or decides to challenge them on that decision, on that line in the sand, the person is willing to go to battle. So whatever's closing out here, you are resolute that this is what you now feel is best for you, and no one's going to talk you into staying in something that your higher self and that Magician energy was hoping and praying it would come to an end. Three of Wands. This is the Sun in Aries. So we're now moving forward. It's a new dawn, new day. Fool card is typically Aquarius, to be quite honest with you. If you look astrologically, the card is ruled by Uranus, and that's the modern day ruler of Aquarius. But I often see the Fool, the first card, as Aries being the first, first sign of the zodiac. So tell me more about the Three of Wands here.
One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands is clarified by Seven of Pentacles, Ten of Pentacles, and the Devil. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Wands. Okay, there's something here about not wanting the other entity. I'm going to call it an entity. Some of you get upset when I use that word because you're like, oh, you're talking about like a spiritual entity, like a evil entity. No, I'm calling it an entity because I don't know, in a collective general reading, are you breaking away from a company or a nonprofit organization you're part of? You know what I mean? I don't know, local land use board that you volunteer on, or a marriage. I don't know if it's one person or a group. So I'm going to use the word entity, but there's something here about wanting to get as much out of this before you leave. And there's something a little toxic about that. It's like, I want this to be over and I want to wrap this up, but I don't want them to make out better than I'm making out. So it's like, if I quit this job, I'm going to quit the job when I have a replacement for them. I'm not going to allow them to replace me. And that's healthy in a way. But if we're not talking about a job where you're trying to be smart and prudent and find the next paycheck before you leave the current paycheck, because that actually is a smart thing to do. It's right. It's a financially responsible thing to do. But I don't think I'm talking about that here. This seems to be, let's say, a divorce. And this seems to be, I want to be the winner and winner take all. And how can I do that? How can I exit this situation, environment, or connection, or break away from this entity without losing everything, or at least walking away with more than they are? So you are strategizing here on how to do that. Page of Swords. Tell me about the Page of Swords. And that doesn't always have to be a negative thing, okay? Because I don't know your particular situation. If you're leaving a company, you may be mulling over all of the fine details of like your employment contract or the human resource manual to see, do they owe me for vacation days? Do they owe me severance? You know, I don't know, maybe you've been working here 10 years. You forgot what the original hiring agreement was. So I just see you like reviewing. It's like you're reviewing things to make sure that you get like maximum payout or the maximum benefit, or that you end up better off. Page of Swords is clarified by the Sun. Yeah, that's the truth. The Sun, the Six of Cups, something here from the past that you're moving on from. Nine of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the King of Pentacles. So I do believe that you are trying to move on from this as unscathed as possible, retaining as much of what you can from the situation that you believe is yours, like all your belongings, all the pay, all the back pay that's due to you. Again, whatever this is, that seems to be what you're doing here. I'm not going to clarify Temperance to the Six of Pentacles, because it's clear for me that you are moving on from something, albeit maybe a little slow. Temperance is Sagittarius energy, which is ruled by Jupiter, and that seems to be loud and big and, you know, very expansive. But at the same time, it's a slow fire. And that Six of Pentacles already tells me you're moving on from it. So I don't want to waste your time doing that. I do want to see the decision here that you're making, and maybe it'll give us some insight on how you're coming to that decision. So clarify the Two of Swords. You're strategizing an exit. One more shuffle. Thank you. Two of Swords is clarified by Four of Cups, the Page of Pentacles, and there's that Page of Swords that you're strategizing an exit. Bottom of the deck, Three of Cups. Eight of Swords. Clarify the Eight of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Swords is clarified. There's that King of Swords. Some of you are talking to someone, your manager, your boss, your significant other, your best friend, someone that you trust, a parental figure you look up to. It certainly could be an attorney. Knight of Pentacles. You're talking to someone else to make this plan. I'm sure about that now. In the Chariot, how to move forward. Bottom of the deck, Five of Pentacles. In the After Tarot deck, the Five of Pentacles is, this individual is not in a state of lack. They're actually leaving this facility with a big old sack of coin over their shoulder. So again, it gives me that feeling of, I'm exiting something and I want to make sure I get the most out of it. Now, maybe for some of you, this isn't this, you know, huge, humongous ending. Maybe you're just selling your car, you know. Sometimes tarot seems to over catastrophize things. We're still in post shadow for another 9 days, 10 days. So I apologize for that stumble. But
you know, we don't have to over catastrophize this. It could be, I'm deciding to sell my vehicle. I'm a little sad about it. I have a lot of memories with this car. I've done a lot of great things, but I made the decision to sell it. No one's going to tell me not to sell it. And now I'm talking with someone. It could be a used car dealer person or something like that, or it could be a trusted friend. You know, take the messages how they resonate to you. You know, and using the car example, it's I want to sell this car, but I want to get like the most money out of it. I don't want to leave $1 on the table. And it could also then be figuring out, well, now what car will I be buying? And again, wanting to get the biggest bang for your buck, the biggest, the biggest sale or the biggest, savings. So take the message how it resonates to you. You are leaving something or someone behind that's been a staple in your life for quite some time. You're very clear on this. No one is changing your mind. And you're looking to get the most out of the departure. And you are talking to someone else about that. Four of Wands. Tell me about the Four of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. You could also be dealing with a Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. Like if this is a divorce, they could be an air sign, but even if they're not, you could be talking to them to try to find like a middle ground. Like, hey, let's not get lawyers involved. Let's try to do this amicably. So this could also be a negotiation now between you and that person. Four of Wands is clarified by the Hermit. There you are. The Empress again. And the Eight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Death card. So you're definitely having a conversation here with someone about how to end something. And for a lot of you, this conversation involves the individual or the entity that you are moving on from. Okay, so now there's active negotiation. So I have to figure out what to do. And I'm going to speak like you. I have to figure out what to do next because this is coming to an end. I'm most likely going to talk to someone else about it. Once I made the decision, I'm firm on it. I want to get the most out of it. I'm talking again to this person, and now I'm taking the knowledge that I have accrued or collected through data research or looking things up or talking to someone else, and I'm now actually bringing it to the person that I'm moving on from. That appears to be what is happening here. Tell me about that Queen of Swords. So now this is you communicating with this person, like giving your notice at work, selling the car, buying the car, selling the house, buying the house, trying to come up with a compromise with your person if you're separating, how to like split up assets or something like that. Clarify that Queen of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords is clarified by Page of Pentacles, Judgment, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Four of Pentacles. So yeah, whatever this is, you're now mid-August, okay, if we can put that, get some timing on that. This appears to be mid-August for most of you on the timeline. Obviously, it's not going to be exact for all of you, but August, there's a discussion now with the person or entity, okay, that you are moving on from. Hierophant to the Eight of Pentacles. Now I want to see, because this is you deciding to leave the Hierophant and you talking with this person on how to come up with a way to leave the Hierophant. So now let's see if this entity, energy, person is cooperative. Clarify the Hierophant here. This is now post-conversation. How to make sure that mic is on. Post-conversation. One more shuffle. Or post-mediation. Ace of Swords. That is the truth. So this is taking place now afterwards. Ace of Pentacles, the offering, and Page of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Wands. So there seems to be something from this person, like I have to look into that or I have to think about that. They're not a no. Okay, I have to look into that. I have to think about that. This person is also trying to discover if this is beneficial to them. So they're not an immediate yes, but they are open and receptive with the two aces on the table. Clarify the Eight of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by strength. The Ten of Swords, they agree. And the Four of Wands. There you go. Bottom of the deck, you have the moon. Most likely happening in the energy of the new moon in your sign, Virgo. Okay, in the month of August. That appears to be what is happening here. So there's a decision made to move on from something or someone. There's a conversation with that person. They need a little time, about a week. It could be anywhere from 1 to 7 days. Okay, pages for me are days and swords for me are weeks as a reader. Not every reader agrees with that, but for me, when I do my readings, that's my timing card, if you will. That's how I use those cards. And so we're looking at that Ace of Swords being 1 week and that Page of Wands being or the eight, I'm sorry, Ace of Wands being 1 day, and the Ace of Swords being 7 days, being 1 week. So this person will need 1 to 7 days to consider your offer here, or your resignation, or your departure, or again, your purchase, or your sale offer, whatever it is. And then they come back and they agree. 10 of Cups to Justice. There's I hate to say a happy ending, but there's a happy ending here. Because there's now resolution, and you and this other person, people, are now going your separate ways, and it's agreed. 10 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. We'll take it. On its side, we got the 7 of Swords. We got the 9 of Swords. And we have the Page of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the 7 of Cups. There's a parting here with sweet sorrow. Leaving the job, selling the car, selling the house, whatever this is, getting the divorce, okay? There is a parting here with sweet sorrow. Justice. One more shuffle. Thank you. Justice is clarified by 5 of Pentacles. The 2 of Swords, that decision you made, and the Tower, bottom of the deck, 2 of Wands. So this seems to be a finalization here. And your departure from whomever or whatever this is, again, even if it's a vehicle sale, seems to go in your favor, okay? Justice is served, karmic justice, and for others of you, like legal justice or financial justice. It is to your benefit. King of Swords. Tell me about that King of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Swords is clarified by King of Pentacles. That's you and your highest vibration. The Knight of Cups and the Fool. And there's your new beginning. Bottom of the deck, you have the 5 of Wands to the Death card. There's some nervousness or apprehension that this is over and there's a new chapter of your life beginning. It's really interesting. This morning I started writing, or I shouldn't say writing, I started perfecting the podcast that I'll be releasing on my Patreon channel as of August 9th. And the first one is the quarter life crisis. And then the second podcast I started writing this morning, I didn't really like the way I had closed it out. So I was perfecting some bullet points on that. And it talks about one moment being really sad about the vastness, the void that is left in the wake of something significant leaving in your life. And then the next minute being very excited about the new. And in that podcast, I talk about honoring both of those emotions because they're both real and you're going to feel both of them. So that's what this is giving me. That King of Pentacles to the Knight of Cups to the Fool card to that King of Swords to the 5 of Cups. So there is sorrow that this is closing out. There's a void here that is felt because it's no longer in your life, or you know that you'll soon no longer be interacting with whomever, whatever this is. And at the same time, there's excitement about what is to come. So I'm going to give you that same message that I wrote in the for that episode of that podcast, to honor these feelings because they're both true, and yes, they can both exist at the same time. 5 of Cups. Tell me about the 5 of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Pentacles, the Emperor, and the 10 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Cups. That's what I'm talking about. That first set of cards there was giving me the energy of, okay, now I no longer work here, or I no longer have that car, or I'm no longer communicating with this person, or I'm getting a divorce, or maybe the divorce is final for some of you in August. There's a void. And then at the same time, there's an excitement about what am I going to build next? Where am I off to next? And again, I want to tell you, I see the conflict here for you. 5 of Wands to the Death card. You're conflicted here. And I want to tell you to honor both of those feelings because they're both true and they're both real. Energy seems to lighten up for you in the wake of this ending in the month of September. That 4 of Swords, the Strength card, the 10 of Swords. It's like you're doing a lot of healing internally from what has closed out or is in the process of closing out. There's a lot of excitement here with that Knight of Wands, the 3 of Cups, the 5 of Wands. There's no argument. So whatever uneasiness you had between the void and the excitement, you seem to be more comfortable with it in September. Clarify this further, please, for them. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Lovers, okay? We have 2 cards came out in the reverse. The Moon in the reverse and the Death card in the reverse. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Pentacles. Whatever this is, it's done. It's done in September. The Death card in reverse for me is there is no going back. It's very much like the Death card in the After Tarot deck, which is it's done, it's over with, everything is trampled, and we're moving on from it. The Moon card in the reverse tells me that's the revelation. Like, that chapter of my life is officially closed. There really is nothing to go back to. Clarify this further, please. There's also a realization in September about why that had to end. Because you're feeling freer and happier, and you're not battling for raises, battling for attention, battling for the cards to start. Again, whatever it is here that you're moving on from. Because that Five Wands in the After Tarot deck, there's no fight. There's a lightness that you haven't felt in a long time. And that's when there's a realization here of, I'm really glad that that's over. Because the stress is gone, the tension is gone. And maybe now at the time of the reading, you're saying, no, I'm going to be upset for 10 years that this is done and over with. Okay, just, pin this video and come back in September and let me know. Because it looks like by the time you get to the second week of September, you're feeling a lot happier that the stress is gone. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands. Now you're actively moving forward. There's that Moon. I'm telling you. And then the Lovers again. Bottom of that Page of Wands. Be careful. If this is a relationship, like a romantic partnership, a marriage, long-term partnership that's wrapping up and coming to an end, be careful about not immediately jumping into another relationship. Because it might feel good to feel wanted again, or desired, or needed, or someone to lust over you. It's going to feel great, but it may not be long-lasting. With that Knight of Wands to the Three of Cups. It might feel good in the moment, but it might not be a long-lasting connection. And I don't want to see you compound heartbreak. If this is what you're leaving, is an actual romantic partnership, I don't want to see you compound heartbreak with another heartbreak, because you're not fully healed in September. You're feeling better that this has wrapped up, or is well on its way to being wrapped up, but you're not fully healed. You're still in the process of healing from the Ten of Swords. For those of you where this is a new connection on the heels of this one closing out, can I get 3 cards for them for September, the new relationship on the heels of the old one closing out? One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Swords. You're sabotaging this relationship by entering it, not being healed. Now, the Lovers connection with the 2 Lovers card, that's a profound soulmate connection. But you can sabotage it and ruin it, no matter how spiritually guided you were to this person. And maybe that's part of the reason why this had to close out, was so that you can meet this person or be with this person. But if you rush into this too quickly, you're going to sabotage it, because your wounds will sabotage it. Your wounds are not fully healed. And you're going to trick yourself in September and convince yourself that you're ready for the new. But you're not. You're not energetically ready for the new. I feel like it's better to go easy and slow. Bring it to Knight of Pentacles energy. Stay friends with this person. Get to know them. You can do that. Remember, healing's not linear. So you could heal and talk to someone else. And some of you don't like when I talk about my stories, my personal life experiences, but I feel inclined to share this. When I had told Tony that I wanted a divorce, 3 months later, I met someone else. I was not looking for someone else. It felt like weeks, to be quite honest. To me, it felt too fast. And there was an impulsiveness in me initially to want to go really fast with this relationship, because I've been starved out. I was starved out in the marriage for so long. I mean, I spent 3 years prior to leaving mourning the loss of the marriage. I knew I was going to leave. We were living in separate sides of the house in separate bedrooms, and I was pretty convinced he was seeing someone else. And that pretty much came to light about a year after I actually did tell him I wanted divorce, and I moved into this house and he stayed in the marital home. It was clear when we went to sell the marital home and I went to clean it out, there were things there that shouldn't have been there. And I know that it was a year after the separation, but it was clear that those things had been there a long time. And he also put his foot in his mouth by, I think it was 2 or 3 years into the separation, like now the divorce was final and I was dating my person, and he had said something. I asked him how the new relationship was going, and he made a comment that she wants him to move in because they had been together. And I think he said something like 4 or 5 years, and that just did not jive with my timeline of when I had asked for the divorce. So it was obvious that he was seeing her. So I just, the reason that I bring this up is because he rushed it and they had a lot of issues. Now they're still together 6 years later. Well, maybe it's longer than that if we use his foot in his mouth timing. But anyway, but they went through a lot, okay, because he was not ready. And I, on the other hand, went a lot slower, slower. Like they're looking to buy a house now and move in together. And I'm at the 6-year mark. I'm still not doing any of those things with my person. And I mean, it works for us. And I'm not telling you have to wait 6 years before you sleep with this person or date them. But go slow, because I know what this feels like after years of being starved out or neglected or rejected, and suddenly life is fun again, and someone's interested in you and they want to know how your day was, and they make you feel sexy and they make you feel good regardless of your pant size. You know what I mean? Regardless of the wrinkles on your face without makeup in the morning. I get it. But don't sabotage this, because this is a very strong soulmate connection coming in. The slower you go, the better it'll be. 2 of Pentacles, go slow, right? I was saying healing isn't linear. So on one hand, you still want to heal. On the other hand, you want to get to know this person. Knight of Swords. If you rush this, and I think you're smart enough, you know this, but if you rush this, there will be like arguments and petty disputes, because again, little things will trigger you. And that's normal. You're going through a big ending. Again, this is only for those of you who are leaving a long-standing, committed, like romantic partnership. If it's not, just this little portion of the reading isn't for you, but all the rest is, okay? I want to clarify this more for those of you leaving one for the other. One more shuffle. Thank you. 8 of Wands, 7 of Cups, 6 of Wands. It's going to feed your ego, and you're still going to feel emotionally depleted. It's going to feed you sexually, but you're still, the King of Cups is dumping the cup. You are not ready to love. So please go slow, because if you go slow, this relationship can go the distance. King of Cups, 5 of Swords again. So if you go slow, this can really go the distance. If you go too fast, you will unnecessarily and not even realize you're doing it, that you're sabotaging the connection, especially if this person cheated on you. If this person cheated on you, you might accuse this person of doing that, and they're not. But it's because that trust wound isn't healed. So while this person makes you feel good, there's that buried trust wound that because you haven't healed it, at the end of the day, you're really not going to trust this person. And if they don't stop by when they're supposed to, or call you when they're supposed to, you're not going to believe that the car broke down or the phone died or they overslept. That's why it's important for you to heal. Go slow. Take it from someone who did it. Go slow. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. Three cards of advice here, please, for August, for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. This could even be getting a divorce, meeting someone, and they immediately, you want to move in with them or they want to move in with you. No. You live there, I live here. And I remember saying that to him because he was going through the separation of divorce as well. And he had made a comment about moving in with me right away. And I said, oh no, I think it's best if you go live on your own for a little bit. I'm not telling you to go sow your oats and sleep with everyone in town. That's not what I'm saying. But I think it's best if you do that. Because I learned a lot about me just being alone. I had to get comfortable with who I was. I didn't know who I was after 24 years of marriage. I didn't know what I liked, what I didn't like. I had to rediscover myself. So please take the time to rediscover yourself. Because I can tell you, as someone who did it 6 years in, it's really nice. We didn't have the obstacles that they had. And I think that's the point of me sharing that with you. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice: 7 of Swords, Strength, and 2 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Lovers. Okay, twofold advice here for you. And I'm going to pull 3 cards for September. Be very strategic when it comes to closing this out, which I see you doing. So your advice is like, yes, physically do what I energetically see you doing here. Take your time creating the plan, drafting it all up, dot your I's, cross your T's, approach this person with whatever this is, buying, selling, separating, negotiating. If you do your homework, there's a beneficial outcome for you, okay? Lovers to the Star card. Ace of Wands, yes, that's the truth. Beneficial justice, even better. Beneficial outcome for you if you take your time, plan it all out, and you do it the right way. As for if this is a romantic partnership, if it's ending because of Seven of Swords, on your side or theirs, okay, I'm not going to say every Virgo in the world has never had an affair. So whoever engaged in the Seven of Swords behavior, there's something about careful planning moving forward into the next relationship, okay? Because we have the Lovers card, we have the Star. It's going to feel really good. Ace of Wands, there's a lot of passion. You're going to feel justified why that relationship ended, and then you will end up Five of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles. It fizzles out really quick because you're still emotionally depleted and you're still feeling emotionally unfulfilled because there's a wound here, a trust wound that hasn't been healed. So please take the time to heal that. And again, you can get to know this person. You don't have to marry them a week after you get your divorce papers. You know what I mean? Let's get you 3 cards of advice here for September. If this was not love related, and we're looking at you leaving a company, you're very happy in the new company. But I want to caution you to not be a people pleaser and an overdoer at the new company, because you might be so gung-ho to get out of this shithole that you're now in the new company and you're liking everyone and the vibe is good, and you know, maybe you make friends with your coworkers, and all of a sudden you start taking on the brunt of the work because you want to be a people pleaser. Like, oh, I could do that for you. Yeah, I could stay past 5. By the time you get to the end of September, you're fighting. You're fighting with people. You're nasty because you feel like they've taken advantage of you, and odds are they have. Okay, but it's initiated with you being a people pleaser because you left this toxic work environment. So whatever it is that you're leaving, when you move into the new, just go slow with the new. That's all. 3 cards here for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. 6 of Swords, moving forward, moving on. 5 of Pentacles, go slow, move forward slow. Again with that Lovers card. Queen of Swords, learn from the lesson, because this person you're leaving showed up as a Queen of Swords. And again, doesn't have to be a feminine, does not have to be an air sign, but this is representing, yep, told you, Queen of Swords to the Death card. My cards are good sometimes. 6 of Cups, someone from the past. Learn your lesson from here. Don't go too fast with this. Otherwise, yeah, you are wrapping up something monumental here in your life, and you have the potential for the replacement. Hate to say that, that's a person. The replacement here in September, just go slow. Learn from the past, don't repeat it. Let's get you 3 oracle cards here, please. And I do believe you have the longest reading out of everyone. One more shuffle. Thank you. Home, belonging, flow. Bottom of the deck, awakening. Return to inner peace and self-acceptance. Feeling grounded and at ease with who you are. Come back home to you first. Stay grounded throughout this whole process. Belonging. Find your true peace where you are. Find your true place where you are loved and accepted for who you are. This no longer fit. You're moving towards something that fits. Just go a little slow putting that puzzle together. Enjoy putting the puzzle together. You don't have to get the whole puzzle done in one day, okay? Flow. Move freely like water. Stay flexible and embrace the new in every moment. Embrace the newness, and then you have awakening. This is a big awakening here for you. Moving on from whatever this is, whomever this was. Realize your growth and changes and embrace the awakening. Death card energy here, right? Transformative energy there. Just as you move towards this new chapter of your life, learn from the past, but don't repeat it. I don't know why I have to keep saying that. I'm not lecturing you. I'm literally being told to tell you that. Let's close it out now with some kippers. Can we get 2 cards here, please, for that top row? Coffin. Courtship. It is the end to a relationship, to a connection in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic. It's not fully closed out. It came out a little cocked there, right, a little bit on the side. But it's coming to the conclusion. 2 cards here for the middle. Message of concern and imprisonment. And I feel like this is when you are One, having the conversation to yourself, how do I get out of here? Right, in that imprisonment card, I feel trapped. Also talking to this other individual and then relaying that info to the person you are moving on from. Maybe you're being served, they're being served, or there's a discussion here about like receipts, documents, what is owed, something like that. And 2 cards here for the bottom row. I'll pick that one up. Bottom of the deck, we have wealthy man. So we had the mature man came out on the side. You have change. Let me get that other card. And we have pathway in the upright. So it's a new path. It's a change of life for you. Your life will be very different in the 9th month of the year in September than it is here, because we have a 5 card here, and that is change as well. Let's get you 2 cards here for September. 2 cards here for September. Main female, and you have poverty. Remember what I was saying about going too fast? 5 of Pentacles. Main female, poverty, and the official person. So whoever that official person out is, the new boss, the new whatever, just go slow. You're going to feel like they're a gift to you. And look, I've been there. It's wonderful, but go slow. It's a slow journey. Take your time here, okay? That is what I have for you, Virgo. You are, without a doubt, wrapping up something monumental in your life and moving towards something else. Be patient with yourself. Be strategic during this time. And as good as September feels, don't run into the ocean without looking to see if there are any flags on the shoreline. There could be a riptide current there that you're not seeing. So just a little careful there with September, but be patient with yourself in August. That is what I have for you. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to check out Patreon for some additional bonus content. And of course, check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can't believe I'm saying that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading. So as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. Also keep in mind, it is predictive in nature. And please check out your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the pinned comment below is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Libra collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Libra need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the 8 of Cups. In the top row, we have the King of Pentacles, the 2 of Wands, and the Emperor. Flanking the 8 of Cups is the Sun and the Ace of Swords. In the bottom row, we have the 9 of Swords, we have the Death card, and we have Judgment. Sneak peek now into September. The Star, the 7 of Cups, and the Hierophant, and that leaves the Magician here at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Let's clarify these cards using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. Knight of Cups and the 10 of Swords there on the split. Tell me more about this here, please, for Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For August 2026, we are clarifying King of Pentacles, 2 of Wands, the Emperor, the Sun, 8 of Cups, Ace of Swords, 9 of Swords, the Death card, and Judgment. For the Libra collective, one more shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. The King of Pentacles is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. The 2 of Wands is clarified by the King of Pentacles. The Emperor is clarified by the 4 of Cups. The Sun is clarified by the 5 of Pentacles. The 8 of Cups is clarified by the Sun. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the 4 of Pentacles. The 9 of Swords is clarified by the 8 of Cups. The Death card is clarified by the 7 of Wands, and Judgment is clarified by the Ace of Swords. Sneak peek now into September. Seven of Pentacles, Page of Cups, Page of Swords, and that leaves the Ten of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. I feel like I have a group of you here where you've been through hell. And I was feeling that when I was just pulling out the first set of cards. I'm really feeling it now. You're definitely in a new chapter. Okay, this is a new chapter, a new beginning, a new page of the book, however you want to define it, whatever you want to call it. But you are recovering. That's a good word. Thank you. You are recovering from a very difficult chapter in your life, whether that was emotional, whether that was physical, whether that was health related, could have been financial. I just see you moving towards better days. There's a sunnier, brighter, happier disposition. There's gratitude for where you've been. There's gratitude for where you are. This is, I just want to be happy. It's a very calm feeling. It's the worst is over, the storm is over, and I just want to enjoy life again. That's the feeling that I have here. Now, you have a couple of things going on here in regards to a partnership as well as work related. So, and then there's a possible revisit here from someone in your past. It could be a friend, family member, or a lover that you're reconnecting with. So let's begin to clarify, but I feel like you've got a couple of storylines, if you will, all happening simultaneously. But again, it's because you came out of this dark period, Death card, Eight of Cups, and now you're stepping into the Sun. So there seems to be a deepening of one connection, possibly the revisit of another, and something work related here or financial related as well. So let's clarify now. King of Pentacles. Clarify the King of Pentacles here, please, for Libra. Actually, you know what, Libra? I want to begin with that Eight of Cups. If I can get a better energetic understanding of where you've been, that'll help me navigate your message for where you're going in August. So clarify the Eight of Cups here, please, for the Libra collective. It's like, what is that song? I can see clearly now the rain is gone. That's what it feels like. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Five of Wands. Oh, there was chaos and conflict back there. Justice and the Eight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Pentacles. So you became single, free, independent, autonomous of something quite difficult, some challenge. And again, I don't know what it was for you. Financial, emotional, health related. It's like your power was taken away from you and then you reclaimed your power. And whatever you went through, it was difficult in that Eight of Pentacles. It almost feels like you never thought it would come to an end, or you would get over it, or you would walk away, or, that cycle would close out. It feels like it was, it lasted a while, maybe 8 months for some of you, possibly a year, like from your last season till now. Justice to Justice, that's your major arcana card. So maybe like from last September to this September. So yeah, for some of you, 8 to 10 months here. Clarify the Sun. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by Justice. Wow, it's like you reclaimed your power. Your power, your autonomy, your independence. Nine of Pentacles shows itself again. And the Ace of Wands. Wow. Bottom of the deck, Three of Cups. I don't know. I don't know where some of you were. Maybe you had a terrible health crisis and now suddenly you're better. This is not a medical diagnosis, okay? YouTube's terms of service there. But there's something here about you reclaiming yourself, stepping into your power, this new chapter, feeling creative, feeling passionate. Again, there's a love for life here. I don't think I've ever had this in one of your readings. I'm definitely speaking to a group of you where you're so glad that that's in the past. You're so grateful for the journey. You're excited about the future. You're calm and you're steady. And you know your worth and you know your value. Bravo to you, Libra. Dare I say, already the best reading out of all of them. And I have 5 more to go, but this is an amazing energy. This is claimable regardless of what comes out now after this. King of Pentacles. Clarify the King of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles. The Six of Swords. Here's the money part. Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. So if you've seen my readings before, Queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. Kings take action. So I have you here in the month of August. You are processing, it could be investments, it could be like property investments, real estate. It certainly could be your job or what you would like to do for a living. There's something here in regards to your finances. And again, career and finance, right? For those of you who are currently working. And there's almost an evaluation of like, do I want to keep doing this? Do I want to keep doing this in, this investment? Do I want to keep owning this investment property? Do I want to keep staying at this job or within this industry? That Queen of Pentacles is staring in the After Tarot deck at the Pentacle. And so you're analyzing, if you will, your financial resources or financial assets, your monetary, assets. And this is like, do I want to keep making money this way, or even maybe even spending money this way? But there is a reevaluation of your finances. And then the King, you're about to take action here. The Two of Wands is a decision. So the Queen processes and the King takes action. Clarify that Queen of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. And that Six of Swords or Three of Pentacles tells me you may move forward and decide to make money differently. Five of Swords, the Empress, that's your other major arcana card that you share with Taurus. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune, bottom of that King of Swords. That's you in your highest vibration, whether you're masculine or feminine. I have a lot of you changing jobs in August. And you might be watching this now and saying, nope, I don't think so. This is predictive in nature. I have a group of you that says the way I've been making money and the way I've been spending money is no longer right for me. You're making a budget. You're getting stricter on what the money that you spend, that you're bleeding out. There seems to be like a tighter control. Again, I look at that Queen wanting to hold on to the Pentacle, evaluating the Pentacle. So I just see you like maybe starting to save or starting to have some long-term goals in regards to your finances. Again, however you make money. And then for those of you where you are employed or you have investments, this is you considering to do it differently. So changing jobs, changing industries, finding some new investments. You're not rushing on this whatsoever. But there is a feeling here. There's no argument. The Five of Swords in the After Tarot deck, no one is fighting. And in the other deck, we already had the Six of Swords. So this to you, after contemplating, ends up being a no-brainer. That you want to move in another direction when it comes to making and spending money. Like you want to do it. I want to do it differently. Six of Pentacles. Yeah, I want to do it differently. Two of Wands. Tell me about the Two of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Two of Wands is clarified by the Hangman. It's a decision here that you need to make. Queen of Swords again. Queen's process. Kings take action. I already have you here. King of Swords at the bottom of the deck. And the Page of Swords, bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. So this is where you put on your little detective cap, your investigator cap. And it looks here like you are researching other ways to make money. It could be other jobs, other industries, other positions, other investment properties, or just investments in general. Again, I don't know how you make your money. And let's say you receive some type of like government assistance or local assistance. It's still you saying, well, maybe there are some other programs out there that I qualify for. So again, you're just looking here. That Queen of Swords to that Page of Swords is like you're collecting data and information here when it comes to how you make money. You could also be crafting a budget to make sure like you're not overspending or putting yourself in debt. You seem to be very money focused. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The King of Pentacles, which showed up here twice, is clarified by the Three of Cups, Six of Pentacles. Okay, so you're going to leave it. Page of Wands, bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. So I do see most of you leaving or changing the way you make and spend money in the month of August. In the After Tarot deck, the Six of Pentacles, the individual is leaving, okay? Where they feel they haven't been making a lot of money, they're leaving. And that Page of Wands is also leaving someone behind. So it's like you discover that new program or that, you know what I mean, that new financial help you need or the new job, whatever it is here for you, the new investment. And it looks like you're departing from the way you currently make money. The Emperor. Clarify the Emperor. Because again, if the Queen's process and the Kings take action, the Empress here is the Queen of all queens. And now we have the Emperor. We have you in this energy now moving forward. I'll look at it, but I'm not going to take it. I have the Tower and the Ten of Wands. We'll see if that wants to come out again. Clarify the Emperor. This is your energy. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Emperor is clarified. There's that Six of Pentacles again. So you're going from maybe not having a budget to having a budget, because this Six of Pentacles here is not equal. And this is equal. Or well, I think you're doing both. I think you're watching how you spend money, but also how you make money. So this is getting tighter with the money, smarter with how you utilize your financial resources. Good on you. It's a lot of maturity when it comes to finances, and I don't see that in an insulting way. I'm a Gemini. We're horrible with money. We really are. So I congratulate you on this, Libra. The second thing here is leaving a job that's not paying you fairly, or leaving an industry that doesn't pay you fairly, to move towards one that does. Queen of Pentacles again, because that was based on the decision you made back here when you were assessing Ten of Swords. Yeah, you're moving on from, again, a company, an investment, the way you make money. Four of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the individual is spilling the cup. So this would be like you giving your notice, you changing investment firms, whatever that is for you, however you make your money. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Four of Cups is clarified by the Knight of Wands. Boy, are you excited. There's that Tower, shows itself again, and the Death card. Bottom of the deck, the Fool. So we have a whole new beginning here when it comes to your finances. And it looks really good. That's not a Tower that I'm afraid of. Some of you have a fire sign, or maybe a Scorpio here that's supporting you in all of this. Like, you could be talking to this person, or just getting advice, or you're celebrating this with this person as well. So this seems to be a very smart financial move for you when it comes to acquiring money, but also how you spend it. Getting a lot sharper, a lot more focused. You also know your value. You came out of this previous chapter, if you will, with two Justice cards, your two major arcana cards. You share that card with no one. So truly, truly in your power, knowing your value and knowing your worth. And I think that made you realize that maybe what you're doing for a living, or the way you're making money, is not beneficial to you. Like, you deserve to make more. And I see you doing that. So the Sun to the Five of Pentacles, I'm not going to clarify because we have the Sun here repeated twice. And the Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is not someone who's in financial or emotional lack. This person's actually coming out of the building with a big old sack of coin over their back. So again, I feel like it's just showing an improvement here, drastic improvement in your finances in the month of August. So bravo to you. Ace of Swords to the Four of Pentacles. I do want to see what you're letting go of here. And I see that because the Four of Pentacles for me is my Miser card in Tarot. It's like I'm holding on for dear life. But in the After Tarot deck, it's met with Scorpionic energy of the Death card. We have the Grim Reaper here. And I just want to see if this is like the job you're leaving behind, or if it pertains to something else. You know, the job, the investment behind, or if it pertains to something else. So let's clarify the Ace of Swords, because it's repeated down here, Judgment to the Ace of Swords as well. We're getting into the relationship portion. Hold on. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the Five of Cups. The King of Swords, again, you and your highest vibration. And the Eight of Swords, bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. Clarify that. Four of Pentacles, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Seven of Swords, and the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Swords. So you're leaving that, in, again, the way that you made money. You're leaving that behind. In the After Tarot deck, we don't have the same meaning for this card, Seven of Swords, in this deck like we typically do. This person is not making the same mistake. So this is you saying, I'm not going to make the same mistake when it comes to my finances, either, you know, how I make, how I receive money, and how I spend money. So you're and this makes you very happy to change the job, change the industry, the investment style, the spending habits. You are very pleased with yourself with this. Nine of Swords to the Eight of Cups, Death card to the Seven of Wands, Judgment to the Ace of Swords. Clarify that Nine of Swords, please. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Three of Wands, the Queen of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles. Clarify the Eight of Cups, because in the After Tarot deck, the Eight of Cups is a return. Someone is returning to the cups after someone has walked away. So there is a return here for you. And that's why I felt that before. I said, oh, there's a return energy here. Clarify that Eight of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Cups is clarified by the Nine of Swords, the Ten of Swords. Yeah, this is a return. And Temperance, bottom of the deck, the Seven of Cups. So you have a return here, Libra. This person could be a fire sign. They could be a Sagittarius. With all the swords, it could be a Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius as well. Because I've got a lot of sword cards here. There's a feeling here of you have the opportunity to reconnect with this person. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. Never give your power over to me or to another tarot reader. I'm just telling you energetically what's available here for you. And please, by all means, use your, God-given gift of free will to decide if you want to do this or not. But it does look like you are reconnecting with someone. I don't get this as being a love relationship. This seems to be like a friend or a family member. You either had like an ending or a disagreement, or there was like a big span of time here. That Three of Wands, Queen of Wands, and Wheel of Fortune. It's like a lot of time has moved forward, right? The Three of Wands is moving forward. The Queen of Wands is processing the past, and then that Wheel of Fortune. So it's like it's been a long time since you saw this person or these people. I think it's just one person here, but again, take it how it resonates to you. But there's been a long span of time, and now that Temperance card, it's like the two cups are coming together again. So it looks like you are connecting with this individual. I'll try to get you more cards on that person in a second. Clarify the Death card, because this might have something to do with the financial situation changing. Clarify the Death card. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Three of Cups, the Two of Swords, and the Lovers. Bottom of the deck, the Ten of Cups. Clarify the Seven of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Seven of Wands is clarified. There you are again. The Emperor, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Strength card. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups. Okay, I have literally two messages just came out of this spread here. Number one, when you tell this employer or investor, again, whoever this is, that you no longer want to work with them or for them, because it could be a business partner for some of you. I don't know, it's general collective reading. But when you tell this person that you no longer want to engage in whatever financial situation you have with them, there's a little pushback from this person. Look at that Seven of Wands. It's like you draw a line in the sand. You get pushback from this person. This person doesn't understand your decision. They don't understand. They're accepting it. They're accepting your notice or whatever it is that you're giving them here to tell them you no longer want to, work with them or work for them. But there's a little pushback from this person. They're not understanding why. So I would prepare for that when you give notice to whomever that is. And look, maybe you have a 401k with Penn Mutual and you're changing it to another company. There's a little pushback. Again, like, okay, well, you've been with us all this time. Why are you changing your, 401k now? So there's a little pushback when you make the announcement to this individual that you're making the choice to take your money elsewhere or make money somewhere else. There's a little pushback from this person. I do think they hold themselves back in the Strength card. It's not like they're going to be mean or vindictive, but there's a little pushback, and then they just kind of they become reserved. So there's a little anger, and then there's a pullback. Judgment to the Ace of Swords. Clarify Judgment here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Judgment is clarified. Strength card again. The Empress. We go right back to the beginning. Empress to the Nine of Pentacles. And clarify the Ace of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the High Priestess again. The Hermit. And there's that Two of Swords, that decision. So the majority of your month, of course you can have other things happening in your life, is really around you reflecting the way you make money, the way you spend money, creating a budget, cutting out some things that you don't need, like subscriptions and stuff like that. I just see you getting a lot smarter with how you spend your money. And that, like I said, that as a Gemini, I'm telling you, that's a very good thing. And maybe you're leading the air signs with that. But there's also a reevaluation on how you make money. And it looks like you're changing stuff up with that as well. You're getting a little pushback, but you're moving forward with it anyway. While you have all that playing out, you have the resurfacing here of a connection. I don't feel like it's romantic. I feel like this is a friend or this is family. if this is love, this is not someone who's coming back like a past lover for like to reunite with you. This might be a past lover reaching out because maybe you've got kids in common with them. The 2 pages are here. You know, it could just be a friend. It could be a romantic partner who has turned into a friend. I know, like, Tony and I have been divorced 6 years, and I still consider him one of my closest friends. You know, he knows my person knows him. So we're both in separate relationships. So that's why I mean, like, I don't feel like it's anyone coming back for like a romantic reconciliation. This seems to be friend, family member, or an ex that you are totally just on friends with, and they're cool with that too. So I want to get a little bit more on this person's energy. Tell me more about the reconnection here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The reconnection. We have the Devil. We have the 9 of Wands. Oh, this is someone from your past. 7 of Pentacles. I told you, it's been a long time since you saw this person or you talked to this person. 6 of Cups. It's a soulmate. Either you wounded this person or this person wounded you, or there was shared wounding here. You definitely have some scars when it comes to this person. You're not quite healed from what they did to you. Clarify this further, please. I mean, it could be a friend. It could be a boss who screwed you over, you know. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Pentacles. That's the truth, what I said. Chariot and the 5 Wands. Bottom of the deck, King of Wands. And again, for me, Kings take action. I see you moving forward to talk to this person. You might actually travel to see them, or they're traveling to see you. There's plans here being made for travel. It could be leisure travel. And that 5 Wands, no one's fighting. So maybe you're agreeing to meet up for dinner, or to meet somewhere to talk. If you have kids, this could be like, maybe you're coming together to talk about dropping off and picking up the kids, or the grandkids even. Because I just see everyone like laying around. Again, there's no argument here. So you are moving forward with this person. There's been a lot of pain or wounding here in the connection between you and them. But you are moving forward with conversations. And most of you are meeting up with this person. Again, there's some type of gathering or talking or something like that with them. And that's going to continue in the month of September. The Star, so you're continuing to heal from this whole thing, all these changes in your life. New job here in the Hierophant, 7 of Cups. Then you've got 7 of Pentacles in the 2 pages. So let's clarify this here for September. Clarify this further, please, for September, for the Libra collective. Okay. 6 of Cups. Yeah, this is that soulmate thing. One more shuffle. Thank you. The 6 of Cups, the Ace of Cups, that's the truth, and the Queen of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Knight of Swords. Clarify this further, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Magician, the 10 of Wands, and the King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Pentacles. I have a lot of messages that just came in. And I want you to only take the ones that resonate. And remember, this is predictive in nature. Group number 1, you are loving the new job. You're glad that you looked at more options and choices in terms of investments or work strategies, career strategies. You're at the new job. You're loving it. There's a lot less burdens and responsibilities. You could be actually managing something now, managing a department, managing a group of people. You seem to really be like in your power. You have a little bit more of autonomy or freedom at this job, like a more creative or just more input here. And you seem to really, if we're looking at that Ace of Cups as a job, this is like, again, it could be the new business partner. It certainly can be the new boss here. But there's excitement here. You're taking it slow. There's active communication between you and the boss or you and the business partner. Things look great. If you're revisiting this connection here from the past, where like the 2 of you were just friends, or like I said, I'm getting a lot of family energy, especially with that Hierophant card. You're moving forward with this person. There's a nice reconnection here happening, but you are going very slow when it comes to communication. And I don't know why that is. I'm going to assume it's that Devil to the 9 of Wands. There's something here about just taking it slow. 7 of Pentacles, like we'll see how it goes. So it does look like you're reconnecting with friends. a friend or a friend group, or like I said, family with that Hierophant, but jury is still a little out on this person. There's love or respect here with that Queen of Cups energy. Maybe for some of you, it's a parental figure, mother, father energy here as well. But again, I just see you going very slow with this person because of whatever transpired here in the past with them. If you are currently in a romantic partnership at the time of this reading, and things seem to be going okay, it is quite possible that you are proposing to this person or this person is proposing to you. And this would be like, this is a new connection in that Ace of Cups. And I'm just going to tell you to go slow. I think you need to go slow on this one. I'm not saying this is a bad person or anything like that, but it's quite possible. I got like sort of bended knee energy here. The Ace of Cups, this Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces person here. Again, they don't have to be those signs, but they're receiving the cup. So the Hierophant card could talk about marriage. So there could be something here if you're doing that. I'm going to tell you to go really slow. And the reason why I say that is, look at that Ten of Wands. Is the worst over? Yes. Are you still fully healed from whatever this difficult chapter was? No. And so if you're in a new connection or you're meeting a new person in August, or even you're meeting someone new in September, I would not rush down the aisle with this individual. Can I get 3 cards on love here on this romantic partner? And look, if you're currently in a relationship, in a marriage, again, if everything's going well, I'm not talking about third party and all, like things are going well, this could be a discussion to do like a vow renewal, maybe at the beach. Both pages here, you know, we got the water here. So it's possible for some of you that something like that is occurring. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Seven of Swords. Go slow. King of Cups. Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, 4 Swords. If this is a relationship and you're looking to renew your vows, I would make sure you and your person are exactly on the same page and any issues you have been resolved. And if this is someone new and you're rushing down the altar, you are sabotaging this connection with that Seven of Swords. I knew I had a feeling you got to go slow. I'm not telling you it's a bad person or you're a bad person or you're not a good fit. But this is rushing into commitment or rushing into recommitment. And that Seven of Swords is screaming. And the way I laid the cards down, I got the Queen of Cups, Seven of Swords, and the King of Cups. This is no bueno. This is going too quickly here. Again, only for those of you in that situation. Can I get 3 more cards? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Six of Wands. We have the 3 of Swords. And we have the King of Swords. Bottom of the deck, 5 of Cups. Yeah, some of you are going to rush down the aisle here. And I would just go very slow. Why is that Seven of Swords there? One more shuffle. Thank you. 10 of Cups. 4 of Pentacles. 3 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, 6 of Swords. Someone is still healing from a relationship ending, whether they want to admit it or not. And it's possible for some of you, someone here is still married. I gotta be honest and throw that out here. So I would make sure that you or they are legally divorced before you run down the aisle, because you might unknowingly still be married to someone. And don't be like, oh, how's that possible? There was a woman that I worked with. She was like 60 years old when she met her 3rd husband. I think Harold was her 3rd husband. And she did not realize that legally she was still married to her 2nd husband. So she would have been like, what do you call? She would have been like, I think that's called bigamy. She would have been engaging in bigamy or something like that. She didn't realize it. So she wasn't doing it on purpose. But there's something here, like maybe there's not paperwork done here on a divorce or something like that. Or someone is still hurting over a connection that ended. They're not fully healed emotionally. One more shuffle. Thank you. Go slow on love in September. Judgment. Yeah, see the Moon, the World card? Someone still has a lot of suppressed emotions about a connection that, take a time out, Hangman. Take a time out. Cool your jets. Cool your jets. Someone is still reeling from the end of a connection or possibly a divorce. And like I said, if you're looking to rush down the altar, the aisle, I would make sure that if you were previously married or they were, that everything is wrapped up with that, because there's something with that Seven of Swords that's like, There's something there that you don't realize or they don't realize. And again, I don't think it's being done maliciously. It's like we're overlooking something. Let's get you, and maybe you or they might suggest like a prenuptial agreement, especially if money was a factor in your previous marriage. Let's get 3 cards of advice here, please, for August for Libra. One more shuffle, thank you. And if you say, well, I don't have any money, so why would I do a prenup? You don't know what you end up with during the course of the marriage. you have no idea. So, or they, right? So sometimes prenuptial agreements, do we want marriages to last a lifetime? We do. But if you live in the United States, you got, 49% chance that that's your reality. Because 51 point whatever percent says that's not the reality. So your advice here, Hermit, think twice before you do anything in regards to this new connection, reconnecting with this friend or family member, and as well with your job. Take your time, get all your facts, go slow, Judgment. Yep, Page of Pentacles here, Page of Wands. Go slow discovering the new financial opportunities. Go slow with the new relationship. Go slow with reconnecting with this past person. That's your advice here. Go slow, go within, continue to heal, and enjoy your new life. Enjoy your new chapter. I also think some of you need to forgive yourself for that past chapter. Yeah, being told you need to forgive yourself. Whatever you did, whatever you didn't do, forgive yourself so you can leave that where it belongs. Shut the door on it. Don't take it into your new chapter. 3 cards here, please, for Libra. One more shuffle. Thank you. Silent Strength, Soulful Presence, Home. Bottom of the deck, Exploration. Silent Strength. Build your power in silence, waiting for the right moment to reveal your quiet strength. I think that's what you're doing with like changing up your finances here. Soulful Presence. This one's a little bit more difficult to read because of the font. Connect with your inner self. Live in the present and stand firm in your beliefs. I told you this was like you coming out very strong, very much in your power, knowing what you're worth, knowing your value, and coming out of a very dark time. I feel like you've been like transformed from your last chapter. And Home. Return to inner peace and self-acceptance. Forgive yourself if you have to, okay? Feeling grounded and at ease with who you are. That was the feeling in the beginning. It was like, I just want to be happy. Being grateful for the journey and just wanting to be happy. And at the bottom of the deck, you have Exploration. Be brave, explore the unknown, expand your horizons. It's a new chapter. You don't have to do things the old way or the same way. Learn new stuff. Let's close it out now with some kippers. Can we get 2 kippers for the top row there? Okay, we have bad health. So again, this is in regards to your finances. So something here has not been going well with your finances. Incoming and outgoing on your money. Can I get one more card on that? And then we have the official person. So then it's like you decide again, step into the role of the Emperor. Something needs to change. The way I make and the way I spend money. Bottom of the deck, imprisonment. Yeah. I think you're climbing your way out of debt. I also think now you know your value and worth when it comes to your job. Or again, the way you make money. 2 cards here for that middle row. Okay. A little on the side there, we have marriage, and then we have courthouse. This is the new soul contract you're entering, the new professional contract. Can I get one more on this, please? We have thoughts on the side. So give bottom of the deck change. So if we're looking at this in terms of, again, that financial situation that you have playing out for most of the month, give considerable thought about who you want to work for or work with. It's important you don't rush, right into the first financial opportunity that comes in. If you want to interpret this as this is where you're moving in with this connection, because a marriage card for me doesn't have to mean like an actual physical, like marital marriage. It could just be like that soul contract. Give considerable thought about whether or not you want to reconnect with this person. Again, energetically, I see it happening, but you have the right to say yes or no at the end of the day. So give considerable thought to that. And if you're thinking about proposing or something with this new person, I would give considerable thought before rushing to the courthouse with them. And again, not saying they're a bad person. I just think you need to go slow on it. For some of you, you're getting a divorce, but then like quickly entering another relationship. And I'll give you the same message I gave Virgo. Go slow. Don't taint the next relationship with the wounds from, you know, the past connection that's closing out. Can I get another card here for the bottom row? Distant horizons and change. This begins the beginning, if you will, of the next chapter of your life, which will unfold over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. This is a timing card for me, 3 to 6 months. This is a timing card as well, 9 months. So within 9 months, your life is very different in terms of this connection that's re-entering, in terms of the way you make money, the way you spend money, this new love interest here that's developing. Your life is going to change over the course of the next 9 months. So don't rush it. You don't have to do it all in the month of September. Bottom of the deck, we have toil and labor. Can I have 2 cards here, please, for September? And some of you are changing residence over the course of the next 9 months as well. We have great fortune and we have mature woman. Bottom of the deck, we have child. It is a rebirth. It's a whole new chapter of your life. Go slow. There's no rush. Take your time. Enjoy your freedom. Enjoy your freedom and enjoy your new financial abundance that is coming in as well because of this big change that you're making here. And it's all because you now know your value and your worth. Congratulations, Libra. It's definitely one of the better reads that I've done for the month of August. That is what I have for you. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to check us out on Patreon, and also don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon babies, rising as well as Venus. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. I still can't believe I'm saying that. For August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. Also, keep in mind this is predictive in nature. And please be sure to check out your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the comment section is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Scorpio collective, Sun, Moon babies, Rising, as well as Venus. What does Scorpio need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for the month of August? One more shuffle here. Thank you. Okay. In the heart of your spread, the card that jumped out is the Moon. In the top row, we have the Hermit, the Ten of Swords, and the Queen of Pentacles. Flanking the Moon is the Death card, the Eight of Swords, and in the bottom row is the Three of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Two of Cups. Sneak peek now into September. Knight of Wands, the World card, and the Ace of Swords, and that leaves the Knight of Cups here. I feel a lot of emotional healing in the month of August for you. Okay, let's see where we go with this message. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. The change of images does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. So this is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon babies. If you wonder, if you're new to the channel, you wonder why I say Moon babies, it's because I'm a Scorpio Moon. It's just a way for me to connect with part of the collective. I'm not making your reading about me. But anyway, for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026, we are clarifying the Hermit, Ten of Swords, Queen of Pentacles. I just saw the Four of Wands. Queen of Pentacles, the Death card, the Moon, Eight of Swords, Three of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Two of Cups for the Scorpio collective for August 2026. One more shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. The Hermit is clarified by the Empress. The Ten of Swords is clarified by the Page of Swords. The Queen of Pentacles is clarified by the Page of Wands. The Death card is clarified by the Hierophant. The Moon is clarified by the Two of Wands. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Fool. The Three of Pentacles is clarified by the Queen of Cups. That's you, whether you're masculine or feminine. The Sun is clarified by the Ten of Cups. And the Two of Cups is clarified by the Ten of Wands. Sneak peek again now into September. Knight of Wands shows itself again in both decks. The Nine of Cups and the Seven of Cups. And that leaves the Two of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, your overall energy for the month of August is the Moon to the Two of Wands. You're at a crossroads.
There's a particular decision here that you need to make in your life. What that decision is, we don't quite know yet. I'll find out more when I clarify. But the overall energy here is I need to make a decision, and I'm not quite sure what decision to make. It's an emotional decision. It does concern matters of the heart. It will affect you, emotionally speaking. There's also something here about you're not sure if you have all the facts or all the details in order to make a wise decision or the best decision for yourself. So there's heavy contemplation here, Hermit to the Empress, about whether or not you want to move forward, you know, and in what direction you're moving forward in. There's communication here between you and another individual. You're trying to acquire data. You end up realizing you have to do what is in your own best interest, and whatever's been plaguing you or delaying you from making the decision, I see that going away and you making the decision with the Fool card. So you are moving in a direction. You're kind of going from being stuck, I can go A or B, and you're sort of stuck in that Y point. And this is all very processy here, and lots of discussions, lots of inner contemplation, and then deciding to do what is best for you and moving in that direction. And you're starting to build in that direction. And again, there's someone else here in your energy with the Two of Cups, and this person shows up again in September. It could be professional, platonic, or romantic. I do not look at the Two of Cups as a romantic partnership. So let's see where we go with this reading. Let's clarify the moon. I see like the actual like you making the decision in August, but then like you moving forward with that World card to the Ace of Swords. It's like definitively moving forward in September. And we'll clarify September also for you. Right now, let's clarify that moon for Scorpio for the month of October. Okay, now I'm going to have to pull 3 cards at the end for October. For the month of August, clarify the moon. So October here is important as well. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The moon is clarified by the 3 of Cups, the Star, and there's that 2 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Queen of Wands. It's like I want to make the decision that is best for my overall happiness. I want to make the best decision that'll get me closer to my wish fulfillment. I just don't know what the heck that decision is. Like, I don't know what to do. Clarify the 2 of Wands here. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The 2 of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. We see that Queen of Pentacles here again. The Ace of Pentacles and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, we have the Tower. So it looks like you get the realization that you need, the clarity that you need. The Tower, the 3 of Pentacles, that's what you start building on, working on down here. So whatever the decision is for you, and I'm going to try to get a little bit more insight for you here, you do decide to move forward in a particular direction. For me, queens exist in the present, they process the present, and kings take action. With the 2 Queen of Pentacles here in your energy, I know you're a water sign, but this has to be in regards to your structure or your stability, house and home. It could be long-term committed partnership. For others of you, it's how you make money, like launching a business, expanding a business, changing jobs. Okay, so it's in regards to your security. Okay, whether that's financial or emotional. That's why you're stuck here. That's why you want to make the best decision for yourself. You don't want to screw this up. But again, queens exist in the present, process the past, kings take action. And I have you here in Emperor energy then taking action. So whatever this decision is, you're resolute, Tower to that Ace of Pentacles. Okay, now I know what I'm going to do, and I'm full force going after it. What is it? Hermit. Clarify the Hermit. What is the decision here that Scorpio is trying to make in the month of August? One more shuffle. Thank you. What is this decision? 3 of Swords. I told you, matters of the heart. 6 of Cups. And the Emperor. Again, bottom of the deck, the Hangman. You are trying to make a decision in regards to either a soulmate in your life that you've had some emotional wounding with, okay? And this could be a friend, family member, lover. Hell, it could be your boss. I don't know. But you have been emotionally affected. I knew that. I felt that with that Moon card. And you're not sure if you want to continue the connection, revisit the connection. So to put it simply in context of work,
this is a manager or a supervisor or a boss or higher up. The two of you butt heads a lot, and it leaves you wounded. And you're not sure if you want to stay at the job or leave. It could be a romantic partnership. You don't know if you want to stay or leave. Same thing with a friendship. If you're the emperor of your empire, like you are, your own boss here, right? Maybe you own your own company. You don't know if you want to keep the business model that you have or if you want to change it up. So that Six of Cups could be an individual, professional, platonic, or romantic that you're trying to make a decision on, or it could be work in terms of what you do for a living, whether you are self-employed or not, but you've been doing it for a long time or you've been doing it that way a long time. So this is, again, I knew that had something to do with stability, either financial or emotional. That's why you're so invested in this decision, if I could get the word out of my mouth. That's why you're so invested. The Empress. Tell me more about the process here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Empress is clarified by justice. You want to do what is fair and balanced for yourself. The Chariot and the Five of Swords. And you don't, Ace of Cups, you don't want to screw this up for yourself. You don't want to make the wrong decision when it comes to staying in a connection, professional, platonic, or romantic, or like I said, like finding a new job or expanding maybe your current business model. You don't want to make any mistakes. You're being very careful with this. And you're giving contemplation to walking away from this situation, environment, or connection. Or, like I said, if you're a business owner, changing it up. Tell me about that Ten of Swords. Tell me about that Ten of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by Ten of Wands, the Knight of Swords, and the Six of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Fool. There you go. There's a feeling here of this should not be that hard. Whether it's, you work for yourself or you work for someone else. Or if we're talking about a friendship or a familial connection or a romantic partnership, there's a feeling here of it should not be this hard. It should not be this hard to give and receive. It should not be this, it should not have this much drama. It should not cause me this much wounding. And if we're talking in terms of money, again, whether you're self-employed or employed by someone else, this is a feeling of it should not be so difficult to make money, or it should not be so difficult to run this business or launch this business. I don't mean this in a negative way. You are looking for easy. And again, it's not because you're lazy or something. It's you have gone through a very difficult experience. It's clear as day. And you're very emotional about this, and you're like, I just want easy. I want to be able to make a decent living. I want some decent connections in my life. You're looking for easy. You're looking for joy to be restored. And that's why this decision is so difficult for you. You don't want to add to the wounding you have already experienced with whatever or whomever this is by making a bad decision, either to leave it or to stay in it. Clarify the Page of Swords here. And the feeling here is, for the month of August, sometimes I think it's just better to leave. I'm just energetically channeling you. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Swords is clarified by the Eight of Cups. The Two of Cups, there's that partnership. And the Death card. Bottom of the deck, the Four of Pentacles. So you are really grappling with this. Now, either you're arguing with you and your higher self about the business model or something you want to do for a living. And for others of you, you're not sure if you want to continue this, because the Eight of Cups in the After Tower deck, the person is returning to something that they walked away from or someone else walked away from. And you just don't know. You're I need a little bit more information. I need to figure this out. Am I ending this once and for all? Because in the After Tarot deck, your card, the Death card, it is done and over with. And the Eight of Cups is a return. So you're not sure here what you want to do with the situation, environment, or connection. But you do end up making a decision. I'm curious to know what you make. And don't ever allow Tower to tell you what to do. So I'm just going to tell you energetically what's here. And if you want to end up doing something, contrary or the opposite, you're more than welcome to exercise that divine gift of free will. Clarify that Queen of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Maybe that'll give us some more insight here. Five of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, and oh, look at that, Page of Wands to the Page of Wands, bottom of that King of Swords. So you end up talking.
You're either, if you're like, you're self-employed, let's say, and it's just you, maybe you're like me, you run the channel, whatever it is, the business, the soap making business, whatever it is, you do it all on your own, you know. There's a feeling here of you just like talking to someone else. It could be a friend, it's someone you trust, maybe it's your partner. But if you are self-employed, you're talking to someone else saying, I am spending so much time running this business, I'm not making anywhere near the money I need to make. And I love the business, I don't want to give it up, but I got to find a way to streamline it. Maybe I have to go back to the beginning in that Eight of Cups and revisit it and like redo the business model. If you're working for someone else, you are having a conversation with that individual, that supervisor, that manager, that higher up. There's something here like, I don't really want to leave the company, but if things don't change, I'm going to have to leave the company. So you are having a conversation. If this is with a friend, family member, or a lover, even if by chance in the Eight of Cups it's someone from the past coming back around, you are still having a conversation with this person. And you're basically telling them what needs to change in order for you to stay or in order for you to return. Clarify that Page of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Lovers, the Page of Pentacles, and the Three of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Eight of Swords. So this conversation that you're having with someone here is actually, it gets you out of the Eight of Swords, like kind of mental imprisonment that you've been in. You didn't know what to do. There's some clarity that comes to you as a result of this conversation. Again, you're talking to a friend about your business model, or you're talking to a higher up about what's going on at work. You are receiving clarity. You are receiving support. Okay? You are able to make a decision here about whether you stay or go from a very healed place. In the After Tarot deck, the heart is healed, or at least in the process of healing, right? The swords are out of the heart is bandaged. So this ends up being a very healing conversation for you. I hate to keep using that word, and I know in tarot that word is used a lot, overused at times, but it is a healing conversation. It's an eye-opening conversation, and it enables you to make a decision that you feel very confident in. Death card. This is you in your power. That is your major arcana card. You share that with no one else. It's just you. So clarify the Death card, please. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Six of Pentacles, the Eight of Wands, and the Magician. Bottom of the deck, the High Priestess. So this is on the tails here of this conversation. So this seems to be, again, like if you're talking to someone about your business, that Six of Pentacles is like, I provide this product or service and I want to make X amount of dollars. But how do I do that without working 16 hours a day? You know, so, and that Magician is mercurial energy as well. Again, that Mercury rules Virgo and Gemini. So there's a conversation here. And again, Virgo is healing. So it's a healing conversation you're having with someone. And if it's a higher up or a friend, family member, or lover, you're basically saying to them, I want to stay here. I do. Otherwise, I would have quit already, right? Because you know your value and worth. You showed up here in Empress and Emperor energy. So it's, I know my worth. I know my value. If I wanted to leave, I would leave. I'm just hoping things would change. There has to be some more reciprocity, whether that's financial or emotional, in order for me to stay. Otherwise, I will seek out another blank, another friendship or another job or, you know, in time, another romantic partner. So I don't think you're like quite giving whoever this individual is like an ultimatum. You just seem to be like giving them your demands. That sounds a little weird, but yeah, you're basically saying this is what I need to stay in this, or this is what needs to change. Yeah, this is what needs to change in order for me to stay in this. Clarify the Hierophant. One more shuffle. Thank you. Because death to the Hierophant, that's Death card is you. If you're a Scorpio sun sign, your opposite sign is Taurus, which is the Hierophant. So you're saying, you know, these are my beliefs. This is what I need. They're non-negotiable. They're non-negotiable terms and conditions, if you will. The Hierophant is clarified by the Seven of Swords, because I'm not going to keep making the same mistake. Knight of Swords, there's that conversation, and Queen of Wands. Because I've learned from my past interaction with you, again, Queens exist in the present, process the past, at least for me as a reader. And that Seven of Swords in the After Tarot deck is, I don't want to make a mistake. So if I stay here, it has to be because something radically transforms. Death card to the death card. If I'm going to continue this business, I have to radically transform how I'm doing it. So you're realizing something here in your life, the status quo no longer works. You're communicating that to someone else. And it's a very healing and a very freeing conversation, because then you know exactly what you're going to do. Clarify Eight of Swords to the Fool. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Swords to the Fool. We go right back to that conversation with that Page of Swords, the Page of Cups, and the King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Eight of Cups. So this is whoever you're talking to, okay? This person is telling you, I don't think you should give up on your business, okay? I don't think you should give up on your business. They could be offering you advice here, suggestions, support. How can I help you? They could be recommending things that you can do differently to streamline your business. Okay, if this is a boss or a friend or a family member, your business partner, it could be a lover. This is someone saying, I don't want to see you go. I don't want to see the connection end. So that maybe there's like an apology here, but I have a discussion here between two people. This is not your energy whatsoever. And there's either an apology or like an offer of support. It could be like, I'm sorry, I didn't know that the work environment was that intolerable for you. Let's have some conversations on how to improve that. And same thing with, it's a friend or a family member or a lover. There's a conversation here between you and this person. Wheel of Fortune. Now, yeah, this person's like, I don't want you to leave. Eight of Cups, the Two of Pentacles, the Nine of Wands, the Lovers. Yeah, I don't want you to leave. I know it's not easy. You know, I know it's been difficult. Let's find a way to fix this, or let's find a way to give you that Six of Pentacles, you know, reciprocity or whatever it is that you're desiring. And if it's just a friend talking to you, like I said, about your business, they're giving you some ideas on how you can, you know, things you can learn or ways that they can help you. Clarify the Fool card here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Fool is clarified by the Nine of Pentacles, the Six of Wands. Oh, two cards came out. Temperance and the Seven of Wands. So you move forward with this. King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. You move forward with this. But it's almost like you're giving yourself, it's like you're giving yourself like a time limit, I feel here. It's like, okay, I'm going to change up the business model, but I'm giving myself till Sagittarius season. And if I don't see the business, you know, changing or streamlining or improving, I'm going to have to reconsider then what I do with it. This is you telling the boss or the friend or the business partner or the family member or the lover, okay, I'll work on this relationship with you or this job situation with you. But if things don't change by the end of the year, I'm going to have to reconsider. So you're putting this person on notice. You're being very honest here. Number one, in communicating what it is that you're desiring or requiring. And then number two, basically saying, I'm going to give this a couple of months to see how this plays out. Three of Pentacles to the Queen of Cups. I feel like that would be a redundant message here, because again, that's just you now working on the new, or working to change the situation, environment, or connection to your liking. Clarify the Sun. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by the Eight of Cups, the Seven of Cups, and the Four of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. So you're continuing this situation, environment, connection, business plan, okay? You're continuing this, but you're also reserving the right to walk away. And I think it's because you gave yourself that time limit there of Sagittarius season. Clarify the Ten of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Cups is clarified by Four of Wands. That showed itself twice. There's that Three of Pentacles again, and Judgment. Bottom of the deck, the Devil. You have detached yourself from the outcome here. So you're like, okay, let's see how it goes. I'll make some changes, or you make changes, whatever's transpiring here. And you're not banking that this will be a success, and you're not banking that this will be a failure. You're just like, time will tell. And you're going to allow this to play out. You are releasing control here on however this plays out, for good or for bad. So you're going to move forward with this person. They're either helping you with your business, 2 of Cups to that 10 of Wands, or you're staying in this situation, environment, or connection with the support and assistance of this individual. And you're holding the Ace of Wands. 9 Wands, the wounds, the disappointment are on the ground. And you're like, okay, I'm going to give this a go. I'm going to try this a little bit more. September, there seems to be an uptick in energy here. I have the Knight of Wands card here twice. I have the World card, which is like this new now chapter here, because that's kind of what you're doing. You're sort of put whoever this is on notice, or maybe put yourself on notice if you're a business owner. So you're like turning the page now. And then we have the 9 of Cups to the 7 of Cups. In the After Tarot deck, we've got 7 cups here on the shelf. 6 of them are full, like the past, and you're holding the Ace of Cups. Or at least you're holding the contents of the Ace of Cups. Clarify this more for September. One more shuffle here. Thank you. 4 of Pentacles, 7 of Swords, and there's that 10 of Cups, bottom of the deck, Judgment. You are feeling good about the progress in the business, the progress with the friendship, you know, family connection, whatever this is, lover, work, but you are keeping, you're very mindful of the fact that just because it feels good today doesn't mean it might feel good tomorrow. You're waiting for, okay, the business has gone well for a month, I've made some changes, but it's almost like you're bracing for it to go bad. Okay, they made some improvements at work. Okay, this friend, family member, or lover is more reciprocal, but you're waiting for them to fuck up. Ooh, damn it, I'm not on Patreon. I can't do that. They demonetize you now, like 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after you say a curse word, whatever. It's fine. There's something here like that I play, like you're waiting for the shoe to drop, or you're waiting for the good results to go sour. And it's probably because whatever your experience here has been with it. I mean, that 10 of Swords, 10 of Wands doesn't look easy. So although it's going well, you're reserving the right to walk away. It's almost like you feel like this is too good. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles, 5 of Pentacles, Knight of Cups, bottom of that King of Cups. You are reserving the right to walk away. The King of Cups is pouring out a cup. So for right now in September, whatever this is, you're starting to see results. In the After Tarot deck, the Knight of Pentacles is on the move. So you're starting to see some solid results. The 5 of Pentacles is not being in a state of lack in the After Tarot deck. This person's coming out of the facility with a big old bag of coin. So again, there's, you know, monetary increases or emotional increases, right? You don't feel financially or emotionally neglected. If it's your own business, you're seeing an uptick in sales. That Knight of Cups, you're feeling good. Okay, you're able to drink from your own cup, but you are still reserving judgment. Look at that. Judgment to Justice to the 2 of Swords. It's like jury's still out if this business model or plan keeps producing these results, or this person or situation or environment keeps moving as well as it's moving. Like you're reserving judgment here. So you're not like, oh yay, they changed things at work for a week and I guess I'm going to stay here until I retire. No, you're not doing that. So you're staying in whatever this is with some changes, with some modifications. You're saying what it is that you need or want. You have a collaborative energy here. Tell me more about the collaborative energy. Whether it's the friend, you know, whether it's the individual helping you with this, if you're a sole proprietor, or if it's a friend, family member, lover, boss, whatever that you're talking to, and you're sort of telling them what you need to continue this or to revisit this. So tell me more about that person. One more shuffle here. Thank you. That person. 2 of Swords, Justice, and the Page of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Temperance. There's that Temperance card. It's like you're giving this until Sagittarius season. It's like jury's still out. If this could be balanced, if this could be fair. One more shuffle here. Thank you. 3 of Cups. So this person could be a Libra, a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the 2 of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, 8 of Pentacles, or a Sagittarius. And you're going to work on this. Virgo, Ace of Wands, there you go. You're going to work on this, but the jury's out. Look at that Hangman energy. The Tower, you are reserving the right at any time to change the business, shut down the business, quit the job, and end the connection. I don't think this has to do with housing. But even if it does, let's say you're talking to your landlord and they're like, yeah, we're going to make some improvements, and you see 1 or 2 improvements, but they have a list of 20 things to do, you're still reserving judgment that, hey, if this isn't done by the end of the year, I'm moving out of here. But who is this person? The energy of this person, they seem to be giving you whatever it is that you need, or giving you ideas to change your business. There's happiness here. There's joy. We're doing things differently. The 2 of Pentacles, the back is turned and we're moving into the future. The ship is coming in. So it takes you to that 3 of Pentacles. So there's collaboration, there's effort. The old way of doing the connection is being poured out. There's a new way. 3 of Cups are standing, and it's celebratory in nature. So this person seems to be helping you in some way. But again, you seem to be, you're reserving the option to walk away. Strength, Star card, and the 6 of, I'm sorry, I said 6 of Swords. 6 of Swords is here. Strength, Star, and 3 of Wands. It's like time will tell. So let's get you 3 cards of advice. What I like about this is you are able to communicate your wants, needs, and desires from a healed place. You're not giving an ultimatum. You're saying, this is what I require, or this is what I need. Or like I said, if you're a business owner, you're going to someone and saying, these are the changes I would like to make, but I don't quite know how to do that. And you have someone here willing to help you, willing to either help you change things or work with you to change the type of connection that the 2 of you have. And I like it. I got to say, I like it. And it's calm and it's steady. For a Scorpio reading, that's big. I'm not saying your whole month will be peaceful and sunshine and rainbows. Like, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. But when it comes to this one dynamic, we'll call it, you seem to be very confident. And I think it's because you know your value and worth. So you're basically putting someone on notice very kindly from a healed place what you need. And they are reciprocating. Or like I said, helping you with your business. And I don't see anything negative here. I would tell you, I'm a Scorpio moon. I certainly would warn you. This seems like very calm. Like, okay. And time will tell if this works. 3 cards of advice here for... Oh, I was going to pull... Thank you for reminding me. I was going to pull 3 cards for you for October. I feel like I should use a different deck for you. I didn't cleanse those over there. Let's use these, okay? I know we have like half the deck on the table, but... Can I get 3 cards for October? Why did I slip and say October? What was the message of October? 3 cards, October. 1 more shuffle. Thank you. October, Knight of Cups, Queen of Wands, 9 of Cups. You're still assessing. Remember, you were here, Queen of Wands, assessing this. Do I stay? Do I go? Having this conversation. Bottom of the deck, the Chariot. You're still assessing, okay? So I think what has changed here is you're not just falling for words or believing promises. You're staying vigilant, and you're assessing not like some scared child. You know, you're assessing from an adult, from a place of authority, from a place of maturity, and just making sure that who's ever on the other end of this, that they're keeping up their end of the bargain. You're protecting your peace. And you're doing it in a non-threatening, non-emotional, very grounded way. And it looks fucking sexy on you, whether you're masculine or feminine. So good for you. 3 more cards here. 1 more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Wands. There's you and that person. Remember, you are kind of wounded from them. So in October, you're still cooperating, collaborating. 10 of Pentacles. Things are improving with the situation. Wheel of Fortune. It's almost like a monthly thing. I hate to say that. Page of Cups. It's almost like monthly. You're like, okay, like every month you do an assessment. Is the business still going, you know, according to plan? How's the friendship doing? How's that? And you're not talking to them about it. This is internal to you. It's all cups, you. And that queen, you're watching. You're watching to make sure everything is going according to plan, according to promises. Good for you. Good for you. And again, non-emotional way. Which is a change. I think I had said that we had a communication wound. When we felt injured, we were like, well, burn your fucking house down. And look, as a Scorpio moon, I get it. I'm not making fun of you. But this is different. This is not, I'll burn your fucking house down. This is a, you know, I don't know, I'll covertly put your house up for sale. I'm not going to burn it down. I'm kidding. But no, it's in all honesty, it's nice because it's not wounded. Let's get you 3 cards of advice now. We'll do August, September, October for you, okay? For August, one more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Wands, there you are. 7 of Cups, those options and choices. And the Strength card, bottom of the deck, the Tower. So your advice here is to, again, not make any decisions from a wounded place. Make sure you do it from a healed place and hold yourself back until you have absolute clarity, which is what I see you doing. So sometimes what I see energetically, even in my own readings, but what we do physically doesn't always align, doesn't always match, because we have the divine gift of free will. So the energy here is available for you to do this, and the advice here is to sort of do it this way, like have the conversation from a very calm place, not from a wounded place, and don't make an absolute decision until you're clear. And the clarity is coming, so don't force this. Let's get 3 cards of advice now for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords, still keeping your eye on them. 3 of Pentacles, I told you, whatever you're working, collaborating on. And the Wheel of Fortune. Your advice here is to continue to do that assessment, that 3 of Swords. Continue to do the assessment. Continue to make sure that the business is going according to plan, or whatever changes this other person had to make in order for your relationship with them to thrive. Just continue the assessment. Don't get complacent, okay? Because you don't want to slip back and get hurt or injured again. And 3 cards, and it's almost like holding them like responsible, like accountable. If you say you're going to do this, you're going to change the HR manual, or you're going to be a more dependable friend, or you're going to be the lover that reciprocates, then yeah, you're going to make sure that they're responsible. You're going to hold them accountable to their words. I like this a lot. It's very calm, believe it or not. Let's get 3 cards here for October. 3 cards of advice for October. And that 3 of Pentacles on this deck, on the side, it says profit. So it's almost like you're investing in whatever this is, right? Whether it's time, love, money, and you want to make sure that there is a return on your investment, that things are going according to plan. Bravo to you. One more shuffle here. Thank you. For October, 5 of Swords, Page of Cups, and the 6 of Swords, bottom of the deck, 9 of Pentacles. So in October, there's a little bit of conflict. I don't think it's terrible, because there's an autocorrect, there's an apology. So someone here does an oversight. You, them, something like that. Whoever's doing the oversight here, they come in very quick. They acknowledge it. So maybe it's you. Maybe you accuse them of something they're not doing or whatever. Or maybe they're just not doing something and you're calling them on it. But there's a course correction very quickly. 5 of Swords, Page of Cups, this is like, I'm sorry. And then 6 of Swords, we're moving forward again. And there's, again, there's a group of people here on the boat. That 3 people, sort of like that 3 of Pentacles. So when there's a little blip in October, we address it quickly. We don't allow it to, we don't allow it to we don't suppress it. You know what I mean? We don't allow it to bubble over. So this is the best energy I've seen you in for a long time, So yeah, if there's any kind of conflict or disagreement in October, you address it, and it's auto-corrected very quickly. Like, we're talking like within a day. Very, very quick turnaround there. Let's get you 3 cards here. And then we'll close it out with some kippers. 3 cards here for Scorpio. One more shuffle. Thank you. Circle of Care. Light of Life. And Vitality. Bottom of the deck, change. You've changed. And look at that 2 of Wands here. Right, the crossroad. Dare to change and embrace new possibilities. I think you're embracing the way you're asking for help or assistance or reciprocity. And again, you're doing it from a healed place. Circle of Care. Grow within the support of love and compassion, connecting to the strength of others. I told you, it's you and other people or another person coming together here. Light of Life. Embrace your unique glow, however small, to light the way ahead. And this is you saying, this is what I need to stay here, for this business to work, whatever it is. You get to hold the Ace of Wands. And you're saying what you need to continue holding that Ace of Wands, to continue to move forward. Vitality. Reignite your energy and embrace your new beginning with enthusiasm. It's a new way of communicating. It's a new way of addressing your needs. And you're staying vigilant, not hyper vigilant, You're not emotionally dysregulated. You're just holding people accountable in a very mature way. And I'm telling you, it's not something I've seen a lot of in your energy, because you have been very emotionally dysregulated by all the shit you've been through in your life. So this seems to be a very healed Scorpio collective here. And I'm really proud of you for knowing your worth and your value. I think we've made some great strides here over the past couple of months. So honored to be part of this collective. Good for you. Let's good for us, right? Let's get 2 cards here for that top row. Okay. Occupation is on the side. Remember, I don't know if I want to work at this job or continue working with this company or these people. And the wealthy man came out in the card like, I don't know if it benefits me, right, to continue connecting with you or doing the business this way or working for you. 2 cards here for the center. We have main female and we have expectation. So after this conversation, you now are expecting someone here to step up. Either the person who suggests, I was going to say recommends. The person who recommends stuff to you, like, oh, if you do this, I'll help you. You are expecting them now to help you. Whoever says that they're going to come through with that 6 of Pentacles and suddenly be reciprocal or change things to your liking, you are expecting them to do that. You're going to hold this person, you're going to hold them accountable. We have Lovers on the side. I told you the jury is out. Courtship and the official person is on the side. So you're going to continue with this business partnership, friendship, romantic partnership, whatever this is for you, pathway, and time will tell if this works out for you or not. Let's get 2 cards here for September since we pulled cards on that. Bad health on the side and thoughts are in the reverse. Again, it's if I see anything, and again, I like the thoughts in reverse here because you're not incessantly thinking of it. You're not, this is not, biting your nails or your cuticles. This is just, I'm staying vigilant. Every now and then, I kind of check in with myself, how I feel about it. And in September, you're like, okay. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. And I'm also waiting for it to go to shit. I mean, I got to be honest with you. That's what's here energetically. And I like it. 2 cards here for October. We saw that blip there. And then the recovery, adjudication, and false person. Told you. So there's a blip. And then immediately a correction. And then we have high honor. You are holding yourself in high regard, in high honor, and that's why this changes. And you're not doing it from a place of being demanding or being a jerk or whatever, an a-hole or anything like that. You're doing it from a place of power, from a place of authority, in a very calm, cool, collected way. So congratulations. I think this is a turning point for you. Whether this ends up working out for you or not, the way you communicate your wants, needs, and desires radically changes. And you're going to notice that in August 2026. That is what I have for you. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. I still cannot believe I'm saying that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't. If it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else, and please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the pinned comment section of this video is a link where you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said now, let's begin. Tapping into the Sagittarius collective now. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Sagittarius need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you, Spirit. Okay, in the heart of your spread, my dear, we have the Queen of Cups. In the top row, we have the Seven of Wands. We have the Hanged Man. And we have the Celestial Weaver. Your deck is the only one I use for all 12 zodiac signs that have that card. You also have the Phoenix card in this deck as well. Flanking the Queen of Cups is the Four of Cups and the Queen of Wands. And in the bottom row, we have the Devil we have the Sun, and we have the Nine of Cups. Let's get a little sneak peek now for September. Knight of Cups, the Lovers, and the Two of Pentacles, and that leaves the Ten of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Okay, let's clarify this now. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. For August 2026, we are clarifying Seven of Wands, the Hanged Man, the Celestial Weaver, Four of Cups, Queen of Cups, Queen of Wands, the Devil, the Sun, and the Nine of Cups for the Sagittarius collective. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Wands is clarified by the Devil. The Hangman is clarified by the Nine of Wands. The Celestial Weaver is clarified by the Hanged Man. The Four of Cups is clarified by the Three of Cups. The Queen of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Swords. The Queen of Wands is clarified by the Six of Wands. The Devil is clarified by the Queen of Swords. The Sun is clarified by the Death card. And the Nine of Cups is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. Sneak peek now into September. The Fool, the Hermit, and the Ten of Wands. And that leaves the King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Well, I definitely have a group of you here where you have been dealing with the situation, environment, connection, possibly a pattern or a habit of your own that you have realized at some point in time prior to August that it is toxic or no longer beneficial for you to engage with that situation, environment, connection. Or like I said, if this is like a pattern or a habit here that you have, and it looks like you are doing your best to untangle yourself from whomever, whatever this is, or quit whatever this is. And I say that because in the heart of your spread, we have the Queen of Cups to the Seven of Swords. And the Seven of Swords in the After Tarot deck is someone who is moving forward. They are looking back. They're learning from their past mistakes. And they're not wanting to make the same mistake. They don't want to get caught in a trap. And so your energy here seems to be, I don't want to put my emotional health at risk anymore for the sake of blank. And again, I don't know what blank is to you. It could be a job, an industry, it could be smoking, it could be drinking, it could be a person, okay? But there's just something here where you are acknowledging that your emotional health is at risk if you continue to engage with whomever or whatever this is. It's like your nervous system becomes upended or dysregulated. And there's a feeling here like, I don't want to do that again. And so the Seven of Wands to the Devil in the After Tarot deck, we don't see the people shackled like, well, not in your deck here, but typically what we see in the Devil card are individuals either shackled to one another or shackled to like a podium or even shackled to a podium that the Devil presides over. But in the After Tarot deck, the people are freed. And then with that Seven of Wands, it's like, and I'm done. It's like, I'm not doing this anymore or consuming this. Again, I don't know exactly what this is for you. We'll know more when we clarify. But you're absolutely certain about this. The Hangman to the Nine of Wands, it's like you are recognizing that if you continue to engage with, again, I'm just going to say a blank because I don't know quite yet what it is, that it will continue to perpetually wound you, or it is, perpetually not good for you. Like you're seeing it now. And that Hangman to the Celestial Weaver is like, I want to create a better life for myself or a healthier version of myself. The Four of Cups to the Three of Cups, I think you are finding the joy in life again once you do this. Because I think while you're entangled with this, it's been pretty difficult to find the joy in life. And I'm not saying you're walking around slouching or miserable or anything like that. But something happens to us energetically when we disassociate ourselves from someone or something that's been toxic to us or not beneficial to us. Suddenly we do become lighter and we do become freer. So that Queen of Wands to the Six of Wands, it's like you really stepping into your power. There's a feeling here of like, I've overcome this addiction, or again, this person, whatever this is, and you're feeling really good that you were able to do that. Queen of Swords to the Devil, you're seeing this very clearly. The Death card to the Sun card, you're done. I think this is occurring in Leo season. We only have about 3 weeks of August as Leo season, then we'll be moving into Virgo. So you're either making this decision by the end of Leo season, or this is final for you by the end of Leo season. And the Nine of Cups to the Ace of Pentacles looks like you are focusing on your own happiness and moving towards a new opportunity. or a new start. And in September, we see that new start. We see the Fool card. We have the Hermit, which is Virgo season. We will be in Virgo season at the start of September. And I see you holding on to the Ace of Wands, dropping the 9 Wands. There's a feeling here of like, I can't believe I just survived all that, but you are surviving it and you are moving forward. Knight of Cups, the Lovers, and the Two of Pentacles to that Ten of Swords. I think you're closing out something here that, again, was in your life for a long time, or you engaged in this behavior. If this is like, again, something you're consuming, and it could be doom scrolling, right? Sometimes tarot tends to like over catastrophize things, but there's definitely something here that you've been doing and it's not beneficial to you, and you are definitively putting an end to it. Let's clarify that Queen of Cups. I know you're a fire sign, but this is your energy here. It's your overall energy for the month of August. There's something here about you wanting to protect your emotional health. You don't want to be dysregulated anymore. I keep hearing dysregulated. Queen of Cups. Some of you bite your nails, you bite your cuticles. You bite your nails, you bite your cuticles. Okay. Don't take that if that's not yours. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Queen of Cups is clarified by the 9 of Wands. There's that wound. The 4 of Wands. And the King of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Tower. There's a feeling here of you need to protect yourself from, again, something or someone that has been in your life for a long time. That 4 of Wands, it's part of your structure, right? Like if smoking, that's like part of who you are, right? It makes up the structure of who you are at this point in time. So whatever or whomever this is for you, the feeling here is if I continue to engage in this, I'm now at fault. I can't keep blaming the cigarettes if I keep lighting them, right? I can't blame the casino if I keep going there and withdrawing all this money from my credit cards in order to play a slot machine, and then I lose all the money and I end up in debt. Like, there's a feeling here like I just can't keep blaming whatever this is, even if it's a person and even if it's a job. I can't keep blaming the job for treating me poorly if I'm not actively protecting my peace by looking for a better and healthier work environment. So something that you've, like I said, you've been doing or you've been engaging in, you're realizing it's not only wounding you, you are wounding yourself. There are two people here in the 9 of Wands, and that's the realization here. It's like I can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. 7 of Swords. The 7 of Swords astrologically is an Aquarian card. And we just had the node shift. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Into Leo and Aquarius. They were formerly in Pisces. Yeah, Pisces and Virgo. We have the Emperor. The 7 of Swords is the Emperor, the Chariot, and the Page of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the King of Cups again. Whatever it is here that you are trying to move on from, it continues to entice you. So it's an addiction that you haven't completely, you haven't completely rid yourself of this addiction. So we'll use smoking as an example. Maybe you need some type of cessation plan here, okay? In the month of August, like those pouches people put in their mouths, or the patches they wear on their arms or their body, or nicotine gum. Maybe you need to see a healthcare practitioner over it. For others of you, if this is a person like a job or a family member, it could be like a friend, it could even be a lover. Every time they feel you starting to depart, they feel your energetic distance with that 7 of Swords, because you're like, I'm not going to emotionally invest here anymore. They come in a bit. And they could come in with like, this is the boss who now like suddenly buys you lunch because they notice that you're quiet. It's your person who suddenly now wants to plan a little weekend getaway because, again, they feel you becoming emotionally distant. So whatever this is, it's continuing to entice you back in, but you are resisting it. I'm so proud of you for doing this. You are resisting whatever this is because you're choosing to say, I want better for myself, I deserve better for myself, and I'm going to lean into my courage, and I'm pivoting and moving in another direction away from whomever or whatever this is. 7 of Wands. Clarify the 7 of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Wands is clarified by the 7 of Cups, the 10 of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles. Bottom of that, Queen of Swords. There you are. So there's something here that's occurring for you. Now, I don't know where you are in the Sagittarius timeline. It's possible for some of you, you've already had this happen in June, maybe July. For others of you, you're experiencing this in in August. But either way, the entire Sagittarius collective is moving away from something or someone that they deem to be toxic. There's some type of information here that was or will be discovered in the Page of Pentacles. And that seems to clear up any confusion or delusion you had about continuing to do this. So, and look, I'm not knocking smoking. I'm a smoker. Okay, I went 9 years without. Then my life got stressed. I started again. So I don't want you to think I'm coming down on you if that's what you do. I'm using it as an example because that's the easiest thing for me to come up with, since I know what that struggle is like. So let's say you're smoking, you're aware of the health issues, but suddenly there's a new, I don't know, some new medical research is discovered. You stumble on some information you didn't have before. So again, that's going to make you go, you know what? I'm done. Oh, I'm done. I will find a way. I knew it was bad for my health. I knew the risks, but now there's been like this new study. So again, I'm just using that as an example, but there's some type of information and it's real. It's tangible. It's not hearsay. It's not gossip. It's not a theory. It's real. It's Pentacles, Page of Pentacles. You are reviewing it, or you have reviewed. Again, I don't know where you are on the timeline, but because of this newfound information, if you will, you're deciding to put an end to this. Your participation in this, it's coming to an end. The Devil. Tell me more about that detachment. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by the Knight of Swords, the Six of Cups, and there's that King of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles. Didn't we have the King of Pentacles here? We did. So you're moving on from something or someone that's been in your life for a long time. That Six of Cups in the After Tarot deck talks about something or someone from the past. So again, it's part of your structure, it's part of your stability, or it's part of who you are. Like most people know you as blank, right? Like doing whatever this is. But that Knight of Swords in the After Tarot deck, you're slaying it. Like you're finally putting an end to whatever this is. And again, I don't want to over catastrophize tarot. I kind of feel like, you know, that happens naturally anyway because of the energies on the table when you're reading for a collective. And it's not, you know, a direct personal reading. So this literally can be anything. It could be a dietary program you realize is no longer beneficial to you. You know, it could be a habit that you're doing. It could be doom scrolling. It could be sitting out in the sun too much without sunscreen. Like whatever this is for you, you've been doing it for a while or engaging with it for a while, and you're like, I'm done. There's newfound information here that leads you to that conclusion. The Hangman. Clarify the Hanged Man. And you're seeing it now from the perspective. Thank you. We'll take it. They fell face up. We have the Ten of Pentacles. We have the Three of Cups. And we have the Nine of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Two of Swords. So you're seeing this from another perspective. Again, I'm going to use smoking as an example. Feels good maybe in the moment. You wake up in the morning, you have a cup of coffee. Hey, I know what that's like. And you light a cigarette. But what you're realizing in that Nine of Swords is it's creating all other issues for you. And you can't just blame the cigarettes because you're the one who's lighting them. That's the feeling here. Nine of Wands. Tell me about the wound here. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is clarified by Justice, the Three of Swords, and the King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the High Priestess. So if you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, howdy. Please click subscribe. For me, queens exist in the present. They process the present, they process the past, and then kings take action. It's just how I see a suit of cards. It's not like man versus woman or, you know, masculinity versus femininity, if I can get that word out. It's nothing like that. It's just, for me, kings are bold and they take action in regards to their respective suits. And I have you here saying, I am of present mind. I'm aware how continuing to engage with this is me also inflicting harm on myself. And now I'm going to take action to move in another direction. I'm not going to clarify now the Hangman to the Celestial Weaver because we already clarified the Hangman here. This is you just saying, I'm going to do life differently. Four of Cups. Clarify that Four of Cups. I feel like there's just making the decision makes you feel lighter. Ace of Swords, that's the truth. Just making the decision. Even if you're not doing it in August, just the I'm going to quit blank, or I'm going to move on from this person, or I'm going to find a better job. Like literally just the act of promising yourself that you're going to do that.
brings a sigh of relief, because now you know you won't be enduring this for much longer. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Cups was clarified by the Ace of Cups, Temperance, that's your major arcana card, and the Six of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, the High Priestess. So you're now moving in another direction. You're now pouring your pentacle resource, your time, your love, your money, energy, commitment, whatever it is here, your focus, in another direction, towards the new. And you're feeling lighter and happier just because of it. Clarify that Three of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Cups, clarified by Nine of Pentacles. We have 9 here to 9 here, and the Hermit is 9. So that might be a very special angel number for you for the month of August, 999. Like you are coming to the end, right? 10s are an ending. So you're coming very close to ending whatever this is. Nine of Pentacles, there's that Queen of Cups. Again, that was you. And the Two of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Pentacles. I can read this like 2 different ways for you, so take it how it resonates to you. You are either leaning on friends, family members, another person, or other people to help you through this. And if you don't have anyone else, then this is you and your higher self. But you are feeling very emotionally balanced just by making the decision that you're moving on from whomever or whatever this is. Like I said, some of you have someone helping you. Like if you're leaving a job, maybe you have a headhunter. Maybe you went to an employment agency to try to find new work. So it would be you working with someone else to extricate yourself from this. It certainly could be you talking to new employers, you know, getting your applications and resumes out there. For others of you, this is a friend or family member who's maybe helping you. Again, maybe they're helping you with the dietary program. It could be a dietitian. You know, it certainly could be a counselor or therapist. Oftentimes when I used to do the private readings, I don't have time for them anymore, unfortunately, but Queen of Cups sometimes also would come up as a counselor or a therapist. But again, it's either someone else helping you with this, or it's just you and your higher self feeling like, okay, now I know the direction I'm going in, and I feel very well balanced because I know now what I'm doing. Queen of Wands. It's a little bit more of processing because, again, Queen's process. I don't distinctly have someone else's energy on the table except for that King of Pentacles to the Devil card. So it's possible this person is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, or they are just incredibly stubborn, regardless of their zodiac sign or gender. This is like, if this is a person, this is like the job or the friend or the lover, they just refuse to change. They're just so set in their ways. And there's, you know, you can't like, respect, or love someone out of that when they're that rigid. Devil to the King of Pentacles. Queen of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. That's true as well. The World card. And the Three of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, the Seven of Pentacles. And now you are beginning the new. You are closing this out. Energetically, emotionally, physically, you're done here. I've been reading this timeline for you, if you will. I don't want to call it a storyline because it's not a soap opera. It's your fucking life. I hate when sometimes people go, well, that's the storyline. No, this is someone, at least one of you watching, this is what you're really going through. So it's not a fucking soap opera. This timeline is wrapping up, and I've been reading this for you for a while. Like I said, everyone's on different points of it, but it's wrapping up. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands is clarified by the Moon, the Two of Pentacles, and the Eight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Eight of Pentacles. When you get to that new moon in Virgo, it could be the new moon in Leo. We are talking August. For some of you, it'll be the new moon in Leo. For others of you, it will be the new moon in Virgo in September. But by the time you get to the end of September, you really have fast forwarded out of here. It's like you're on the fast track. The Two of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, you've turned your back to whomever, whatever this is. And again, if it's something that you're quitting, you're good. You're good. You've quit it. You've gone out 30 days or 60 days without smoking or gambling, whatever this is. So the road to recovery is here for you if you want to take it. I always say tarot readings are used for energy. I read them like energy. And please don't ever feel like you have to do what a tarot reading tells you to do. You don't. You have the divine gift of free will. But energetically, the availability, is that right? No, energetically, the possibility is being made available to you to pivot and move in another direction. You can choose not to do that, or you can choose to that. You know, it's up to you. But I definitely have a group of you here where you're choosing to do that. You're choosing to turn your back on whomever or whatever this is. Clarify the devil more here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The devil is clarified by the Five of Wands, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Star. Bottom of the deck, the Six of Swords. I feel like you indulged in this, like if this is a habit like that you were doing, like smoking, drinking, gambling, whatever, right? Doom scrolling. You've been doing it for a long time. And there was always a feeling of like, I could try to control this. I can try to watch what I eat. I could cut down on the sweets. I don't have to smoke 2 packs a day. I'll only smoke 3 cigarettes a day. There was a feeling here like, I think I can control this. And if this is an actual like situation or an environment, like a living environment or a job or a relationship with a friend, family member, even like a lover, the feeling here was like, maybe in time, this will improve or this will get better. So there was a lot of time here spent on possibly sabotaging yourself, okay? This is like gaslighting yourself, Five of Wands. It's internal to you. There's a feeling here of like, either I can control this, or in time, I know that I can make this better. Or I can influence whomever this is to like start showing up better. Or I think you felt like you had a little bit more say here, a little bit more control of this. Clarify the Queen of Swords. And then I think your realization here is the only control you have is to quit it or to walk away from it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Or if it's a job, replace it. We have the High Priestess, the Ten of Cups, and the Five of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Two of Wands. So your intuition has been telling you this for a while, that your best life is outside of this. In the After Tarot deck, the people are coming out of the building, or at least the one individual is. So they're no longer in a state of lack. So I think your intuition has been telling you this for a while, that either emotional or financial or maybe even like spiritual balance is found outside of this. Clarify the Sun. Again, this is Leo energy now. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified. There's that High Priestess, your intuition. The Eight of Cups, your intuition's been telling you for a long time. Eight of Pentacles. I mean, for some of you, up to 8 years. Like, this isn't going to work. But I think Sagittarius, and I have one of my older brothers is a Sag, and I know that when he gets very committed to something, the job, the project, a relationship, he'll stay in it even when it gets toxic. He stays in it because he has this beautiful wide angle lens. And I always tell him, it's like he chooses to see the best in people. And he chooses to have that wide angle vision and go, in the long run, things will improve. In the long run, things will get better. And I kind of feel that's a little bit what you were doing here. But your intuition has been sort of knocking. Like the phone's been ringing like inside the house. You haven't wanted to answer the call because I think you saw the caller ID and you're like, nope, not paying attention to that intuition today. Not taking that call. I think August, you're finally taking the call. Death card. In the After Tarot deck, death is dead, done, and over. We're not transforming the situation, environment, our connection. We're not going from 2 packs a day to 3 cigarettes. This is done. Everything here is trampled on. So there is no recovery of this. Death card is clarified by Two of Swords. In the After Tarot deck, the decision has been made. Your decision here seems to be final. I'm not putting up with this anymore. I'm done. I'm done here. The Eight of Cups, you're moving on. And the Ten of Swords in the After Tarot deck is done. And I'll explain to you why. In the original Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck, the Ten of Swords, if I said Ten of Cups, I apologize. It's clearly the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is depicted as an individual who's lying on a beach. It's astrologically the sun in Gemini. So it's like the worst is over. Okay, it's a new dawn. It's a new day. And if you look carefully at the card, the individual is not actually like dead. And I don't mean physically dead. I mean like figuratively dead because they're giving the okay symbol. In the After Tarot deck, it's done, it's dead. And again, I'm not saying you're dying. Please don't take it that way. But whatever here is closing out, it's closing out for good. Because in the After Tarot deck, whatever this is shown here on a gurney, and it's being taken out to sea. And on its chest is the Ace of Swords. That's what the Queen is holding. That's what the Knight is holding when you're like, I'm done with this. So there's no coming back. Sometimes I say with the Ten of Swords, it can be a terrible betrayal, but sometimes we come back from it. It might take us a long time, but certain card configurations in tarot lead me sometimes to go, okay, this might be salvageable, or you can heal this situation. But World card, Death card, the Ten of Swords. Now we're looking at the Fool card there in September. The Detachment of the Devil. I think this is done for you. I don't think you're going back to this at all. Nine of Cups. I think you already did a few loops with whomever, whatever this is. Like maybe you tried quitting smoking a few times. And then like this time you're serious. I think you went back and forth with this job or this lover or this person. I think this time you're serious. This is, whatever this is done for you. Nine of Cups. You're ending the month focused solely on your own happiness. Four of Pentacles, trying to restabilize yourself emotionally. Because again, whatever or whomever this is, it has been emotionally dysregulating you. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Pentacles, clarified by the Four of Pentacles, the Six of Swords, and the Nine of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Pentacles. So you're definitely, yeah, Nine of Pentacles to the Tower. This is like severance, because the Nine of Pentacles is like the junior Queen of Pentacles. So this is you severing your connection with this, or like I said, quitting this addiction. Ace of Pentacles. The new opportunity is here. The new life, new chapter, new timeline. Tell me about the new. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Swords, Five of Cups. There's the new. And the Knight of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Three of Pentacles. And I'll tell you why I said that. The Four of Swords in the After Tarot deck, it's almost like we're mourning what was. Like this individual is here, and this person's like almost like in repose. Again, I'm not saying anyone is physically dying here, but there is a mourning of the past. There's a goodbye of the past here. The Five of Cups, we're no longer crying over the Three Cups that spilled like we normally see in tarot. The individual is now looking at the new Two of Cups, the new relationship, the new business partnership, the new community, whatever this is. Or again, just you looking at your higher self saying, I'm now moving in another direction. So you're definitely here focused on the new chapter. And then the Knight of Pentacles, you are now moving. In the After Tarot deck, the Knight is up. It's going. Okay, Pentacle in hand, and it's moving. It's leaving the city behind, or leaving whomever this is behind, or leaving the addiction behind. I want to clarify September here for you with this new beginning. Also in the After Tarot deck, sometimes I see that Three of Pentacles is like the realization there's nothing left to do. Like you couldn't invest any more of yourself into this and had a better result. Because in the After Tarot deck, the statue is completed. Like normally we see someone and they're either working with or talking to like other people, and it's clear here that they're like building something, but this is done. The structure is complete. The statue is complete. You know, the towel or whatever, his jacket's in hand, like he's ready to go home. So there's a feeling here like I could stay here, but there's no more work to be done. And I think that's what you're realizing. There's no more you can do. Whomever this is, they're refusing to change. Like if it's a person, they're just refusing to change. Clarify September. Fool card, Hermit, Ten of Wands, the Knight of Cups, the Lovers, the Two of Pentacles, and then we had that Ten of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So clarify this new beginning in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. You have the Three of Wands. Astrologically, that is, I believe it's the second decan of Aries. Astrologically, it's the Sun in Aries, so you're moving forward. Strength shows itself again. And the Magician, which is now Virgo energy. And then you have the Chariot. So you're moving forward, moving on from whomever or whatever this is. This appears to be final in September. Like you're on the new timeline. You're at the new job, or you've recovered from the addiction, or you've created enough distance between yourself and this person. Clarify that further. One more shuffle. Thank you. Some of you may relocate in September as a result of this. Like if this is like a marital partner, although I didn't feel that in the cards, but it could be. Some of you may be looking to relocate in September. Three of Pentacles, King of Swords,
and the Empress. Bottom of the deck, the Magician. You're actively working here with another individual. So this would be like at the new boss, you know, at the new boss, with the new boss, at the new company. There's something here that you're now actively working on with another person. Tell me about the new person. Okay, we have the Fool, the new beginning. Yeah, you have someone here. A realtor, a counselor, a friend, a family member, a lover. It could be an online community. Like you have a person or people here helping you with this next chapter. Six of Wands. There's your victory. There's your success that you had back here as well. And the Hermit. Bottom of the deck, the Five of Swords. Page of Swords. You're moving forward and you're actively working here with someone. They could be a Virgo. They could be an Aries. They could also be an Aquarius. Clarify more this person's energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun, Leo, King of Cups, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, Magician. Again, Virgo and Gemini energy. And we have Aquarius here as well. This person is helping you, again, to create this next chapter of your life. So you can claim that person however you need them to be. I know one thing absolute. Whoever this is, it's not this. I'm sorry for those of you where you wanted reconciliation. I'm not going to be the tarot reader that lies to you here. This person is not coming in brand new as some emperor or empress after being King of Pentacles to the devil. Someone who is clearly draining you emotionally and affecting your mental health as well. Like they're not doing this rapid turnover here in 30 days. I hate to be the one to tell you that. If this were my own reading, I'd be honest with myself the exact same way. This is someone else, possibly a group of people. This here looks to be like a very nurturing community or very nurturing individual who's helping you to reestablish yourself, to get out there and meet some new people. Again, it could be new people at the new job, or you've relocated. This is now new neighbors, new community. This is screaming new to me: cooperation, love, nurturance. And that's something that you were lacking with whomever or whatever this is. If by chance this is some habit of yours that you're breaking, and it doesn't involve other people or anything like that, it's possible here you're joining some kind of gym or some type of, you know, it could be yoga. You know, this has a very community feel here to me for some reason. So again, even if this is like you structurally changing your eating habits or something, there's a person or people here, maybe you're now walking or you're in some type of community walking club or something like that, or you've joined a gym, or you're regularly meeting with a dietitian. I just get like a lot of support coming from here, and that's not what you were dealing with here. Let's get you 3 cards of advice for August, and then we'll get you 3 cards of advice for September. Let's do that shuffle again. That was a little wonky there. 3 cards of advice here for August. One more shuffle. Thank you. If you're leaving a person, some of you may move back home for a little bit. You might move back home, like to a mother figure, father figure, or someone you look up to while you break away from this person. That's quite possible. You have the High Priestess. You have the Empress, and you have the Two of Cups. Bottom of the deck, that Queen of Swords. You have better waiting for you, and your advice is to know that. Your intuition has been telling you that for a long time. You have a different class of people, a different group of people, a different type of lover, a different type of business partner. Whomever it is here that you are leaving, you have better, and your intuition has been telling you that for a long time. And again, if this is a habit that you're giving up, you're going to feel much more balanced and healthier. This is not medical advice, YouTube's terms of service, but you will feel healthier and more balanced as a result of you making this change. For those of you where it's, again, a habit of yours or something like that that you're changing. Can we get 3 cards? Just saw the Hierophant. 3 cards of advice here for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. 3 of Wands, moving forward, second decan of Aries. The Ace of Cups, towards the new. 9 of Pentacles, single, free, independent, and there's that Queen of Cups. That is the first card that came out for you. So your advice here is to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Don't let anyone, like, protect your peace, and enjoy all the new connections that are entering your life in the month of September. Because if you put yourself out there, you're drawing people. You're drawing people in, and these are solid people. Salt of the earth. I heard salt of the earth. Salt of the earth people, good people. Good people coming in for you in September. New experiences. Let's get you, and this is on you to enjoy them, to allow the new people in, allow the new in. Let's get you 3 cards here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Timeless truth, inspiration, vitality. Bottom of the deck, soothing, stillness. Timeless truth. I was immediately drawn to the book. And I was drawn to the book because the High Priestess is the only card in Tarot in the original Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck where the individual is holding the book, like the Book of Knowledge. So I think you've known this for quite some time. It says, draw from the wisdom of the past experiences to connect with your inner timeless truth. I think your inner timeless truth has been telling you for a while. It's time to give up whatever this is. Like, even just stop trying to make it work. Inspiration, gain insights and wisdom from life. So you'll start receiving some new ideas, inspirations, creative. Your emotional load seems to lighten when you distance yourself from whomever this is, or you quit whatever this is. Like, suddenly you're feeling freer and you have all of these new creative ideas and pursuits. Some of you may actually write a book about your experience here. A book, a blog, a manuscript, something like that, about your experience, like to help the collective, to inspire the collective. It's very Aquarian energy feeling. And then you have vitality. Reignite your energy and embrace new beginnings with enthusiasm. I mean, I told you're going to go very fast. You're literally charging towards the new timeline. Soothing stillness, find true peace in your stillness of your inner self. And I think that's what, remember I was saying, like, this person, like, you need to protect your peace from them. I think that's what you're going to do. Let's get you a couple of kippers and we will close out your reading. I tried to keep these at the 30-minute mark. I went a little over there, so I do apologize. Let's get you, and I'll try to get this up today. If not, it'll go up on August 1st. But right now, let's try to get 2 cards here for Sagittarius for the top row. Wealthy man in the reverse. It could be wealthy man, wealthy woman. That's that King of Pentacles to the Devil. Message of concern. Remember I told you were going to find something out. So you're finding something out, or they're saying something to you. Again, if it didn't happen, it's happening in August, and that's going to trigger for you while you're moving on. Pathway, while you're moving on to a new path, a new timeline. 2 cards here for the middle row. We have journey. There's your new beginning. And then you have sudden wealth. I told you you're going to feel lighter and get all of a sudden all of these ideas of what you can do. Yeah, when your energy is no longer being drained by an energy vampire, life starts feeling really good again. 2 cards here for the bottom row. We have thief. And we have main female. So you could be main female, you could be main male. It doesn't matter. I think you're realizing, remember what I was saying? No matter how much I try, no matter how much time I give this person or this job or this landlord even, they're not improving. They're not stepping up to the plate. And if it's a habit, like I said, for that smaller group of you, you're realizing you're robbing yourself of good health here. Bottom of the deck, we have marriage, we have expectation, and we have poverty. I think if this is an actual person, professional, platonic, or romantic, you really did your damnedest to try to make this soul contract work. This is not of your doing. Don't come at me in the comments, cross-watcher. This isn't your reading. This is Sagittarius' reading. We have the child card. This is for September. You are birthing a new life. Despair. If this is like a job, or again, the landlord, the friend, the family member, the lover, yes, they're in despair that you actually have a new life, that you're moving forward without them. The energy of the devil in its negative form, because the devil isn't automatically a negative card. I mean, it's Capricorn, for God's sake. However, when we're looking at the low vibration of the devil card, then this is someone, again, if we're talking about a person, that everything that they're doing is in respect to their own self-interest. So damn be you, or your wants, or your needs, or your desires for the apartment building, or, you know what I mean, or the job, or the relationship. They don't give a fuck about you. It's a very concentrated, I'm going to do what's best for me, damn you. And so, yeah, when they finally lose their grip on you, they're in despair. And that's card number 32. 3 + 2 is 5. Change. If it's a person, they thought you were never going to move on from them. Community. Link up with new people. New people will help you here. Help you find a new job. Help you get acclimated in your new living situation. Help you find a job. Okay? Connect with friends and family.
You definitely have a group of people online or in person energetically waiting for you in September. So welcome them in. But your new life here, or your new chapter, your new timeline begins in August, when it looks like you are officially severing the tie with something or someone that has been a toxic plague on your life for a long time. And come September, you're going to breathe a lot easier because of it. That is what I have for you, Sagittarius. That is your August 2026 predictive reading. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Also, you may want to check out that pinned comment under the video, because in that pinned comment is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. And I apologize for the AC being on, but I just wrapped up the Sagittarius reading and I was like, I felt like soaking wet. I was sweating so bad. It's 89 degrees up here. So I'm sorry if you can hear that hum, but I have to leave it on. Otherwise, I'm probably going to end up having a stroke. So with all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Capricorn collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What do they need to know for August 2026? What does the Capricorn collective need to know for August? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Seven of Wands. In the top row, we have the Seven of Pentacles. We have the Four of Swords. And we have the Page of Swords. Flanking the Seven of Wands is the Five of Swords and the Emperor. And in the bottom row, we have the Lovers, we have the Ace of Wands, and we have the Hierophant. Sneak peek now into September, Queen of Cups, Knight of Wands, and the Six of Swords, and that leaves the Ten of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. All right, let's begin to clarify. This is the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. It does alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. But this is for Capricorn now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026. Let me get a little comfortable here, a little comfy. We are clarifying Seven of Pentacles, Four of Swords, Page of Swords, Five of Swords, Seven of Wands, the Emperor, the Lovers, the Ace of Wands, and the Hierophant for the Capricorn collective for August. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the King of Swords. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Emperor. The Page of Swords is clarified by the Lovers. The Five of Swords is clarified by the Queen of Wands. The Seven of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Swords. The Emperor is clarified by the Ten of Cups. The Lovers is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles. The Ace of Wands is clarified by Temperance. The Hierophant is clarified by the Devil. Sneak peek now into September. Four of Wands, Six of Pentacles, Judgment, and that leaves the Three of Swords, which is a healed heart, at the bottom of the deck. This is one of those readings where it's just super, super specific. You can't force this energy to fit. So this is for those of you where there's a particular connection in your life, whether that is professional, platonic, or romantic. It has been stressed, it has been strained, and there is a desire on both parts to make it work. If that's not your message, it's just not your reading. You don't have to drop any hates. You don't have to ruin the energy, the vibe, the reading, the manifestation for anyone else watching who does want to hear this message or who's resonating with this particular timeline. You're free to check another placement. I have the energies of two people here wanting to come together, but doing it differently. Your overall energy for the month of August 2026 is the Seven of Wands to the Queen of Swords. This is, I'm crystal clear that I want this particular connection in my life. However, I'm also crystal clear that in order to maintain this relationship in my life,
to a standard that is beneficial for me, to me, I need to create and I need to uphold some very healthy boundaries. And not just create them, but again, that key word, uphold them. Like, I'm responsible for whether or not this person will treat me with respect or not. Again, if it's not your message, don't take it. We'll obviously clarify this more. But for me, queens exist in the present. They process the present and they process the past, and kings take action. It's not male versus female. I don't read genital parts in tarot. I read energy. And so for me, queens process, kings take action. And so based on this newfound realization, if you will, that I do want to keep this person in my life, this friend, this family member, this lover, boss, business partner, I don't know, it could be your landlord. But in order to do that, I have to create these boundaries, and I'm solely responsible for maintaining them. And then it looks like you're moving forward in doing that. There's the energy here of someone else on the table that you are communicating this decision. Again, I want to work on this, or I want to make this, family connection here work. Whoever this is to you, could be your child, I don't know. But there's a feeling here of I want this to work, but I'm not going to be railroaded again, either by this person or just because they did it in the past, or I'm not going to be railroaded by this person like other people did it to me in the past. I have a group of Capricorns where you've learned from some past hardships, some heartbreaks, and you're not opposed to engaging with people moving forward, but it will be in your time of your choosing and of your rules. And you have someone here who's saying, I can do that. Let's begin to clarify. Clarify that Seven of Wands. The end goal that the two of you have for this connection is the same. The Ten of Cups. I want to feel happy with this person, this friend, this family member, right? I want to get along with this boss. I don't want to hate my landlord. So happiness here seems to be at the core. The way the two of you go about it is a little bit different. I think you're learning to lean into your opposite sign of Cancer. And I think you're learning more how to express your emotional needs in a connection. And you're dealing with someone here who has emotional needs and wants to fulfill your emotional needs, again, in respect to whatever type of connection you have here with them. But this person is also detached. They're not used to expressing emotional needs. So maybe they can find it within themselves to nurture your needs, but this person does not know how to. This person is not someone who wears their heart on their sleeve. I mean, even when they try, it's a struggle. Clarify that Seven of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Seven of Wands is clarified by the Four of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Pentacles. So again, I feel like you're looking at this and saying, maybe not all hope is lost. Maybe, Wheel of Fortune, I can do this again with this person. Maybe I can learn from the past mistakes here. Maybe you're learning, okay, Capricorn, your opposite sign is Cancer. Let's be honest, you're not a very emotionally expressive sign until you get really pissed off. So maybe with that Four of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, Five of Cups, either you've learned this in this relationship with this person or just past relationships that you had, that there is a need for you to express what you want, need, and desire on an emotional level to someone. That it's okay to be emotionally vulnerable. That it doesn't mean you're weak or you're fragile. And I think that's what you've learned here. Queen of Swords. So it's almost a feeling like, well, maybe this time I can do it differently. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords is clarified by Knight of Pentacles, Two of Cups, and the Five of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Star. I definitely, look, again, if it's not your message, just don't take it. Just click off right now. Click, go see something else. This is specifically for those of you where, despite the hardships in this connection, you want to make it work. In the Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, the person is coming out from being out in a state of lack. The Knight of Pentacles is on the move. I want to make some progress. I'm willing to do my part. And I'm willing to express what I need emotionally from this boss or, again, family member, friend, lover, etc. Seven of Pentacles. This is where I believe we get into the energy of the other person, and then I see a conversation here between the two of you. Clarify that Seven of Pentacles.
Seven of Pentacles to the King of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles is clarified by Eight of Wands, the King of Wands, and the Queen of Swords. This is the person you're talking to. This is the person you want to save the connection with. They don't have to be an air sign. They don't have to be a fire sign. Bottom of the deck, Four of Pentacles. So this person wants this connection to work as much as you do. The issue with this person, they struggle to be emotionally vulnerable. It doesn't mean they don't have emotions or have emotions for you. They just struggle. The King of Wands and the King of Swords combined, this is the energy of someone, they act on passion. They know you like something, they go buy it, you know. You live with this person and they go to Costco, they know what, you know, pie from the bakery to get you. You know, they see that the oil is low on your car, they go and get you the oil change. Or you had a bad day at work, they cook you your favorite dinner. This is an act of service. This is how this person expresses gratitude or emotion. It's not the boss who's going to tell you, oh my God, you did an amazing job. This is the boss on Friday that 10 minutes before 12 says, hey, I'm getting a sandwich from the deli down the street. Do you want anything? I mean, again, it's an act of service, but it's not all warm and mushy. And this person isn't just this way to you. This person has been this way for a long time. Seven of Pentacles. I mean, for some of them, maybe their whole life. So it's the energy of someone who's acts of service. King of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Tell me more about this person. Ace of Pentacles. Everything I said is the truth. The World card and the Seven of Pentacles shows itself again. Bottom of the deck, the Ace of Wands. This person is trying to learn. This person is trying to learn how to be more emotionally expressive, how to be more emotionally vulnerable. This person is trying to learn that expressing emotions doesn't mean that they're weak. The two of you are mirroring one another. They're just a little behind you, that's all. You both have the same communication wound when it comes to expressing I love yous, or I miss you, or I'm sorry, or great job on that project last week. You both struggle with this, you just do it differently. And you're a little bit more advanced than them, where you're learning, again, either from this connection or past ones, I need to learn how to be more emotionally expressive without feeling like it's a weakness. So this person's just a little bit behind you. That's all. Four of Swords. This person's willing to heal. This person recognizes this wound, regardless of their age. One more shuffle. Thank you. This person is trying to not become what you need them to be. Don't confuse that. This person is trying to become who they want to be. This person does not want to be some rigid old curmudgeon, you know, whether they're masculine or feminine. Four of Swords is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. There's that Knight of Pentacles again, and the Six of Cups. This person wants to work on healing an emotional wound that they have, that they recognize that they have. They also want to work on healing this connection with you. You have unfinished business with this person, and in August, you're both acknowledging it. Clarify that Emperor. Who is the Emperor? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Emperor is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Chariot. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Wands. This person may propose the two of you get away. Like if this is a couple, okay, they might propose a weekend getaway or spending more time together. There's something here about travel, particularly local travel. But there's something fun or exciting here that this person is proposing in the month of August that you do. If this is a friend or family member, same thing. This could be someone saying, it's someone who's never said it before. Maybe in the past, I don't know, there's a local flea market and it would be your sister and they would just call you and be like, hey, Saturday's a flea market, want me to pick you up? This would be a different approach. This would be, hey, there's a flea market on Saturday and I know how much you enjoy them and I would love to have you join me. Are you available? See, it's a different approach than it's Saturday at 9, want me to come get you? You know, this is, I know how much you like this and I would love for you to come with me. So this person is changing or trying to heal a communication wound they know they have when it comes to expressing, again, emotions. And it doesn't mean they wouldn't love you to go with them. It's just, it's probably not something that, it's foreign. This is like learning a foreign language. You're both learning a foreign language. You're just a little bit more advanced than they are. Page of Swords. Here's that communication now. But it does look like this person is proposing that the two of you do something together. And if this is work related, Six of Wands just showed itself. And if this is work related, this could even be your boss saying to you, hey, I've noticed that you've been really overworked or overstressed lately. And you have, you know, we're halfway through the year. You have some personal days or vacation days you haven't used. You want to take an extended weekend. You might look at them like they have three heads. Like, you never fucking cared about me being overworked or overstressed. Now you want me to take a day off. I just feel like their approach here is different. They're offering you something in the hopes of showing you that you matter to them, regardless of who you are. Clarify that Page of Swords, that conversation. Six of Wands, one more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands, Nine of Swords, and the Knight of Swords. There's a conversation here, the World card. There's a conversation here about how do we do this again, or how do we do this differently, or I don't want to lose you, I don't want you to quit. It's the airing of grievances, not for the purpose of damaging the connection further, but for the purpose of healing the connection. Clarify the Lovers. Now, I'm just telling you energetically what's available. If you don't call this person, if you don't answer their phone call, you know, if you tell the boss Monday morning, fuck off, and you quit, none of this works. You know, this is just energetically available to you. You don't have to do this, but it's there for the taking if you want it. Clarify the Lovers. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Lovers is clarified by the Ace of Wands, the Knight of Swords. So there you are responding, Eight of Swords. And yes, you are available. Again, I'm just telling you energetically what's here. You seem here to be available for the conversation, available to take them up on their offer. You're open to hearing what they have to say. There is an airing of grievances. It could get a little heated, but you both back down, which is maybe something in the past you didn't do. Five of Swords. Tell me about that Five of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Swords. Ten of Cups, which is what you both want. Ace of Pentacles and the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Devil. That is your major arcana card. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It seems to me, energetically speaking, you are informing this person of what you desire out of your connection with them. And you're willing to build that with them. You're not expecting them to do all of the work. But you also don't want false promises. Five of Swords. You want to see them put some real pentacle energy into this connection. Again, whatever this connection is. This is, don't tell me no lies. Queen of Wands. Clarify that Queen of Wands, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Wands is clarified by Justice. There's that Five of Swords again. And the Nine of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. This is the, I really want this to work. I don't want to quit. I don't want to stop talking to you. You're my brother. You're my sister. I do want to see our romantic relationship come back together again, or go next level, or be healed. But there's something here of whatever this person did, or the two of you did together, whatever your interaction here was, wounded you. And I don't think you realize it wounded them too. And maybe they were the cause of it, maybe they weren't. I'm not here to take sides. I'm looking at two people that are wounded, that are still standing next to one another in the month of August, that are willing to make this work. You have some things that you are not demanding, but requiring of this person in order to try this again. And they seem to be saying, I can work on that. They're not promising you anything, which is good. We don't want promises. We want, I will try to do that. I will strive to do that. We don't want false promises. It's kind of how we got into this whole mess to begin with. So clarify the Emperor, because this is now this person's energy, and they don't have to be a masculine, okay? They're just coming up as the King of all kings taking charge, and this is them saying, okay, I can take charge. I'm going to try to do this. And it's genuine. Justice card, it is genuine. They're not blowing smoke up your ass. Clarify the Emperor. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Emperor is clarified by the Two of Wands. The Star, their decision is to heal this connection with you. Six of Pentacles, to try to be more reciprocal, to especially be more reciprocal when it comes to expressing emotions, as well as fulfilling your emotional needs in this connection. So start journaling, start writing. If you think this is your reading and you want to have the conversation, start writing what it is that you need. How can you be emotionally nurtured by this person, regardless of who they are, even if it's a boss, even if it's a landlord. You don't want the landlord to just be like, fuck you every time you call them because something broke down in the apartment. So what do you need to feel emotionally safe in this connection? And keep it reasonable. 5 things, 5 non-negotiables. 5 non-negotiables. Clarify the 10 of Cups. Clarify the 10 of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. 10 of Cups is clarified by Page of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. There you are again, and the Two of Swords. This person says yes. Yep, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna discover a way on how I can give you. You're holding that pentacle. I can give you what you need. Yeah, I can. Yep, I'm gonna discover a way on how to do that. Bottom of the deck was the Four of Swords. Lovers to the 10 of Pentacles, I feel like would be redundant because I just see 2 people now making the decision to move forward together to try to heal this connection. And you're doing it by understanding what both of your needs are. Now, don't think you're going to get off scot-free here. This person has some things that they need from you as well. And you're going to have to be open and receptive to hearing that. And that's why I think it might get a little heated. So it's not just Capricorn needs these 5 things. Whoever this person is, they're probably going to need 5 things too. And if you want to make this work, you're going to have to put in effort, 8 of Pentacles, like they're willing to put in, 8 of Pentacles. I do want to see the Ace of Wands, a new beginning that the 2 of you are having here. Clarify the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. We'll take it. Ace of Wands is clarified by 2 of Cups, 9 of Pentacles, and the Moon. Bottom of the deck, the 8 of Swords. This has given me the energy of 2 people who don't want to lose themselves in this relationship again. And I don't know what that means. And that message might not be for everyone. But there's a feeling here of, I don't want to be in a relationship if I'm made to feel alone. What is the point of being in a relationship? What is the point of working at this company if my boss doesn't even remember my fucking birthday and I've been here for 5 years? Like, that's the feeling. So there's a feeling here like, I don't want to get lost here. And I don't want to lose myself in this. I want to nurture the connection. I want to be nurtured by the connection, but I don't want to feel I don't want to feel neglected. There's a feeling here like, don't do this for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. And then 9 of Pentacles, I'm on my own to take care of myself again, or to give myself the pat on the back. I feel like I'm talking to a Capricorn who wants to see and experience long-term sustainable results in this connection. And look, maybe for some of you, this is a few people. You know, maybe you're having a discussion with your mother and your sister and your lover and your boss, you know. It doesn't just have to be one connection. Temperance. One more shuffle. Thank you. Temperance is clarified by 4 of Cups, the Page of Pentacles, and the 9 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the 2 of Pentacles. I don't know if this is shared energy or if this is just you. You're going to have to take it how it resonates. One of you, if not both of you, is reserving the right to move on if they don't see sustainable changes, sustainable results. It's like, I'm willing to move forward, but look at that 4 of Cups in the After Tarot deck. I reserve the right to walk away. So if you think we're going to be great here for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and then we tank again, that's not working. You will detach yourself. The Devil card in the After Tarot deck is detached. Hierophant. So right now you are committed to the community group. Maybe it's a community group or a religious group, political organization, whoever you're having this issue with. Okay, the romantic partner, the soulmate, the family member, the company. But you are reserving the right to detach yourself from it if you don't like the results, or if the results are not sustainable or consistent. And look, they might have that feeling as well. Clarify the Hierophant. Clarify the Hierophant here. You're looking for real change. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hierophant is clarified by the Knight of Cups, the 4 of Wands, and Temperance. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. It's giving me the feeling of, God, I really hope that they're serious. God, I really hope they're going to do the work. Because I don't want to walk away. I don't want to find another job. I don't want to break up with this person again. But I will if I have to. I will if I have to. Clarify the Devil in the After Tarot deck. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups,
Seven of Swords, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Magician. The Seven of Swords in the After Tarot deck is not making the same mistake. So you're very aware of those 5 non-negotiables, or 3, however many you have. Don't show up with the 20. I think you'll overwhelm this person. 5 non-negotiables. What do what do you need from them? Honesty, loyalty, like, be real. But there is a feeling here of, I'm not going to do the same thing I did last time. I'm not going to get sucked into this black hole vortex of this relationship that keeps me chasing what it is that I want. So I think you're open to it. I think you're open to healing it. There's a healing, slightly heated conversation taking place. Whoever that is, or people, they seem to be on board, but you are reserving the right to move on if all they can give you is a little. If you're only receiving a little emotional fulfillment in that Page of Cups, and you feel like the past is about to repeat itself, like you're about to step into that trap and do this whole loop again with this person, look at that Four of Swords in the After Tarot deck. It's like a repose. It's like a funeral. You are willing to say goodbye and put this to bed once and for all. I see effort here being made. I want to take a look at September. Queen of Cups, Knight of Wands, and the Six of Swords. 4 of Wands, 6 of Pentacles, and Judgment. Tell me more about this here in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Swords, 3 of Swords, Empress. Bottom of the deck, Justice. In September, I'm not trying to worry you ahead of time. In September, you perceive something they do or say as being a repeat action of the past. I don't know if it is or not, but I have you waiting for emotional fulfillment, and I have you looking to the past and saying, son of a bitch, they're doing it again. 7 of Swords, 3 of Swords, and the Empress. And now, in the 6 of Swords, it's like, maybe I need to move on from this. I don't know how many of you watching are members on Patreon. I did a reading for Patreon members. I believe it was the full moon in Aquarius reading, which we had on July 29th, just the other day. But that energy is going to be with us for a while. It's not like when you wake up on July 30th and it's gone. It's not. And I believe I called in that reading the most significant and impactful full moon of not just a year, probably of the last 10 years. So, and the reading explains why I have that feeling about it. It's very possible for some of you, you are falsely accusing this person in September because you're not healed. They're doing something, they asked you to work overtime. They didn't answer the call for a day. They left their phone charger at home. There's something here. You may be jumping to the conclusion that this person is up to no good. That reading in Aquarius, particularly if you're dealing with an Aquarius, but regardless of their sign, there was something here about wait and pause. You do not have all the facts. I feel a rush to judgment here. It's like 4 of Wands. Everything was great. I was waiting for whatever, waiting for them to call, waiting for them to stop by, oh, they didn't do it. They're late. I'm out. 6 of Pentacles. I'm walking away. It's a judgment card. They're doing it again. You seem to get all caught up here, all swords. Clarify this further. I think you are misjudging this person in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card, the 4 of Pentacles, and the 7 of Wands. You're going to feel like they're crossing a boundary. And I don't know if they are or they're not. I mean, we're looking 60 days away here at this point, 45 days away. This seems like middle of September energy. I wouldn't jump the gun because the Death card is we're dead, done, and over with. You may say some things you cannot take back because it's coming from a very wounded place. The 4 of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is met by scorpionic energy of the Grim Reaper. It's dead, done, we're over with here. And the 7 of Wands was how you started. That's that feeling of, I told you what I needed from you. You were good for a couple of weeks, and then you fucking did it again. And like now you're like pushing back. It's an aggressive energy. What is this person doing in September? You know what? I did cleanse my other deck, so let me grab it. And I'm back. This is the Pulp Tarot deck. I didn't do this for any of the other signs. I'm sure they'll be upset, but I also don't want you to exist for the next 30 days worried about that. So what is this person doing in September? This person that Capricorn is dealing with. What is this person doing in September that is causing this? One more shuffle. Thank you. What are they doing in September? Four of Swords, the Hierophant, and the Five of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Justice. This person is doing something else in the moment that they can't attend to your needs. It could be they're working overtime. It could be that they're sick. It could be that they're sleeping. And you feel emotionally shut out, or you feel neglected. You feel like they're abandoning you. It's triggering an abandonment wound from you. This person's like sleeping or not well or busy doing something else. It's not being done purposeful. Hierophant could be they're working, they're traveling for work, they're involved in a community group, their family needs them. Maybe even if they have kids, they could have a kid that's sick. Or maybe one of their kids is giving birth and now they're going to like visit the kid. There's something here where you feel a little neglected because of something they're doing or saying. The Lovers card. Yeah, this is that same person. Lovers to the lovers. What is this person's intention with Capricorn in September? One more shuffle. Thank you. Their intention. Seven of Wands. They're going to push back on you. Six of Pentacles and Six of Cups. They're going to tell you you're out of your fucking mind. They're going to tell you, I've been doing my best to give you what you need to nurture this connection, to respect your boundaries. I'm not doing whatever you're accusing me of doing. This person's going to push back because they know they're being authentic. Two Justice cards. They know they're being authentic. The Emperor. There they are. They know they're doing right by you, and now you're falsely accusing them because you're wounded. Page of Wands. If this starts creeping up, that feeling, do your homework, okay? Detective Clouseau here. You kind of had that Page of Wands energy before. I just dated myself significantly. I would do your homework and discover more before you accuse this person of doing something that they are not doing. Let's get you 3 cards of advice. We'll close out with Oracle cards and some kippers. I'm glad I was able to see that, because if it looked terrible, I would have told you, don't even fucking bother with this, you know, but no, they're legitimately doing something. Work, family, something within the community or a community group, and you're accusing them of something they're not doing. You're assuming the worst right away. 7 of Swords, 3 of Swords. So I would also work on your healing. Not just healing this connection, but healing that abandonment wound or whatever wound is being triggered here for you. 3 cards of advice here for August for the Capricorn collective. We have the Wheel of Fortune, the World card. 3 World cards showed up here from 3 different decks. Okay, it's just advice. Do it differently. Respond differently. Speak differently. You have a chance to learn a lesson from whatever happened here with this person. You don't have to repeat what happened back then. You just have to learn from it and do it differently now. It's like this is your favorite recipe, and the last time you cooked it, you burnt the shit out of it. It doesn't mean you never cook that recipe again. It's just maybe now you learned how to do it differently. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Wheel of Fortune, the World card, and the Queen of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Queen of Pentacles. If you feel triggered, pause and ask yourself where you feel triggered. Also, your advice here is if you want this next chapter or cycle, this do-over, this is a chance to do this again, you will need to be more in touch with your feelings, and you will need to express them more. We have Capricorn energy here, Queen of Pentacles, and we have Cancer energy. You can do both. You can express your needs, your emotional needs, from a grounded place. It does not make you weak. If you want to do it differently, you will need to incorporate some of your opposite sign here to make this a success. It's only your advice. 3 cards here of advice for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice. Empress, King of Wands, and the Lovers. Bottom of the deck, 5 of Pentacles. Before you accuse this person of something, remind yourself of how valuable this relationship is for you. And make the choice to talk in a nurturing way as opposed to accusing. The Empress would sit down and talk. The Empress seeks harmony, not because they self-sacrifice themselves or because they, wear a blindfold and they, stick their head in the sand. But this is someone at the end of the day, let's talk. Lovers is Gemini energy. Gemini is ruled by communication. Ruled by Mercury, which rules communication. So just remember how much you care about this person, whoever they are, and make the choice to communicate as opposed to just blowing the whole thing up because some wound is triggered. We'll close it out now with some oracle cards and then some kippers. You have a chance to do this again. Be more emotionally expressive. It's okay. It's okay to let your emotions come up to the surface. It's okay to show your sensitive side. I know you're ruled by Saturn, but dip your toe into the moon every now and then. You might like it. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Exploration. Explore your opposite sign. Literally can't make it up. Freedom. Different way of doing this relationship. And healing. Bottom of the deck, silent strength. Exploration. Brave exploration of the unknown. Expand your horizons. Lean into your opposite sign. Learn about your opposite sign. Actually, I'm posting tomorrow. Well, I might not post this till the 1st for you. I apologize. I'll try to get up today. But if not on the 1st, I'm posting on Patreon this article about low vibe and high vibe. And and if you don't want to join, that's fine. You could just do your own internet search even. But I would look into what is high vibrational Cancer energy. And then I would look for ways on how you can incorporate that into this discussion and this relationship. Freedom. Release your shackles and pursue personal freedom. I feel like this is more like personal emotional freedom. And then you have healing. Heal by confronting and addressing past wounds. If you don't heal this wound, it's going to creep up on you and bite you in the ass in September. So can you heal this connection? Yes. Do you still need to heal that wound? Yep. If you don't want this person in your life, you could disregard everything here having to do with reconciling with this individual. Moving forward, the universe is still going to require of you to lean into your opposite sign of Cancer and to feel more and to be able to express your emotions. And the only way you'll be able to do that is to heal this abandonment wound you have. So even if you're like, fuck them, I don't want them in my life ever and ever again, there's still an aspect here within yourself that needs to be healed. Otherwise, you will replay this with the new person, the new boss, the new friend in the future. Bottom of the deck, silent strength. Build your power in silence, waiting for the right moment to reveal your quiet strength. I think you need to pull back a little bit and figure out those 3 or 5 negotiables. And then in one conversation, discuss them with this person in a very emotionally calm and balanced way. Let's get some Kipper cards here. 2 Kipper cards for that top row, please. You may be dealing with a fire or an air sign. That's the energy I get. We have unexpected income. I feel like that's more like that unexpected conversation. The Emperor is sideways. So the feeling here was, again, you're not sure if this person will cooperate or if they'll be able to do this or if they even want to try this. I think they're going to surprise you. 2 cards here for the middle. Adjudication, the soul contract, message. I think you receive the message that you want. I think it's a yeah, I can try to do that. Again, they're not giving you false promises, which is good. That's what we want. But adjudication is the Justice card. They're going to try to do this the right way. And 2 cards here for the bottom row. We have family room on the side, and we have bad health on the side. Whether or not we come back together again or this falls apart is undecided. But at least you are open to working on this wound within the connection and also work on this wound within yourself. But this is not officially closed out. If you thought it was, you are very mistaken. Bottom of the deck, you have gift. At some point in time when this relationship does come back together again, and if both of you work on this wound, you're going to have 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups kind of life together. You're going to look back and realize that whatever occurred here was a gift, because it helped expose wounds that the 2 of you had, that had it not been for this relationship, with whatever occurred here in this moment in time, you would have never seen it. You would have never healed it. And it might not feel like a gift right now, and it probably didn't feel like a gift when all of this was happening. But at some point in the future, the 2 of you will realize, whether this works out for, you know, the rest of your lives or not, what occurred here is a gift. It is a universal gift because it's helping the two of you heal an aspect of yourselves, which, like I said, whether this lasts for the rest of your lives or not, at least that wound is now healed or well on its way to being healed. And it all begins in August 2026 with what appears here to be a conversation. That is what I have for you, Capricorn, for August 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to check us out on Patreon, and be sure to also view your other placements. Until I read for you again, good luck, be gentle with yourself, and as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for August. Can't believe I'm still saying that. August 2026. It is a general collective reading. So as the messages come through, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Also, in the pinned comment beneath this video, or underneath this video, is a link where you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Let me get comfy here. Okay, tapping into the Aquarius collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Aquarius need to know for August 2026? What do they need to know for August? Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Five of Pentacles. In the top row, we have the Eight of Pentacles. We have the Two of Pentacles. And we have the High Priestess. Flanking the Five of Pentacles is the Nine of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. And in the bottom row, we have the Eight of Swords. We have the Page of Wands. And we have the Hierophant. At the bottom of the deck is a little sneak peek now into September. We have the Page of Swords, we have the Ten of Swords, and we have the Six of Swords, and that leaves your major arcana card of the Star at the bottom of the deck. All right. There's a lot of pentacles here on the table. We're going to clarify this with the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different. It does, in fact, alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus for August 2026. We are clarifying Eight of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles, the High Priestess, Nine of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles, Page of Cups, Eight of Swords, Page of Wands, and the Hierophant for the Aquarius collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Seven of Cups. The Two of Pentacles is clarified by the Three of Pentacles. The High Priestess is clarified by Temperance. The Nine of Pentacles is clarified by the Ten of Swords. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Five of Cups. Someone's off the market. Page of Cups is clarified by the Nine of Swords. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Two of Cups. Told you. Page of Wands is clarified by the Six of Pentacles. And the Hierophant is clarified by the Seven of Wands. Sneak peek now again into September. Queen of Cups, Five of Swords, Page of Pentacles, and that leaves the Queen of Wands at the bottom of the deck. I have a group of Aquarians. Take the messages how they resonate to you. This could be professional in terms of work. So this would be like a new boss or a new business partner or a new vendor. Okay, maybe a big client that you're trying to get. For others of you, this could be a platonic connection we're talking about, meaning like with a friend, a family member, someone very close in your inner circle. It could even be a group of people with that Three of Pentacles card. And for others of you, this is in respect to a romantic partnership. But I have a group of you, because your overall general energy here for the month of August 2026 is like, this didn't work out, or this hasn't worked out, and now I have my sights on the new. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is not crying over the Three Cups that are spilt. They are, without a doubt, looking right at the new Two of Cups. So whether this is renewing a current connection in your life, it certainly could be that, but it's like this time we're doing it completely different. For others of you, it's just a new type of connection. Again, professional, platonic, or romantic. In that top row, we have the Eight of Pentacles to the Seven of Cups.
We have the Two of Pentacles to the Three of Pentacles, and we have the High Priestess to Temperance. There's something here that in regards to a particular type of connection in your life, and maybe for some of you this spans a variety of connections, okay? It could be across the board, professional, platonic, or romantic. What you are looking for is security. You're looking for security, you're looking for accountability, you're looking for stability. You want to make sure that the types of people you surround yourself with are solid, that they're there for you, not that you are the only one who's there for them. So the Nine of Pentacles to the Ten of Swords, when I said you're off the market, this is what I mean. So if you are in search of the business partner, or you know, a new friend or a new friend group or a new romantic partner, or maybe just doing relationship differently moving forward, that's what has changed. Like if you were, maybe you're currently in a partnership, and although you are partnered, okay, we put that in quotes, partnered, you're the one who's doing everything. Maybe you carry the load of the relationship, whether that's financial or emotional. So that Ten of Swords would be, we're bringing an end to the nine. Nines in tarot are very singular. The Hermit, the Nine of Swords, you know, the Nine of Cups, that's all very individual energy. And so that's what we're putting an end to here. So the Page of Cups to the Nine of Swords, you are now, it looks like there's some type of offer here that's on the table for you. And where maybe in the past you would have had some doubts, fears, or reservations to move forward with it, or maybe that type of offer, you seem to be accepting it. Because in the bottom row, we have the Eight of Swords, where you're like now free of all of that anxiety and doubt. And the Two of Cups, you're coming together with this individual. And the Page of Wands to the Six of Pentacles. In the After Tarot deck, the Six of Pentacles is very different. The individual is walking away from a situation or an environment or a connection where they're no longer being nourished, or their needs are no longer being met. And so I feel like whatever this new connection is, it is far more balanced either than how it previously existed, or it's a far more balanced connection than anything you have ever had before. And the Hierophant to the Seven of Wands, there's something here about you really sticking up for yourself in the month of August. Like, these are my ideal principles for this particular type of connection. And we can have some wiggle room, right? You're not being a complete tyrant here, but these specific needs still need to be met. So let's begin to clarify. Five of Pentacles. And I think it took you getting to the Five of Pentacles with a particular person, or like I said, group of people, to make you realize either something in this dynamic has to change, or as I enter new dynamics, they need to be vastly different than what I'm leaving behind. But I think you had to feel abandoned, you had to feel depleted for you to maybe know your worth and value. Five of Pentacles. I'm going to take that notification on my phone as a yes. Five of Pentacles. Tell me why that Five of Pentacles is here for you. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Magician. Two cards came out. The Moon and the Hermit. Again, the Hermit is card number 9. Bottom of the deck, Five of Cups. I don't know when this happened for you, because this is what occurred here in your past. Now, for some of you, that past was last week, maybe with the full moon in your sign on July 29th. For others of you, this could have been 5 years ago. So I don't know what that Five of Pentacles is representing. But whatever it was here, there was some type of information or communication. And I say that because we have the Magician. Magician is Virgo and Gemini energy. It's ruled by Mercury, and Mercury rules communication. So there was some type of exchange or information or proof or evidence or something that was at some point in time hidden in the shadow of the moon. It came to light. And when it came to light, you realized that there was a particular connection in your life that was off balance. So no matter how much you were giving to it, you were always going to be in the deficit. And it kind of threw you into the Hermit energy about, what do I want either for this connection or for this type of connection or connections in general. And the feeling here seems to be this either connection has to be completely revamped from the bottom up and done differently moving forward, or if I'm entering new connections, they're going to be, again, vastly different than what you experienced in the past. So there was something here that was brought to light in the energy of one of the full moons. Something here was illuminated at some point in time. So if you want to think back, or maybe if you journal, you can look back. But think back, when did that moment happen between you and this person, or you and these people? And I guarantee you, you're in the energy of the full moon when it occurred. Five of Cups. And it left you wounded. It was like, excuse me?
it was the realization, like, I can't believe I've been putting up with this whole time. We have the Hierophant. So this is you realizing now what your principles are. This is Taurus energy. And I usually call this the Pope card. I'm not trying to bring Catholicism into this, but I mean, the individual on the card. In most decks, I have like 154 decks. The person does look like a Pope. And the reason why I attribute it with that is because Taurus energy, when it comes to the Hierophant, is very rooted in its belief. And if we associate that with the Catholic Church, it makes sense, right? Like the Catholic Church, you know, it'll take them 500 years to change their opinion. And so, because they have certain principles or ideals, whether you and I agree with them or not, for them, it's rooted in concrete. They're, you know, immovable, unshakable. So whatever occurred here with you and this individual, or like you and this group of people, made you realize that moving forward, either with this person or group of people or new people, there are certain things that you will be unshakable when it comes to what you desire from connections. It's like, I'm not settling for less anymore. I need A, B, C, D. And if I don't get A, B, C, D, I will look elsewhere for A, B, C, D. The Hierophant, the Ace of Wands, that is the truth. And then the Sun card. So something here was definitely illuminated to you, that a connection in your life was not fair or off balance, you know. And it could be something like, maybe you were in a romantic partnership. Maybe they were the breadwinner, okay? Maybe you're the stay-at-home mom. Nothing wrong with that. But it becomes very taxing to be a stay-at-home mom. I understand that they're the breadwinner, but you're cleaning and you're cooking and you're tending to the kids and you're running all the errands. And it takes a lot to maintain and manage a household. And so if suddenly thrust upon you is now, well, you got to go to work. Okay, all right, you go to work and I go to work. But it can't be you go to work, I go to work, and I still do all of those household responsibilities. So at some point in time, there was a break here. And same thing could be applied at work. You know, you have a boss that gives you a little bit here, a little bit here. Can you work, you know, Friday? Can you, there are these small requests, but they mount up over time. And it's like, well, in the interim, I could have done that, but I wasn't expecting to deal with that forever. I wasn't expecting to work 60 hours a week forever. I wasn't expecting to maintain a full-time job and maintain all the responsibilities in the household forever. And same thing if this is, we're talking about friends or a community group, or you were basically saying here, I could do a little extra every now and then, because that's the ebb and flow of a healthy connection. But I can't do it all the time, and I can't do it indefinitely. So moving forward, either, like I said, with this person or these people, or new soulmates, you know, coming online for you, I think you know your worth and value. There are certain non-negotiables now that you have in a connection. Eight of Pentacles. I feel like with that Seven of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the individual has taken the contents out of one of the cups, out of like the Ace of Cups. So it's like you worked really hard to get to this point, to realize your worth and value. And now that you know your worth and value, you're not going back. Six of Cups. We've got 6 filled cups here on the shelf. We're not going back to how it used to be. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Knight of Cups, the Four of Pentacles, and the Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Chariot. So I feel like you really, whoever this was, I think you gave them the benefit of the doubt. I think you opened up your house, your home, your heart. Maybe you did all of that extra overtime. If this is a work situation, I think you overgave. And I think you got to a point where you went, hold on, I have to pull back. So for some of you, this happened within the last 7 months. For others of you, you're a little behind on the timeline, and this is what's occurring in August for you. So take them as just how they resonate. But at some point in time here, you overgave and you went enough. Four of Pentacles, it's like, I went from the 5 and I thought that was bad, and now I'm at the 4. It's like, no, you can't keep taking advantage of me. At some point in time, I have to protect myself. That 4 of Pentacles, the individual is like holding on to this purse. So it could be for some of you, someone took advantage of you financially. For others of you, it's just pentacle resources. You know, whether that's time, love, money, commitment, talent. Someone here clearly took advantage of you. And you felt a need, or you will be feeling the need to protect yourself. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And that Seven of Cups, are not confused. Oh, King of Swords. That's you in your highest vibration, whether you're masculine or feminine. You are not confused about this anymore. King of Swords, the Eight of Cups, and the Four of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Seven of Pentacles. So there's a feeling here, and I want you to take this how it resonates to you. if this was the regular Eight of Cups card from like the original Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck, or even the deck that I use for you, I would say that you're moving on from this individual. But I don't see that happening here. And I say that because in the Eight of Cups, in the After Tarot deck, the person is returning. And then I have that Four of Wands card, which is like the actual return, the arrival. So take it how it resonates to you. For some of you, you have a second chance or a second opportunity to do things differently within the construct of this connection, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic. And if you don't want that person back at all, you're like, Jen, I'm done. I can't take it anymore. I already quit that job, or I have plans to, fine. Then this is just you then moving forward towards that next connection. And there's something here about you're going to have to do it differently. It's one thing to say, I have these ideals and principles and values, and I know what I want. And it's another thing then to just sit silent while someone railroads you. You know what I mean? And takes advantage of you again. So whether it is the reconnection between you and this person, because for some of you, that's definite reconnection. And for others of you, it's a new connection coming in. But the way you did connection in the past is differently. So regardless of who's coming in, you have changed. The month of August will really show you how much you've changed when it comes to partnerships. Two of Pentacles. There needs to be a more balanced flow to the connections. We're forming an infinity loop here. It can't be like in the After Tarot deck, the Three of Pentacles. We say teamwork makes the dream work. We say we're all going to work on this project or plan or relationship or dinner, right? It could be anything here. But meanwhile, you're the only one here. There's no one else here. So I just feel like moving forward, and look, maybe you have a very large family and everyone comes over on Sunday for Sunday dinner. I love that. I used to do that as a kid growing up at my grandma's. But that doesn't mean that you are responsible for buying everything, cooking everything, and then cleaning up, and everyone just gets to go home with full bellies and leftovers. It's like at some point in time we have to realize, no, I need a little help here. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Two of Pentacles is clarified by the Empress. Five of Cups. King of Swords shows themselves again. You are so strong in your energy. Five of Wands there at the bottom of the deck. This either is your reading or it's not. You can't force this. But this is like, I've learned from the past experience. I will work with you, Empress. I will nurture you. I will, and again, this could be anything, work related or a community project, but I'm not doing it solo. If I have to do it alone, why do I have you? If we're supposed to be a team, why am I I feel like the lone wolf? If we're a family, then we all have to contribute some way to the household, whether that's maintaining it or financing it or cooking for everyone in the house. There's something here about shared responsibilities. Okay, I'm at work, I'm part of a department, but I can't be the only one sitting here 5 o'clock at 7 p.m. doing the work, and everyone else gets to go home and enjoy their weekend. So there's something here about sharing responsibilities. Again, if you want this person to return, claim it as that. If you want a new person here coming in, because, you got an offer here coming in, you claim it how you want. But this is about you having the opportunity to do it differently this time. One more shuffle. Thank you, Spirit. Three of Pentacles is clarified by Eight of Pentacles. This time we're doing it differently. Eight of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles, and there's that Two of Pentacles. In the After Tarot deck, the Two of Pentacles, the person is turning their back on the way they used to do something. You're now, and look, people are actually coming. So it's almost like by you maybe saying it, like communicating, hey, from this day moving on, things need to be more reciprocal. This is what I need from you. Again, these are my non-negotiables. Then the people that are willing to participate with you, willing to help you in that way, willing to reciprocate, show up. They appear. There's people here. They're like, we're here. They're coming off the boat. And again, it's either the people currently in your life or new ones coming in. The right people, when you say it, when you communicate it, when you manifest it, when you raise your frequency, when you know your worth and value, and you raise your vibration, the right people will be drawn to you. High Priestess. I get the feeling here that some of you, maybe currently or in the past, you thought this person or these people would just take subtle hints. You slave over the dinner and then, everyone's sitting around the table, just an example, and you're like, oh God, I'm so tired. My feet hurt. I was cooking all day. I've been up since 5 a.m. I got the house ready. that's kind of like subtle. You're sort of waiting for other people around the table to go, oh, don't worry about that, Dad. I got that. Oh, don't worry about that, Ma. I could take the trash out. I could load the dishwasher. So I think at some point in time you thought, like, I could be subtle about this. There's no more subtlety. There's no more, we can't, the back is breaking. There's no more subtlety here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Because the High Priestess sometimes, Ace of Swords, that's the truth. Sometimes the High Priestess is, I hold the book of knowledge, right? Because that's what the High Priestess, it's the only card in tarot that actually holds the book of knowledge. So it's like, I know what I would do if I was, you know, my coworker or my lover or my child. Like, I know what I would do if I was my partner. So I think you just assumed that everyone that you were connected to or engaging with knew the same rules that you did. You know what I mean? Like, operated by the same etiquette. And clearly here they did not. Ace of Swords, the Strength card, and the Four of Swords, bottom of deck, Two of Wands. And I think what you realized was holding back from speaking your truth, because the Strength card sometimes could talk about holding back, having the strength to bite our tongue. So I think what you realized was you were wounding yourself by doing that. And finally, you know, it's like something had to give here. Temperance. If we're going to make this work, right, because this is like a card of alchemy, if we're going to make these two cups work, then I think you either just said something or you're about to say something to this person or these people. Yeah. One more shuffle. Thank you. Temperance is clarified by Six of Cups. Queen of Swords, there you go. And a King of Wands. Oh, Ace of Swords. Oh, yeah. You are informing this person or these people that the Aquarius that they were, you know, previously engaging with is dead. That's what's dead. I'm not saying you're dying. The way you showed up, the way you operated, the overgiving, the not saying anything, the carrying the brunt of the household, of the work, of the department, of the community group, you're done. And I'm really proud of you for that, because whether they were knowingly or unknowingly doing it, right, consciously or subconsciously doing it, someone here was clearly taking advantage of you. But it does begin with you, right? It begins with us. Do we know our value and worth? And are we willing to stand up for ourselves when other people we engage with aren't, you know, they don't know our value and worth, or they aren't, you know, treating us respectfully? So you either just had the conversation or you're about to. Nine of Pentacles. This is like specifically geared towards those of you where at least one person here has taken advantage of your kindness. One more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Pentacles is clarified by the Five of Swords, the World card, and the Tower. For a lot, Justice at the bottom of the deck. For a lot of you, this is going to happen in the month of August. If you haven't experienced this prior to August 1st, this is your prediction for August. You're just going to speak your unbridled truth. You're not holding back here. If I have to do everything, why are you here? Right? If I'm a business owner and I have 5 employees and all of them are fucking around, if you don't like cursing, I'm not your tarot reader. Sometimes the Jersey Gemini in me comes out. I apologize. If I'm a business owner and I have 5 people and they're all screwing around and I'm working 80 hours a week, why am I paying you? Why are you here? You know, if I'm running a department and these are, you know, your teammates, if you will, you oversee them. If you're taking all the fallout for what they don't do and you're doing all the extra work that they're not doing, why are they here? So this is a moment where you are speaking up. And same thing if this is with family or friends, or maybe you sit on a board with people. I don't know, but there's a feeling here like, I am not going to be the only one to do this moving forward. Something here has to change, or this comes to an end. Either you lose your job, or we're getting a divorce, or we're breaking up, or I'm not doing Sunday fucking dinners anymore. I feel like you're getting pushed to your limit, and you're just, it doesn't feel like a snap, because you've been thinking about this a long time. You just haven't said anything up until now. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by the Knight of Cups. I have to start taking care of me. In the After Tarot deck, the Knight of Cups, the person is drinking from the cup. This is a group of Aquarians that have learned, if we use the analogy of a plane, you know, typically when we get on a plane, we have the flight attendants give us the rundown of what to do in the event of an emergency. And one of the things they tell us is when the oxygen masks are, you know, deployed, when they're released, you have to put the oxygen mask on yourself first. You're of no use to anyone else if you are deprived from receiving oxygen. So you put on yourself and then you help the people around you. And I think in the past, you were helping everyone else out on the plane. And meanwhile, you would collapse in the aisle and nobody went, hey, look, Aquarius on the floor. Let's get an oxygen mask for them. No, no, everyone just sat in their seats. So I'm just using that as an analogy. I think what you learn now is moving forward, I have to put the mask on myself first. Strength card. As much strength as it took for you to bite your tongue and hold back from not saying it, that's how much strength it's going to take for you to actually say it. But you're going to say it. 4 of Cups, you're going to say it. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Wands. And basically what you're doing is you're giving this person or these people the opportunity to engage with you differently on a level that is more respectful. And if they can't do that, they're out of your life. I think you learned a very hard lesson in this past chapter. Page of Cups. This is either an apology from this person or these people, or it's someone new, a new offer. Clarify the Page of Cups. Either way, you're going to do the connection differently. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by the Lovers. Whoever this is, they're making a choice to reach out to you. Okay, King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy, and the 7 of Swords, bottom of the deck, the 6 of Pentacles. This person is actually admitting that they were taking advantage of you. This person's going to admit that they took advantage of you. Knowingly, unknowingly. It's going to be like, well, I'm sorry, Mom. I thought that you loved doing the Sunday dinners, and I knew I should have been helping out, but I just, felt good to just have you do everything. This is the partner that says, you know what, you're right. For the past 20 years, you have been the only one taking out the trash. Someone here is admitting that they were not solid, or they were not grounded, or they were not respectful, or something that they were not doing in this relationship was damaging the relationship, was sabotaging their connection with you. So I don't believe this is a new person. I think this is someone from your past acknowledging where they failed you. But again, it begins with you speaking up first. And I tell, everyone that I've done readings for personally and privately and collectively, I'm letting you know as your reader what is energetically available to you. And you have the divine gift of free will if you want to tap into that energy and take advantage of the energy. So if you don't want to address this with a past person or the current person, if you don't want to know your worth and value moving forward and speak up what your needs and desires are in a connection, you don't have to. And then the rest of this just doesn't play out for you. But if you do speak up, and this is not from, this is not manic energy here. This is, I finally have to say something. It's very bold leadership in a very calm way. And if you were to do that, to have this conversation with this person about what you need, and I'm sure you're going to hear from them what they need as well, then I think there's an apology here, or an exchange of apologies even. Now, in the After Tarot deck, the 9 of Swords, the person's holding their Ace of Swords, holding their truth, and slaying doubts, fears, and anxieties. So it's like finally getting it off of your chest. Further clarified by the 10 of Wands, the 9 of Wands, and there's a Page of Cups again. I do believe you receive an apology. Whether or not you want to accept that apology, you can. Often we can accept apologies. That doesn't mean allowing the people back into our lives. It might be your last day of work after you give your 2 weeks notice. The boss says, I'm really sorry that, you're leaving. And you can say, okay, thank you, but I'm still starting the new job on Monday. It could be someone you're going through a divorce or ending with saying, I should have treated you better. It doesn't mean that you cancel the divorce or you remarry them. But whoever this is, there is an acknowledgement. The 10 of Wands, the 9 Wands, the wounds are dropped. You're holding on to the Ace of Wands. There's a feeling here of, I'm going to start fresh now when it comes to connections. Like my approach to connections now are different. I do believe you're going to keep this person in your life, whoever they are, to some extent. Because in the After Tarot deck, the 9 of Wands, where here you were very alone, single, guarded. Here you have someone standing next to you. And I believe it's the perpetrator of whoever did this to you. And then the Page of Cups is that apology. So you're getting a pretty significant apology if 2 Page of Cups are here for this person. And for some of you, maybe that's even an exchange. They might say, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that all of this resentment was building up within you. And you might say, I'm sorry I didn't say it sooner. You know, 8 of Swords. I do think you're coming together with this person. There's definitely an acknowledgement here. So again, claim it how you want. I do think that this is you salvaging a connection here in your life. One more shuffle, thank you. But it requires you to speak up. 8 of Swords is clarified by 9 of Cups, Queen of Cups, and the 6 of Wands, bottom of the deck, Judgment. Again, it's energetically available to you to keep the connection, heal the connection, or reconnect with this person. And if you don't want that, you can claim that 2 of Cups person now as someone entirely new. Okay, the new boss, the new friends, whatever, the new lover. One more shuffle. Thank you. The 2 of Cups is clarified by the 8 of Wands. There's an exchange here. The Empress, we go right back to that. And the 10 of Cups, bottom of the deck, 2 of Wands. I have 2 people here who have the same goal now for this connection. And I have 1, possibly 2 apologies here for how the relationship or the connection here disintegrated. Whatever this was, it came a hair away from being lost. Page of Wands. And look, this doesn't have to be romance related. I remember post-divorce, and that was like 6 years ago. Tony and I have separated 6 years ago. But when the divorce was final, he said to me, what were you thinking? Because I made a comment to him that 3 years leading up to when I finally spoke my truth, for 3 years I was thinking, this is over with. I really have done my best in 21 years to maintain this. In the last 3 years, I got us to the 24-year mark and I couldn't do it anymore. And he said, why didn't you say something? And I said, High Priestess, I said, I thought you would have realized it. I thought I was giving enough clues that as my spouse of 2 decades, you would have known exactly what was wrong in the marriage. And he offered me an apology. And he said, I'm really sorry. If I would have known, I would have spoke up sooner. I would have done something sooner. And I said, I'm sorry too, because I should have spoke up sooner as well. But we did not reconnect. I'm with my new person. He's with his person. There was no reconnection. But we do wish the best for one another in our new journeys, on our new journeys and our new relationships. He's a very nice person. He just was a terrible spouse to me for half of the marriage. But in terms of being a human, he's a nice human. He just not the greatest husband towards the end. But so again, this could be an exchange of apologies between you and someone else, still wishing one another the best, but going your separate ways. So you're going to have to claim this and take this how it resonates to you. One more shuffle here. Thank you. On that Page of Wands, clarified by Judgment, Queen of Pentacles, and the Devil. Bottom of the deck, we have the 3 of Pentacles. Some of you are dealing with a Capricorn. For others of you, this is an acknowledgement that starting over, we are going to address them and you, or it could just be just you moving forward. The moment something is occurring within a connection that I feel jeopardizes my peace or my stability or my structure, the moment I think there's something toxic going on, I'm going to say something. Judgment. It's a judgment call here you're making. Like, I'm not going to tolerate making Sunday dinners, every Sunday now for the rest of my life. Again, whatever this is for you. So you're making the judgment call, whether you're reconnecting with this person or a new person here. From now on, when I see something toxic, I'm saying it. I see it, I say it. I address it. One more shuffle. Thank you. 6 of Pentacles is clarified. There's that Queen of Pentacles again, the 2 of Wands and the 2 of Swords. And you have made your decision on this. I mean, in the After Tarot deck, the 2 of Swords, the decision is made. The 2 of Wands, the decision is made. If I'm going to move forward in this connection or any new connections, because the 2 of Wands in the After Tarot deck depicts 2 people, the moment something shady is going on, or I feel undervalued or undermined or taken advantage of, no longer sitting there keeping my mouth shut. So this isn't my reading as an Aquarius rising. I guess if I want to apply it to 6 or 7 years ago, it certainly could be, but this is definitely for a group of you where you are currently dealing with this now. We have the Hierophant. Again, these are now your beliefs, what you feel you deserve, and in that 7 of Wands, you are willing to defend. If someone crosses a line, you're willing to go, oh, no, 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 not doing that again. Hierophant, clarified by the Queen of Wands, the King of Wands, and the Three of Pentacles. When it comes to partnerships moving forward, if you say you're my equal, my business partner, my lover, my family member, kings and queens are equal in tarot in terms of power. So if you're claiming that we are equals in whatever professional, platonic, romantic connection this is, then we all have to work on this. Notice this Three of Pentacles, it was just you solo. This is you now part of a team, part of a group. And that's what you want. Moving forward, everyone who's involved in this, we're all pitching in. Seven of Wands. This is really good for you, Aquarius. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Wands clarified by the Ace of Pentacles, the Devil, and the Ace of Cups. If I could reach to that camera, I fucking love you right now. I love you right now. The Ace of Pentacles is a fresh new approach, a fresh new timeline, a fresh new opportunity. The Devil in the After Tarot deck, we are detached. We are detached from staying in situations, environments, or connections that deplete us spiritually, emotionally, financially, whatever it is. And knowing to speak up, loving yourself enough to say, this doesn't feel good, this doesn't feel right, this feels off balance. It's a whole new way to do connections, and I believe for most of you, this is across the board. I don't know what transpired back there for you, but the way you showed up in connections is differently. I also think for a lot of you, I often call Aquarius the king and queens of detachment. And so perhaps in the past, when you felt injured or you felt something wasn't reciprocal or someone was taking advantage of you, you may have just detached emotionally but not actually addressed it in order to keep the peace. A low vibrational Aquarius, and don't be offended when I say that, all zodiac signs have a high and low vibration. And sometimes Aquarians at a low vibration, because they value the connection, they will just detach a little bit emotionally, but they'll stay silent because they value the connections. Like, well, I don't want to lose my job. This person's my parent, or they're my kids, or they're my spouse. I don't want to get a divorce. So instead, I just emotionally detach, but I still show up and overdo. And if that's your message, I don't think moving forward you're going to do connection that way. I also think you're going to speak up more when something is wrong. It's like the moment I notice that I have to emotionally detach myself from you to protect you, that's the moment I know I need to address something. The answer is not to emotionally detach and still allow the person to take advantage of you. Page of Swords, 10 of Swords, 6 of Swords. This is now for September. Tell me more. One more shuffle. And then I have the Queen of Cups, the 5 of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles. This is clarified by the 7 of Wands. Whatever you're doing here, this conversation that you're having with this person or these people, we go from, this is what I want, and I will defend it to no end. Suddenly, this person or these people are respecting you because you finally spoke up. So look at your 7 of Wands in September. It's like a moment of zen. It's like you finally feel balanced. You finally feel at peace. You don't feel so guarded. 7 of Wands, 3 of Cups. Now we're all collaborating on the dream, the wish, the goal, the plan, the dinner, whatever it is, and the Hanged Man. Whoever this person or these people are, I love the 6 of Pentacles in your deck. There's in 2 hands, there's an equal exchange. I'm giving to you, you're giving to me. This was a wake-up call for this person or these people. They're now seeing you differently. They're seeing where they were shortchanging you. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised in September that you spoke up this way and you're like, hey, this is not how we're doing this anymore. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Cups in the After Tarot deck is taking the lid off the chalice and is very surprised to see cooperation. Look at that Page of Pentacles. Someone's now helping you out. You're not carrying the load anymore. And in the 5 of Swords in the After Tarot deck, we're not even fighting about it. Further clarified by the High Priestess, the Hermit, 9-9, and the Lovers. Bottom of the deck, the Chariot. Because you spoke up, this was a huge spiritual lesson for you, but also for this person or these people. I'm going to throw this out there for some of you. This is a twin flame connection. And I don't throw that phrase around lightly as someone who's been on the journey. Not everyone out there has soulmates, for good or for bad. Very few have twin flames. If you honestly believe you are on the twin flame journey and your person believes it also, okay, you both understand at least what it is or acknowledge the journey, then this is a twin flame journey coming together in September as a result of this conversation. And maybe this is some really hard lesson that you or they had to learn. The reason why I say that is because I have the Lover's card and I have the Hermit to the High Priestess. For me, the Emperor and the Empress are the 3D bodies of twin flame here on Earth. But the spiritual connection I always see as the High Priestess and the Hermit. And you already showed up here as the High Priestess. So if you're on the journey, someone's catching up to you here with that Hermit energy. And it's because you had this conversation. Let me get the other deck. And I'm back. This is the Pulp deck. I used it for Capricorn yesterday, and then I cleansed the deck. I want to get a couple of cards for those of you on the journey for August. And if you're not on the journey, it still applies to you. I'm pulling this for a romantic connection, okay? Let's get 3 cards here for you. For those either with this higher vibrational soulmate or elevated soulmate or twin flame, okay, soulmate, for August. What do they need to know about this person's, the other person's energy? The other person involved here's energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Wands. They had to learn this lesson. So you had a separate wound here, and they had a separate wound here. 4 of Cups and the 4 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Emperor. This person was stuck. This person was stuck. So there was a wound here of, and look, maybe it's you. Okay, take it how it resonates. But I tapped into their energy. So I'm going to read it like this is their energy. You had your communication wound here that you had to address. Your people-pleasing wound. Your low vibration, going to keep my mouth shut to keep the peace wound. This person had a wound as well. This person's not very emotionally expressive either. So this person had an issue maybe being emotionally vulnerable or emotionally expressing themselves. It's like everything they felt they kept to themselves. So I see if you are, again, that higher vibrational, elevated soulmate, twin flame, they had a wound here as well. Let's clarify that further for August. 9 of Wands, 4 of Cups, 4 of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. 6 of Wands, Judgment, and the 4 of Pentacles. Look at that, 444 for this person and the Magician. This person was stuck, and this person would have kept showing up in the connection this way. It took you saying something, or will take you saying something to break this person out of this. I don't think this person realized that they were taking advantage of you. This is a very strong soulmate connection. Okay, and it could be you and your mom even. Okay, but it's a very strong soulmate connection. I don't believe the cards I just pulled are for a coworker, you know what I mean, or an acquaintance or your neighbor. Let's get 3 cards for that person's energy in September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Swords. Everything I just said is the truth. The 5 of Swords and the King of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the 7 of Wands. Well, this person showed up here originally as the King of Pentacles. Tell me more about that Ace of Swords, 5 of Swords, and the King of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. I like the 5 of Swords in the Pulp deck because 4 swords are in the ground. The person's holding the Ace of Swords. And the war is over. Like the battle here is done. And then remember we had the 5 of Swords here of no fighting. Further clarified, 5 of Pentacles, 10 of Wands, and the Queen of Swords. Bottom of that, Queen of Wands. You may have to revisit this conversation with this person in September. You may have to revisit this conversation with them. Why is that? Because you showed up here as King and Queen of Swords, and they showed up as the King of Pentacles. They don't have to be, Earth sign doesn't have to be a masculine, okay? I don't read genitals. One more shuffle. Thank you. Why do you have to readdress this with this person? King of Wands, the Empress, and the 3 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the World card. There's something here that when this person gets comfortable, they apologize, everything starts working out great. A month in, they're going to default back to their self-sabotaging behavior. They're going to default right back. So it is on you for this strong soulmate connection to know your worth and value enough, you're going to have to say something again, Empress, again, whether you're masculine or feminine. Queen of Swords, whether you're masculine or feminine. King of Wands, whether you're masculine or feminine. This person gets comfortable and then they go right back to behaving how they were. So I feel like this is someone who, on this soulmate journey, on the twin flame journey, they're a little bit behind you because you're learning the lesson. This person's is struggling here. Let's get you some advice. So the lesson for this person, for me, the World card is lesson, justice. Yeah, that's the truth. And then the Tower. So you're going to probably have another Tower moment with this person. So again, using that work analogy, everything's great for about 30 to 45 days. And then before you know it, you're sucked into doing all the work again on, for the department, or the employee starts slacking off again. The kids help you out with Sunday dinner for the next couple of Sundays, and then they get right back to mom or dad taking care of everything. So whatever brought this on will be occurring again. Again, I feel like this person's just a little bit behind you. 3 cards of advice here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice for August. 4 of Pentacles, Queen of Wands, and the 3 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, 6 of Swords. You have to communicate. None of this plays out unless you say something. If you're going to stay quiet, Queen of Wands is the second most intuitive queen. So if you default to that High Priestess energy, you stay quiet. 4 of Pentacles, you hold yourself back. You hold in the pain. You don't 6 of Swords talk about it. Then there's no way the two of you are going to be able to move forward. So your advice here is you need to communicate what it is that has been occurring and what can no longer occur moving forward. Like what you will and won't tolerate moving forward. If you're like, well, I'm not going to say anything because that's how they are, then I don't think you get the exchange of apology, and I don't get the two of you being on the same page, because this is 2 people ending the month on the same page, or you and a group of people ending the month on the same page. I want 3 cards of advice here for you for September, because I don't want you to worry about September. 3 cards of advice here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice for September. 9 of Wands. It's going to happen again. Tower, you're going to have to speak up again, okay? 5 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Empress. You're going to have to speak up again to this person or these group of people. That's your advice. Otherwise, you're going right back to repeating a cycle or a loop. So something here is transpiring with this person where they're going to do or say something that makes you realize, okay, they showed up in their best form for, again, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and now they're right back to their old ways. It is a lesson for you. This is your reading. This is your life's journey. Is it a lesson for them? It is, but it's also a lesson for you to go, oh, no, no, no. This is the universe saying, did you learn your lesson, Aquarius? Because we're going to have something here occur in September, and it's going to require you to not just emotionally detach and go with the flow, go along to get along. It's actually going to require you to step up and say something. Because if we're going to hold people to these, high standards, if you will, then we're going to have to also be able to hold them accountable. And I know I said high standards. I don't really think what you're asking for is much, but let's close it off now with some oracle cards. I should just say standards. If you're going to hold people to standards, then you also have to hold them accountable when they don't meet them. One more shuffle. Thank you. Timeless truth. Own your path. Awakening. Huge spiritual awakening. And a potential for you now to do connection differently. Timeless truth. Draw from the wisdom of your past experiences and connect with your inner timeless truth. And this is very much High Priestess energy. This is like the book of knowledge here. So it's time that you speak up. You've learned this lesson. We don't have to keep doing this over and over again. Own your path. Take responsibility for your journey. Taking responsibility for your journey means you also have to speak up when people cross your boundaries. You have to let them know what the boundaries are and be willing to defend them. Make choices that align with your true self and your true purpose. And then you have awakening. Realize your growth and changes and embrace your new awakening. And I believe you are. And if we want to read this as, I don't want the past person, let's say past romantic partner back, this is someone new, and you're telling them what you need out of this particular connection, and they're like, I totally agree, and you're going to get halfway into September and go, red flag. They're doing the same thing that the ex did. How are you going to handle it? Are you going to say nothing like you did last time? Or are you going to speak up? So there's a test coming for you in September, regardless of who this person, this Two of Cups, Page of Cups person is. Two cards here for the top row. Thank you. Mature woman, mature man. Again, I don't read body parts. And main male. So this is between you and another person. Again, I don't read body parts. Remember what I was saying? One of you is just a little bit more enlightened. One's more mature. One's not. Okay. No offense if you're the cross watcher. Someone here has learned the lesson. Someone here has not. Even if it's a new person, they're not where you're at yet. Two cards here for that middle row. We have distant horizons, and we have the unexpected income. Sort of came out on the side there. Bottom of the deck, we have marriage. So again, it's a soul contract here at play. This dynamic between you and this person, if you want to keep them in your life or revisit this connection, will unexpectedly change over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. But it requires you to say something. We have false person in the reverse. I can't tell you how much I love this, because it landed here in September, which tells me when you address this issue, this person quickly reverses, quickly sees that they're doing it again. There's full acknowledgement here. I'm so glad this flipped out the way it did and it landed here, so I hope that gives you some peace of mind. But again, it will require you to speak up to address it, and then this person immediately corrects. That's like an immediate autocorrect here. This will change for the better, but it requires you to speak up and hold people accountable moving forward. Two cards here for the bottom row. We have thief and we have despair. Bottom of the deck, imprisonment. I can't tell you how much I love this for you. I'm sorry for everything that you went through. People who 5 assorted you, 3 assorted you, 7 assorted you. But because of your awakening, you're never putting up with this bullshit again. I'm sorry if you're the cross watcher watching. This is a group of Aquarians. We're not putting up with that again. Imprisonment, occupation, and bad health. I'm not going to do all the work in any particular connection, and it's going to cost me my financial health, my physical health, my emotional health. No, we are not trapping ourselves in that again. I'm speaking like you when I say we. But yeah, child and journey. It took a long time for you to get here, but you are birthing a whole new way on how to do connection, particularly how you show up in it and how you respond when something goes wrong in them. You're no longer keeping your mouth shut, Aquarius. You're knowing your worth and your value. You're expecting it from people, but you're also demanding it. Good for you. I should say commanding it. Good for you. That is what I have for you for August 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Don't forget to join us over on Patreon. I'll be releasing the new moon and Leo readings over there this month. And then, and be sure to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, congratulations. And as always, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this, my love, for you is your prediction for August 2026. We are more than halfway through the calendar year now. So this is a general collective reading. As the messages come through, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. And in the pinned comment section of this video is information on how you can join us over on Patreon for some additional bonus content. With all of that said, now let's begin. Want to make sure that the mic is on. Okay, so I took it off before. After Aquarius, I cleansed the area. So let's get into the Pisces collective now. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Pisces need to know for August 2026? Page of Wands. That is in the heart of your spread, my love. Tell me more about this here, please, for the Piscean collective. Thank you. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. So in the heart of your spread, we have the Page of Wands. In the top row, you have the Five of Pentacles, you have the Four of Cups, and you have the Eight of Pentacles. Flanking your Page of Wands is the Emperor and the Tower. In the bottom row, we have the Three of Wands, we have the Page of Swords, and we have the Devil. Sneak peek now into September. The World, the Death card, and the Nine of Pentacles, and that leaves a King of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. Right, let's begin to clarify. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are very different than what you may be used to. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading. For Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for August 2026, we are clarifying Five of Pentacles, Four of Cups, Eight of Pentacles, the Emperor, Page of Wands, the Tower, Three of Wands, Page of Swords, and the Devil. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Nine of Swords. The Four of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Cups. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Two of Swords. The Emperor is clarified by the Devil. The Page of Wands is clarified by the King of Wands. The Tower is clarified by the Queen of Wands. The Three of Wands is clarified by the Three of Cups. The Page of Swords is clarified by the Eight of Swords. And the Devil is clarified by the Wheel of Fortune. The bottom of the deck, September, we have the Seven of Swords. We have the Empress. And we have the Ace of Wands. Oh, two cards here. We'll take them. The Sun and the Ace of Wands. The bottom of the deck, King of Pentacles. This is one of those readings, and I forgot whose sign I had said that to. Maybe it was Capricorn's. But I had said, this is one of those readings where energetically it either is your message or it's not. Like there's no, you can't fit this. You know, you can't like force this to fit. So it's either your message or it's not. So if it's not, please don't be offended. I don't hate the Piscean collective. I have like no Pisces in my chart. I don't think I know currently a Pisces. But I do love your collective. Like I've seen your struggles for over 2 years now. And early on when I was doing the YouTube readings, I did do private readings. So I got to meet a lot of you back then. I don't know if those people are still watching the channel, but I got to what I'm trying to say is this is going to be a very difficult reading. And so whatever comes through our time here together today, I want you to know that it comes from a place of love. I'm not picking on you or anything like that. But I have a group of you where you are about to make a mistake. You're about to repeat a cycle. And it could be with the same situation, environment, or connection, or it could be with an entirely new one. Your overall energy here for the month of August, this Page of Wands to the King of Wands. I kind of do like this for you because I think that you have been in a place of like staying quiet, staying to yourself, being a little pulled back, doing a lot of introspection, a lot of healing. Some of you have really been going through life alone. I see that from like the collective readings that I've done, and I see your responses. I interact with a lot of you in the comment section. So I kind of like the Page of Wands to the King of Wands for your overall energy because it's like time to get up and go. Like I don't want to sit still anymore. I want to get out there. I want to meet people, or I want to travel, or I want to do things, or I want to find a new job or launch my business. Like the Page of Wands is a minor arcana card to the Fool card for me anyway as a reader. It's like I got a little bit more to discover or a couple of more, ducks to get in a row before I take off. So there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of fire here in the Piscean collective to just finally get up and do something. Okay, what that something is different for all of you. The top row, you have the Five of Pentacles to the Nine of Swords. Again, Nine of Swords in the After Tarot deck, the person's holding the Ace of Swords. Okay, their moment of clarity or their truth. And they're slaying away the Eight Swords. They're slaying away the doubts, the fears, the anxieties. So again, I got that feeling like I don't want to sit in the Five of Pentacles anymore. I don't want to feel like I'm in lack. I got to get up. I got to find a job, right? Or I find a better job, or find a new way to make money. There's like a little fire here under your feet, which again, I like because you're picking yourself up by your bootstraps. And it's like, I have to go off and do this. I got to meet people, or again, whatever it is for you. I got to travel. But the Four of Cups to the Seven of Cups here tells me you're not fully healed. I know you're going to come at me in the comments. So like I said, if it's just take the parts of this message that are yours and please try to hang in there until the end so you can get the full message. And then if it's yours, great. And if it's not, don't worry about it. But the Four of Cups is someone who's not acknowledging something that Source is trying to give them. Or at least that's the energy I'm picking up here. So I feel like you think you're in the Three of Cups, like you think you're okay, or you think you're ready, or you think you're healed. But there's something here like, hello, we didn't quite look at this. We didn't address this. That's the feeling I'm getting here. Like the source is trying to say, we're hello, we're not quite done. But that Seven of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the person already has the contents of one of the cups in their hands. So they're leaving the 6 cups on the shelf. Like, I don't have to look at that anymore. I don't have to look at that wound. I understand it. I'm healed from it. I'm ready for the new. I'm so eager for the new. I didn't even grab the Ace of Cups. I just grabbed the content of the Ace of Cups. That 8 of Pentacles to the 2 of Swords, and the After Tarot deck, the 2 of Swords, the person has made their decision. So again, it's like time to get up and work, right? 8 of Pentacles, I got to go after this. I have to do this. Emperor to the Devil, this is the belief of I'm healed. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Devil card, the people are unshackled. So this is a false belief that you have here that you're ready for something. Tower to the Queen of Wands. I think you're going to, I was saying this to Aquarius in their reading. Whether I do a private read, I do a reading for myself, I do a reading for my person. His is weekly, mine is daily. He just doesn't have time for the daily reads, but I always tell everyone, this is just what's energetically possible. And then we all have the divine gift of free will if we want to do that or not. Or we want to say, oh, that's possible. Let me do something else then because I don't really like the outcome. So I'm just letting you know energetically what could happen if you do this. And you have the divine gift of free will to go, okay, you know what? I listened to Jen's reading. Should that come up, I'm going to pause and think twice. Okay, so because I feel like if you rush into whatever this is, or you don't, we're not fully healed here, something comes crashing down. There's something here you're very eager to do, communicate with, learn, like I was saying, travel to, but that Devil to the Wheel of Fortune, like we think we're unattached from that wound, like we think we've healed it, but it shows up and it repeats itself. And so I feel like this reading is more like serving a warning for you to slow down on whatever it is that you are about to do. And look, it could be a big home purchase, just like there's a slowdown here, because if you do this, there's an ending here in September. Like it does not go according to plan. The Seven of Swords, it's like you're catching yourself where you made that mistake. I do think then that the wound is healed, and I don't think it's something that you'll be repeating post-September, but it's like we don't even have to do this in August. You know what I mean? If we look at it as like, oh, that's what could happen. So let's see where we go with this. Page of Wands, I want to know what has your curiosity here. What are you fired up to do? One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Wands is clarified by the High Priestess. I always say, to me anyway, that's your major arcana card. Other readers don't see it that way. I do. And if you're a cross-watcher and you're watching and you're like, well, why is Pisces the High Priestess? Because I believe every zodiac sign learns something from the sign before them. And when we're looking at the zodiacal wheel, you're the last one. And the High Priestess in Tarot is the only one who holds the book of knowledge. And so I always feel like for you, within you is the book of knowledge. Now, some Pisces tap into it and some don't, but I always believe that you have the knowledge of all 11 zodiac signs that precede you. Empress. Bottom of the deck, we have Temperance. There's something here that you're a little worried about or you're a little nervous about pursuing, but it's like I'm going to feel the fear and I'm going to do it anyway. King of Wands. I'm going to feel the fear and I'm going to do it anyway. One more shuffle. Thank you. And look, this reading isn't necessarily telling you not to do this. Just you're going to have to be a little cautious when doing this so you don't repeat a cycle. Okay, they're giving me this example. I don't know if it's going to ring true for any of you, but let's say you were in a relationship in the past, okay, romantic partnership. Boyfriend, girlfriend, 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 boyfriend, boyfriend, whatever. I don't care. No judgment here, okay, as long as you're happy. So let's say you're in a relationship here and you move the person in. And then the relationship went toxic and it was very difficult for you to get that person out of your home, okay? Suddenly now you meet someone new, you might feel inclined to ask them to move right back in with you. You know what I mean? Like not learning the last time you did that, it was really hard to get that person out of your house. So it doesn't have to be that, but that's just the example they're giving me. Like there's a potential here because you want this so bad that you think you're healed or you think you can see the red flags or you know the signs, but you're going to overlook something because you're so excited by it. You might make the same mistake. the Star. You're going after this wish fulfillment. The Six of Pentacles and Knight of Wands. There's too much passion here for you. Two of Wands. There's too much passion here. You are pursuing something here that I don't think you have thought about all the details. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Six of Pentacles, the person is walking away. They're walking away from a situation, environment, or connection that no longer pleases them. So there's a red flag here with something that you want to pursue in the month of August. You're very passionate about it, but you're missing the red flag. You're like refusing to see the red flag. And it could be a job opportunity, a financial investment opportunity, a large purchase. Okay, you know what it is for each of you. Entering a new relationship, inviting someone to move in with you when you barely know them. There's something here that was a hard lesson for you in your past. You're about to repeat it. Let's see if we can find out more. Five of Pentacles. What are you pursuing here? One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Pentacles. Clarified by King of Cups. That's you in your highest vibration. The Hanged Man. And the Six of Wands. You're not seeing something here. Eight of Cups. Something here is not balanced. Something here is not right. Look, I could be speaking to a Pisces. You've been single for a long time. And someone crosses your path here in the month of August. And you're feeling really good, right? This person now desires you. They're showering you with stuff. They're telling you everything you need to hear. And there are some little red flags. You know, maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's a, one of those sun tanning rings around their wedding, on their wedding finger. You don't see the wedding band, but they have the tan mark for it, the tan line for it. You know, there's something like this here. It's small. But if you were paying attention and you weren't all caught up in the excitement, in the emotion, you would see it. But you're not seeing it. I feel like this is just a cautionary message for you. And it could be a job. Like if you're going on an interview, I would pay attention to everything that they say. I would even ask them to put it in writing. You're missing something because you're so excited. Tell me more about that Nine of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the King of Cups. You're not going to be happy if you do this. Queen of Swords and the Eight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Wands. This is a wound that you are revisiting. We have you here in your highest vibration. I want to show you the cards. King of Cups, highest vibration. Hangman and the Six of Wands. I'm not thinking about this anymore. I'm going right for it. It feels good. I see victory with this. I see success. I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm not going to second guess this. This is my moment. I'm moving forward. And the After Tarot deck, the King of Cups is dumping a cup. So it's almost like once you're in it, once you're in the new job, you're in the relationship, you've moved this person in, like whatever this is, you buy the car and on the way home it starts making noise. You're like, oh, fuck. So that's the feeling because for me, queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. And kings take action. And you're showing up here in king energy, like I'm going for this. And then when it doesn't work out, you're like, oh, you're processing and you're like, this is just what I went through last time. I moved too quickly. It's a wound. Nine of Wands. I repeated a wound. It could be with the same situation, environment, connection, or it can be completely different. So whatever it is, I'm not going to clarify the Four of Cups to the Seven of Cups. I feel like that would be a waste of your time. You're missing something here. Eight of Pentacles, Two of Swords. I made up my mind. But look, she's still blindfolded even though she made up her mind. So you're missing something. Let's do a joint here. What are they missing? How about that? What is Pisces missing with whomever or whatever this is? Four of Swords. You're not taking your time. You're rushing because it feels good or it sounds good. So what are you missing? You're missing that you're not pausing before saying yes. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Swords. Knight of Swords. Okay, this is what you're missing. Ten of Cups. It sounds good. It sounds promising. Six of Swords. It sounds good. It sounds promising. I'm not going to give this a second thought. I'm going to buy it, do it, feel it, move forward with it. That's what I asked what you're missing. That's what you're missing. Clarify that further. Instead of pausing and going, I have to think about that. You're not doing it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Wands. There's the wound. Five of Pentacles. It's being repeated. The World card. There's the lesson again. So bottom of the deck, the Hermit. I just feel like you're repeating something because it looks good, sounds good, smells good, feels good in the moment, and you're ignoring red flags. The Emperor to the Devil. Again, the Devil's unattached, so you think you have this under control. The Tower. I feel like the sun's up blowing up in your face. Figuratively speaking, of course. One more shuffle. Thank you. I'm going to get you advice on like how to avoid this. The Tower is clarified by the Queen of Cups again. Processing. So whatever occurs here, Six of Swords and the Fool, bottom of the deck, Ten of Wands. As quickly as you move towards this, it falls apart. As quickly as you say yes to the job, you're there on day one and you're like, oh my God, I just signed a 2-year contract with these people and I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. You know, this is inviting someone to move in with you, and on day 2, you're like, oh God, why did I do that? Whatever this is here for you, you're realizing it's the same. I rushed too quickly. The Towers, I rushed too quickly. Queen of Wands. Tell me about in the aftermath what you're assessing here. Because again, for me, Queen's process, right? One more shuffle. Thank you. So what are you processing here? The Hierophant, you didn't listen to yourself. 10 of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. That's the truth. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords. You rushed. You're going to sit back and go, I rushed into this. Hierophant, whatever the Hierophant is to you. I rushed into a marriage. I rushed into a relationship. I rushed into joining this community group. I rushed into taking this oath. I rushed into this job. I rushed up to signing up for something like within like a community group, political, religious organization. So what you're assessing is, it sounded good. And I didn't do my homework. I didn't research the company. You know what I mean? I didn't look into that person's backgrounds. There's something like that. And maybe you're moving into an apartment and all looks great. But the last time you did that, you know, maybe the place was, I don't know, filled with roaches, or, you know what I mean? They had inadequate maintenance. They're telling you 24/7 maintenance. But once you move in, you know, the dishwasher breaks on day 2 and you're calling them and the phone's disconnected. I just feel like you're rushing into something here because again, looks good, sounds good, smells good, feels good. And it's not until after you're in it that you realize you made a mistake here. The three of Wands to the Three of Cups, again, it's like, I feel good, I'm going to move forward with it. The Page of Swords to the Eight of Swords, it's like, I know enough information, but I don't think you do, because it's just a Page of Swords. You think but you're still blindfolded. The Devil. Tell me about the Devil here. So I would say if you have a new opportunity, okay, for a new situation, environment, or connection here, or something that you already know, I'm doing this reading on the 3rd. I'll post it on the 3rd for you. You already know that there's something you're pursuing. Pause. It's not telling you to blow it off. It's telling you to pause and go back. Like, you know, like backtrack here. What did you miss in this contract? What did this person say that it didn't sit right? The Star. And it could be for some of you watching, a savior complex. This could be someone connected to you, a friend, family member, a lover, and you're going to rush to their aid. And the last time you did that, it cost you financially, or it cost you emotionally. There's also something here about you think you've healed this. You think you've healed this. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Star, the Queen of Pentacles, and the King, and there's that King of Wands, Ace of Wands. This is what you're pursuing. So you think you're healed enough to pursue the situation, environment, or connection. Wheel of Fortune. Tell me about the cycle that's returning. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Chariot, moving forward, 8 of Cups. See? You're Page of Swords because you didn't get enough info. Enough intel. You didn't ask the right questions, or, you know, you purchased something or agreed to something without getting it in writing, or you didn't check the fine print, like terms and conditions. September. I'll get you advice on all of this, Pisces. Let's look at September, because if you decide to move forward with this, it's like you're bypassing the lesson that you should have learned. You're going to do it anyway. This is going to close out for you. Tell me more. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles, Judgment, and the Lovers. So then you make the choice in September to end whatever this is. If you move forward with it, September, you're out. September, you're out. 7 of Swords, Empress, the Sun, and the Ace of Wands. You're like, I did it again. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon, the Page of Cups, and the Knight of Pentacles. And the realization is, next time I get an offer opportunity, the Moon, I'm not going to fool myself that I know all the details. I'm going to go slow, and I'm going to get all the details, or I'm going to plan this out better. I want to get you some advice now. Let's get you advice for those of you where you're like, I don't care, Jen, I'm going to do this anyway. Okay. 3 cards of advice where you're like, thanks for the reading, but this is in my reading. I'm healed. I'm good enough. I know what I'm doing. Okay. All right. God bless you. If you move forward with this, 3 cards of advice. If they move forward with this, one more shuffle. Thank you. If you move forward with this, Queen of Swords, look at the World card. 3 World cards. Wheel of Fortune. If you move forward with this, just know you're repeating something from the past. 10 of Cups, 8 of Swords, Justice. Because there's something here where it sounds good. It sounds good, or it makes me feel good in the moment. So your advice here is to just, if you want to do that, again, you have the divine gift of free will. But if you're not going to learn from the past, because again, Queens process the present, process the past, and I have you here, Queen of Swords as well. If you don't do that and you move forward, just know that you're repeating a cycle. So when this doesn't work out, and I hope to God it does for you. I hope I'm fucking wrong. This is one of those readings where I hope I'm terribly wrong. Because I don't want to see you go through any more shit. I really don't. But if it does, the feeling here is like you have no one to blame but yourself. You're not guaranteed success with this if you do the same thing over and over again and you expect a different outcome. You're going to have to change. And in order to change this, you're going to have to ask the right questions. 3 cards of advice for them. How can they avoid this? How can they avoid this? One more shuffle. Thank you. How can you avoid this? 10 of Swords. Don't even do it. The Lovers, make the choice to not even do it. Take a new path. 8 of Wands, take a new pivot. 9 of Swords, pivot. So if it's a job opportunity, look for another job opportunity. If it's a housing opportunity, look for another housing opportunity. If this is someone who's courting you or you're courting them to date, get all the information. Get all the information. The Lovers is Mercury. Right, that's Virgo and Gemini. Get all the information. Either don't do it or get all the information before proceeding. Tell me more about that and advice for them. How do they avoid this? Just get more information. One more shuffle. Thank you. Like, learn from the past mistake. Get more information before proceeding. King of Cups, there you are again. You came out 3 times as the King of Cups. 4 Swords, pause on this. The Sun card. Your best possible outcome. Sun to the 10 of Cups. Your best possible outcome here is to pause, to ask all the right questions. Don't be shy to get out of your comfort zone. Ask uncomfortable questions at the interview, or you're out on a date. Ask the uncomfortable questions. Oh, I noticed that you have a tan line. Are you married? Were you recently married? Ask the uncomfortable questions. Do your research. Page of Swords. You have the world of knowledge, okay, not just as the High Priestess, but literally at your fingertips. I'm looking at my computer there. You have a world of knowledge at your fingertips. Look the person up, research the company before you agree to this. And if there's anything contractual, get it in writing. Someone who has good and honest, pure intentions for you. Like you're buying something, you're selling something, you know what I mean? You're moving in, you're getting a job, anything big like that. If they're honest and they have good intentions, they should have no problem putting it in writing at all. And anyone who's sitting across the table from you with, some indication that they're in another relationship, or you see their phone going off a lot, 11 o'clock when you're hanging out at your house or their house, ask the uncomfortable question. Go slow. That's the best outcome here, is to go slow. 3 cards here of advice for September. One more shuffle. Thank you. Don't ignore your intuition on this. 7 of Pentacles, Justice, and the 10 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Fool card. If you do proceed forward, you don't learn the lesson, you don't ask the right questions, when this ends, okay, it will be a hard karmic lesson for you. But you will be moving forward again with that Fool card energy. So you'll have the opportunity to find another job, or you'll have the opportunity to meet someone else. So this ends up closing out. If you move forward with it, you don't ask the right questions, this is going to close out for you in September. And you're going to end up being okay, but it will close out for you. Knight of Pentacles, now you will have learned your lesson, unfortunately. Moving forward, before you agree to anything or engage with anyone, you're going to ask the right questions. You're going to take your time. in that Knight of Pentacles energy. All right, let's get you some oracle cards and we'll close it out with some kippers. 3 oracle cards here. So if I had to call your video anything, I would say proceed with extreme caution. One more shuffle. Thank you. Your oracle cards. Embrace your truth. That's like learning from the past. Timeless truth. This came up for Aquarius also. And the decks have all been clean. But for me, this is the High Priestess energy, right? The book of knowledge. And trust. You're going to have to trust yourself. Trust yourself to make the right decision here. Bottom of the deck, safety. Don't run to something or, you know, agree to something because it sounds good or it makes you feel safe. Make sure it actually is safe for you. Accept your true self, loving yourself and others unconditionally. I think you need to embrace your truth. If your intuition is telling you something's wrong here, learn, like, don't ignore it. I feel like don't ignore it. Draw from the wisdom of your past experience. You can't make it up. Connect with your inner timeless truth. So if this message is yours, when this comes up, the alarm bells are going to be going off inside of you. Listen to them. Trust. You're going to have to establish trust in yourself. The best way you can establish trust in yourself is to trust your intuition. Feel protected and stable, grounded in security, no matter what life brings. This might sound good. It might sound like a shortcut, or it might sound to the path of happiness, or this person is promising you safety or safe harbor, or, oh, if you invest in this financially, it's a safe bet, you know, you'll make good. Get everything in writing here. Get everything in writing. We'll close it out now with some kippers. 2 kippers here for the top row, please. Okay. We have right side up, main female. That could be you, whether you're masculine or feminine. In the reverse, we have great fortune. I really think this is just a word of caution for you, where you think you're making the right decision or you think you have all of the information and you don't. The 26th might be important for someone watching, August 26th. 2 cards here for that middle row. Right side up, we have message of concern. And we have adjudication. Immediately upon entering this, you realize that you made a mistake. You shouldn't have signed this, or something's off on the date. The red flag is seen almost instantly when it comes to this soulmate connection here, if you will. Professional, platonic, or romantic. 2 cards here. We have imprisonment. And on its side, we have occupation. If you end up repeating a past mistake, okay, a past lesson, you have no one to blame. I hate to say that to you, Pisces. I love the Piscean collective so much, but you're going to have to do your due diligence on this one. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a very similar situation like you have in the past. At the bottom of the deck, we have message, we have journey, and we have family room. This could be with family members, or again, like house, like inviting people into your home or getting a new home, even travel. Okay, if you're travel, make sure you have all your documents, make sure everything's up to date. If you're booking something like a trip, check the itinerary. Just make sure everything is on the up and up here, and ask the uncomfortable questions. You can certainly do that. That's what I have for you. That is your message for August 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Trust your intuition on this one, Pisces. And if it doesn't, you know, if it feels uncomfortable, don't agree to it. Don't do this to yourself if you don't have to, okay? And if you can join us over on Patreon, we'd love to have you. If not, good luck with this. And as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace.